moment, which Temza dragged out as long as possible. He thought the shade was playing coy. It was only when Danib nodded deeply to the sisters and turned to stare back at him that the coin dropped. "Danib! Danib! You dare to betray me! I am your master!" Temza's teeth clamped so tightly he heard them crunch. He glared at Lyria. "You're making an awful habit of taking my things." "Danib was never yours, Tor. The coin you hide in your private vault belongs to another shade, long gone." Temza whirled to face Annie, then each of his soldiers, but all of them wore the same desperate face with the word "no" emblazoned across it. Annie shook her head slowly, as if her neck was stiff. Judging by the ripcords of tendons tautening her skin, that was not far from the truth. Her eyes held cartloads of blame. Again, Temza roved the chamber, his mind working over ploys, tricks, and last stands. He didn't like the sound of the latter. He forced a wide smile, tapped his cane on the floor, and tried to ignore that his world, so gleaming with promise only moments ago, was crumbling around him. "Well then, we shall be going, and leave you to your duplicitous ways. It's been a pleasure working with you," Temza said, but even as he turned, the doors to the dark chamber shut with a bang, sealing them inside. Temza had conducted enough tortures and executions to know what that meant. Head hung low, he took his time turning back to face the shades on the dais. A dozen emotions clamoured for his attention. Among them was hatred towards these half-lives who had conspired against him, used him even. There was a numbing disbelief, a frustration in his own failings, that his dreams were now dust in his head, and embarrassment as the hot and accusatory eyes of his sellswords turned on him. Half of the soldiers were either white as marble or flushed red. And then there was Annie. He met her furious gaze for a brief moment. He had never seen so many types of hatred crammed into one pair of eyes. He had seen that look on her face many times before, but never aimed at him. It sent his stomach plummeting into guts that were already far too loose for comfort. Taking a breath, forcing a wide and genial smile, Temza looked up to the enlightened sisters and put his faith and future in the hands of the only thing he had ever truly trusted: coin. "Surely we can come to some sort of arrangement." The scream that followed was so inhuman, Temza thought a savage beast had broken into the chamber. It had come from behind him, and he was in the middle of turning around when he realized what had made it. The axe bit straight to his spine and kept going. It struck with such force and speed there was almost no pain. His throat was unnaturally cold, and all too abruptly he was falling. The world spun several times before he found himself rolling, mouth agape and leaking blood, eyes bulging. He saw Annie with a dripping axe, heaving with rage. He saw his own body lying sprawled and spurting blood from the stump that had been his neck a few short moments ago. He was left with the cold glare of Annie's dark eyes. It wasn't the reflection of his murderer that escorted him to death, but her emotionless stare. Annie watched the blood pooling around her black boots. Temza's head lay in his own crotch, staring up at her with shock in his eyes. There had been a moment where she still felt him looking back at her, while his mouth gasped like a fresh fish on a monger's stall. Those eyes stared through her now, to another world. movement. With a snarl, she twitched her stray locks aside and stared at Danib. His sword was now in his hands, but between the eye holes in his visor, she saw a look blanker than she had ever seen. There was a pause, and then the blade rested again. Annie didn't want to admit how glad she was about that. She thumbed the warm blood sliding over her knuckles. She was barely tired, but still breathless. She couldn't quite remember swinging the axe, but she remembered the snap that had drove her to it. She could not have endured another word from that lying, scheming, putrid mouth, a mouth from which she had never known a kind thing to fall. And even in his last moments, Temza had put it to work, wheedling away to save his skin. My, said one of the sisters. Annie didn't care which one. Caltro Basalt was staring at her with a mixture of shock and happiness. She rested her wet axe on the marble and raised her chin. That saved you a job, I imagine, Annie said. We have clearly misjudged you, Miss Jezebel. We thought you had little aspiration for anything except severing heads, said the sister. Which you do expertly, it must be said, said the other. Annie snorted. I think you've judged me well enough. I have no aspirations for any of this. Temza paid me well enough to fight for him, but in the end, not well enough to die for him. I'd rather leave you all to it and walk out of this tower with clean hands. The sisters took a step forwards, almost as one body. Caltro poked his head over their shoulders. Both ghosts wore a smile. And no interests in the church, Miss Jezebel? Your axe could have plenty more work. Annie shook her head, sure as she had ever been, and fighting the urge to spit on their robes. Of all times, now was the time for restraint. A tavern is what Temza should have stuck with, and I think that'll do just fine for me. I want a quiet life, if that's such a thing in this fucking city. I want no part of this. And you can keep your smart-mouthed locksmith for all I care. The pause was heavily pregnant. Annie raised her axe to hold it below its double blade, blood still dripping from its notched edges. Well, have we a deal, or does my axe need to do some more work? At the foot of the dais, Danib tensed. Her heart beat like a battle drum as she turned the copper edge of the axe towards them. Her eyes crept to Danib again, hoping he wouldn't move any further. She had always wondered about fighting the big monster, old Iron Jaw, and how many pieces they would have to carve from each other to find a winner. Perhaps it was finally time to find out. It felt like a week passed before Lyria waved her hand. The squeak of the opening door set Annie's boots moving slowly as she cautiously watched the shades in the alcoves. She tried to hold back the sigh of relief that threatened to burst from her. Temza's soldiers moved with her, sweating more profusely now, even though their freedom had been granted. A few jogged, not trusting the cult to keep their word. As it turned out, Annie was the last to leave, and with one last nod, she closed the doors with a bang, shutting all of Temza's idiocy and trouble behind her. For good. Annie Jezebel wiped her hands on her sleeve and, with a satisfied sigh, sheathed her bloody axe.
And now? I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from Temza's headless corpse. The severed neck was still pumping blood, but it was a gurgle now instead of the fountain it had sprayed earlier. I couldn't quite see his face, but the sight of it detached from his neck was pleasant enough. Enough for a gruesome scene, at least. The rabid wolf was dead. All of his spite, his cruelty, and his foul ambition had been paid for with the swing of an axe. The only taint to the satisfaction was that I hadn't been the one to swing it. It was an off sort of justice, like seeing a tree fall on a thief as he flees. "He will be bound and presented," Lyria said softly, her eyes also fixed on Temsa. "A present for the princess," said Seric Boone, clapping a soft blue hand on my shoulder. "So you're the one everyone has been talking about, eh? Those in the know, that is. You're going to make us proud." I immediately didn't like this fellow, with his gaudy chains, sheer silk, and permanent air of smugness and entitlement. It was a trait I found in most politicians. They made it so very easy for me to hate them. The glowing hound sitting at his heels, however, was infinitely more interesting. A phantom, I'd heard the sisters call it. "When do we go to the piercer?" I asked the sisters, ignoring the Seric. "Tomorrow," said Yaradine, already guiding me off the dais. "As for you, Caltro, tonight you rest. Final gift of the evening. We will show you to quarters, and you're free to read, to explore the cathedral, or simply to rest and think." "You spoil me," I said. I gave one last look to Temsa's head as I trod the shadows between the columns. I could see his face now, staring up at a long-gone Annie Jexabel. It wasn't hatred in his eyes, for once, but fear, surprise, and disbelief. Perhaps even a hint of sorrow. I wondered how being a half-life would sit with the twisted old soul-stealer. In the morning, I would find out. I rubbed my cold hands together as I walked from the chamber.
Chapter 15. Problems. I tell you again, there is something being built beneath some of the major avenues. Look at the facts, damn you! I have reports of subsidence from a tavern and a jeweller on the avenue of Oshirim. Others have complained of noises or of shades moving carts of earth in the middle of the night. Why won't you investigate this matter? I demand answers! An excerpt from letters repeatedly sent to the chamber of the Grand Builder in 994. The armoured shutters suffocated every room in the royal levels. They covered the peak of the cloud piercer in sheets of copper and iron. Arrow slits were the only way sunlight penetrated the gloom they cast. Shafts of yellow light speared the pinstripe metal and marble floors at sharp angles. Dust motes danced on the precious breezes they let in. Royal Guard and shade soldiers in full armour stood at every doorway, every stairwell, every junction, and even in the more precious or private of rooms. They were armed to the teeth, with short spears, swords, and hatchets. Shade triggermen in scale mail stood in silent formations along balconies or waited behind covered peepholes. Not a single eye amongst them left the sky. The sanctuary had ranks of guards standing before it, clogging up the grand corridor like a cork in a wineskin. A rather fearsome cork at that, bristling with hooked lances and spiked shields. The Empress's chambers, although empty, had a similar treatment. The guards around Cecine's chambers accounted for a good quarter of the fighters occupying the top floors of the piercer. There was a fetid silence about the royal chambers. They were unnaturally empty, with most of the house shades sent to lower, less important levels. The cloud court remained vacant of its Serics, and those that lived in the cloud piercer had retreated to other towers or those of allies. The air behind the building's armour was taut as well as stuffy. An uncomfortable silence hung between the soldiers and guards. Every cough and shuffle reverberated around the pristine marble corridors. It brought about a sense of dread, not confident readiness. Cecine sensed it. Curse it though she might, anxiety struck in her mind like a splinter. The sand fell begrudgingly through the hourglasses spread about Cecine's chambers. Waiting for the hours to pass was a depressing pastime. Watching an hourglass closely enough made moments feel like they were being dragged through molasses. Sitting still had never been one of Cecine's virtues, ever since running through these marble corridors as a child with minders and nurses scurrying behind her. She was trying it now, and finding it altogether tiresome. Her chambers had been roamed and paced to death, and as General Hachette had strongly suggested that she not roam the balconies, one of her sitting rooms would have to suffice. Cecine had chosen one with the shelves full of scrolls, an old hiding place before her tutors had begun to drag her from games and into adulthood. She had never liked the smell of the place, and it had only increased with the years. She didn't like it now, but it was distracting enough. Cecine drank in the musty smell with relish. Some of the scrolls looked familiar. Their labels or cases had certain colours or strange glyphs that tickled her memory. Sensing another distraction, Cecine pushed herself from the opulent couch and went to the nearest shelf. She wrinkled her nose at the dust and let her fingers walk over the familiar scrolls, remembering their titles. Emperor Pharaoh's Legacy. Ruling Houses of Araxes years 566 to 760. Notable Successions and Assassinations. Proverbs on Ruling a Half-Dead Kingdom. The Tenets of the Bound Dead. Whether there were answers to her mood, perhaps even her problems in these scrolls and parchments, she didn't care. Cecine hadn't the inclination to waste her time looking. She had been schooled in this literature a long time ago. Whatever was in her mind now was a product of the tutors and their droning. These were the scrolls of a child, a juvenile. She was above such things. She was an empress in waiting. And wait she had. Patiently so, ever since she had learnt her place in the order of Araxes at the tender age of 6. Where else is one supposed to ascend to in life when they are born only a handful of murders from the top? She reached for a parchment off the shelf. The Tenets of the Bound Dead. A simple, decorated page listing the tenets in fancy ancient glyphs. Cecine squinted, reading them silently. They were such simple words to define a kingdom as vast as the Ark. Perhaps the whole of the far reaches in time. Certainly during her time. Perhaps then she could call herself an empress instead of a princess. Cecine lifted her head to the high shelves and wondered how many scrolls would be written of her conquests, how many princesses would grow learning her name, and how she had beaten a new age into the Ark. This time she reached for a scroll, a fat, heavy thing encrusted in dust and ink stains. Its title read, Ruling Houses of Araxes years 761 to 877. Jerking the handle, Cecine saw the mess of names scrawled across it in the usual tentacle-like fashion scholars use to show the ever-shifting and interconnected families that had ruled the Ark. Few reigns lasted more than a smattering of years. 9 was the longest she saw in her brief reading. Here and there, families were cut off completely with no heirs, replaced by an entirely new house. The scroll introducing each house and the circumstances of its ascendants did not interest her. Only the names. She remembered none. Not a single name. Cecine recalled no statues or busts of these people, barely even a silken tapestry featuring them. It was shameful, really, that none had left a mark on Araxes even as little as 100 years ago. It made her angry that they had merely been concerned with staying alive, rather than having the guts to seize more. Even her father conducted his wars from the safety of his sanctuary. Cecine curled her lip contemptuously. Before she let the scroll snap shut, she spotted a familiar name. Another Cecine, 32nd of that royal name, Dead 150 years now, before the Tarlin and Renala houses reclaimed the throne through butchery. They ended up killing each other over it. The 33rd Cicene, and a Tarlin Renala too, was just a thumb's length away and born 20 years later. She'd not lasted past her 2nd birthday. With a sneer, she threw the scroll back on the shelf and turned to face Etain as he drifted into the room. The noise of his armour had given him away. He looked resplendent in a silver suit of plate and fine mail, polished to a gleam. The crest of the Emperor was chiselled into his breastplate, alongside a dark feather symbol. A helmet hung ready at his belt, alongside a curved knife. His mighty sword Parisef balanced on his shoulder. It had a fresh glow to it. The same couldn't be said of Etain himself. The old shade looked as glum and bothered as Cicene felt. The distractions of the scrolls and her future faded, and doubt came crawling back in their place. She cursed him for it. "News?" "None, your wonderfulness." "Nothing about Widow Horrocks?" "No." "No word from Temsa of the attack on Boone?" "Not a peep." Cicene clicked her knuckles against her palm. "Then why the fuck are you here?" "Checking you weren't tearing your hair out, your magnificence." Cicene folded her arms behind her back, bracelets jangling, and approached him. "Tell me, Etain, how long have you been a shade?" "You know how long." "Remind me." Etain sighed. He was not fond of the subject. He even moved his hand up to the white scar on the right of his head, where a Renala mace had punctured it long ago. 126 years, Princess. "And of that time, how long have you spent serving the royal houses?" 126 years, passed down from ruler to ruler. You know this." Cicene smiled. "And in all that time, somehow, despite constant rebukes from however many royals, you still think it fit to speak with such cheek. You are a house shade, Etain, not a court jester. There is a good reason my great-grandfather banned their kind." Etain bowed his head, whether seeking patience or forgiveness she didn't know. "Your mother never minded," he said at last. Cicene wanted to strike him, but that seemed to do little in the way of curbing his tongue. "Don't mention my mother to me. The woman has abandoned us, and if she ever returns from Crass or wherever she has run to, she will find a very different Araxes greeting her." "No word from your falcon, then?" "In all honesty, Etain, I've given up caring. She gave up her chance at the throne, and now I'll teach her the lesson of turning her back on me. Her and father. She's just lucky she escaped my knife." Cicene patted her hip, where hung a blade encrusted in silver flowers. "Maybe that's why she left in the first place," mumbled Etain, as he looked around at the shelves. "Then she is a coward as well as a fool. I have greater problems to deal with, such as your recalcitrant, oafish ways," snarled Cicene. "I have half a mind to throw your coin into the Nyx when I sit upon the throne and be done with you." Etain met her gaze and held it firmly. "Then be done with it, and I'll have my freedom at last. It's been a long 126 years, Princess, and if I'm being honest now, I think I've earned it. So by all means, be done with me. And when the next schemer comes to claim you, the same way you are aiming for your father, I hope you regret not having me there at your side." He drummed his gauntlets along Parisef's blade. "You dally with treason, shade," says the princess, plotting to kill her emperor. Cicene was about to give him a stern lecture on the validity of forced abdication in Arctian royalty, when a noise of armour came crashing through the chambers. All discussion was thrown aside. Etain placed himself between the princess and the doorway, his sword balanced across his arm and ready to stab. "State your business," he yelled, making the soldier skid he stopped so hard. "A message for the Empress in waiting, sir." The man waggled a fine piece of parchment, littered with scrawl. "From whom?" Etain asked, snatching it away. "From Seric Boone." Cecine's hand stopped in mid-air as she reached for the message. Then she snatched it, half ripping it, and eagerly devoured every word. Then again, disbelieving it. "Out!" she screeched, sending the soldier sprinting. Etain waited until the papyrus was a crumpled ball in her hands. "Temsa?" he asked. "He has failed me," she said, in a voice so strangled by anger and, though she wouldn't admit it, worry, that it came out as a whisper. "Failed." "What does Boone want?" "To hold court," she shrieked. "He tells me the Serics will be gathering come midday. Tells me! He goes on to say ambassadors of the church would like to attend, as they have news. Not in 2 decades have they been allowed inside the piercer, and this dead bastard thinks he can change the rules." Her anger became a shrill cry, and she ripped the papyrus ball to shreds. "That eagle-legged fuck Temsa has ruined me. How could he fail me now?" Etain thumbed his wrinkled chin, waiting for the tantrum to end. "Weren't you going to kill Temsa anyway? Show the city you'd caught the big bad wolf?" "That's the point now, isn't it, you idiot shade? Now Boone can play hero all he wants. Why else summon the Cloud Court? He has stolen my plan." Etain had the sort of look that was normally followed by the words, "I told you so." Cecine cut him off before he had a chance to speak. "Don't you fucking dare!" She needed to pace. Then she needed to throw something across the room, preferably at Etain. A sealed sanctuary, Horrocks stealing the locksmith, the confounded flying machine. Cecine's problems had already mounted tenfold. Now that Temsa was possibly dead, and with Boone lording it over her, those problems had begun to tower over her. Cecine bared her teeth. "Fine! We forbid the rest of the Serics to enter the piercer. Special circumstances. Kill Boone there and then. I'll do it myself," she spat. "Boone will suspect that. He'll refuse. Then we send a messenger to Temsa's tavern. Perhaps he escaped. Fine. I'll send a runner. We ignore Boone. He'll just gather them elsewhere, and he'll say you're losing it. Denounce you. We have the word of the Emperor behind us, curse it! The piercer is in danger." "So, you'll hide like your father?" Cecine lashed out at him then, hurling a scroll into his face. Etain leaned casually to the side and let it smash against the shelves behind him. "No!" she yelled. "I refuse!" "Then you know what you need to do. Unless Pharazar comes out of that sanctuary to stop this, it's your blood against Boone's weight." Cecine scowled at the shade, stepping closer once more so she could stare at the vapours of his face and the vicious scar across his bald skull. They barely stirred. He kept his usual blank expression, one many decades practised. "You once belonged to the cult, Etain. I have never forgotten that, nor will I. You would not be serving their interests over mine, would you?" The shade actually managed to look offended, though his tone was dry. "No, Princess, I would not be. Not in the slightest. My best interests have always been for this family, whoever rules it. Last time I checked, that is not the cult." Was all Cecine had to say on the matter. Trust was not earned or built in Araxes, never mind the royal reaches of the Cloud-piercer. Trust was stamped out. Trust was a weakness, something for betrayal to work with, an open door for a thief. Confidence in oneself, coin and power, that was what was earned and built. Cecine shook herself, trying to forget her anxiety, and waved Etain ahead. "Go. Prepare the guards in the court. I want every Seric checked, every weapon confiscated, as much as a thick thread or a sharp ring, and you throw it out the nearest window. My house, my rules, she said, breathing hard. And fetch Rebene, so he may answer for his uselessness. As you wish, your worshipfulness. Another scroll chased him from the room. The moth-eaten curtain twitched as Nilith lifted its corner. Little had changed. Another phalanx of soldiers was tramping past. Its officers' voices were harsh against the hush of the streets. A handful of ghosts scurried before them, arms full of boxes and bundles. 2 beggars baked in the sun that poured down between the towers, their cracked lips muttering secrets with their eyes closed. The soldiers' heavy footsteps receded, and calm was restored. Though that was the wrong word. Calm implied peace, and there was nothing peaceful in this district. Just the marching of soldiers and a teeth-grinding, finger-tapping tension in the air. It was as if the sky had grown heavier, the air thicker. Nilith's heart hadn't stopped beating a quick march, though she'd done nothing but lie sprawled in an old shop since dawn. She let the curtain fall and rubbed the dust from her nose. Never seen this many soldiers on the streets. What? Hellas croaked. She had been half asleep in a pile of discarded cloaks. The soldiers. That's the 3rd patrol I've seen this morning. Something's happened. There was a rustle as Hellas changed position. Scrutinizers? Proctors? None so far. Any more red-robed ones? Cult? No, and don't remind me of them. These are the Emperor's soldiers, and what they're doing this far out, I have no idea. What? A glowing head poked out from behind a mess of papyrus packaging in the far corner. You even think of attracting attention, Pharazar? Nilith didn't have any threat to back it up, but she waggled her finger anyway. After all this time on the road, she'd run out of threats to throw at him. He mimed something foul. After almost 2 days of insults, both muttered and vocal, it seemed he had either accepted Nilith's plan or was biding his time. Nilith assumed the latter, just to be sure. She had already lost him once. Twice, especially here in the city, was not an option. She took a deep breath through her nose and immediately regretted it. The body in the other corner still reeked in the enclosed space. The old tailor's shop in which they were hiding had been abandoned some time ago, maybe left behind when profits moved elsewhere. They were still a day away from the core districts, and even though the buildings were growing steadily taller, there was a grime and tarnish here that would not have been tolerated in the inner districts. On the walls of the streets, graffiti jostled with soot and dubious stains. Hiding behind the newer stone pillars and between alleys, older buildings of wood and adobe hid. These too looked half-ruined, as if they were still in the sprawls, as if this had been a small hamlet once, a neighbour to a growing city. But Araxes had swallowed it up, crushed it, and moved on. It made Nilith sad, but somehow all the more determined. The city had not just one plague, but many, and they were all rooted in the profits of death. The silence grew into something uncomfortable, and again Nilith lifted the edge of the curtain. The window had been smashed a long time ago, but jagged shards still clung to the sill. She checked on Anoish, tethered in the shadow of the building. He was still there, arse in the sand and eyes closed. The city had not finished spooking him, but somehow he knew the importance of what Nilith was doing and persevered like the rest of them. One of the beggars had keeled over, and the other was looking at him hungrily. Keeping his hands down by his side, he began to scrape a length of wood on the wall, sharpening it to a point. Nilith shook her head. Peering right, let her glimpse Araxes' core, the tall crown of spires and pyramids that dwarfed the rest of the city, all gathered around the mighty piercer. Little smoke and dust obscured the sky today, and the blue between the buildings and cobwebs of high roads was purer than she remembered it. Nilith gazed up at the cloud piercer, shading her eyes from the sun's glare and feeling a crunch in her neck as she took in its height. She hadn't looked at it for some time, instead focusing on the ground and the tiresome job of keeping her feet moving across it. It was then she saw something glinting at the piercer's peak. Metal. She turned to Hellas. One eye stared back at her. The scrutinizer was taking her role of protector very seriously. Nilith beckoned, and slowly, with much grunting, Hellas extricated herself from the mouldy cloaks. "What is it?" she murmured. "Look at the piercer." Hellas took a moment to squint. "Armour. Something's wrong." Nilith squirmed in the dust, teeth clenched. "Deeply wrong." "The Empress in waiting? Has she cracked the sanctuary?" "I don't know." While Hellas kept watch, Nilith moved past her and laid a hand on the bundle beneath the window. There was a weak squawk, and Basalt reared his head from his nest of patchwork cloth. He blinked blearily. "How are you feeling?" "Like shit left out in the sun," said the falcon. "Your wound?" Basalt clacked his beak. "It's fine." "Let me look at it." Gingerly, Nilith reached past his razor beak and helped him extend and lift his wing. The dappled feathers of his underside, usually the colour of milk, were dark with dried blood. The wound in his side was now bereft of arrowhead, but still looked wet, but there was no pus. The only rot Nilith could smell was from Pharazar's stinking body. "Fucking sight, isn't it?" said Basalt. "Not the healthiest thing I've ever seen," Nilith said, grimacing. "But you'll live." "Of course I'll live!" Nilith templed her fingers, vapour against skin. "Take it you don't feel like flying around." "Oh, sure. I'll just do it one-winged." The falcon narrowed his dark eyes. "Something's happening in the core districts," she said. Basalt lifted his head. "What?" Nilith kept her voice to a whisper, lest Pharazar start yammering again. "No idea. Soldiers keep coming and going. Armours on the piercer." Basalt did not look that bothered. "I'm sure I'll find out soon," he said with a groan. "How so?" He fixed her with a serious look. "She'll summon me soon enough. You know that. Especially if she cracks the sanctuary. Your ruse will be up, and there'll be no lies I can tell her to convince her otherwise." Nilith had thought of it many times, when she was either creeping through the streets at night or holing up in tailor shops. What else was there to do but worry? And she had a great many of those stored up. "How does the summoning work? What can we do?" she asked. "Nothing. The bell is rung a certain amount of times. Clever fucking Nixites messed with the bond between a coin and a shade, worked the spell so it could drag a shade to it. Strange bound by name, strange bound by fucking nature." "I'm sorry you've had to have her as a master." "I will say one thing. She kept me busy when she remembered me. I did something of use for a change, instead of lurking on windowsills like a molester, or having to deal with seagulls. Those birds are all shitting mad, and not to be crass, Majesty, but I miss... you know." He bowed his head towards his breast. "Nobody's ever clasped their hands for the cock of a falcon. Ox, horse maybe. Shit, on most days you can't even see it." Perhaps it was that jester's glint in his eye, but Nilith didn't try very hard to stifle her laughter. "Let us hope she forgets you again, at least for a while." "And if not?" "If she summons you before this is done, I want you to give her a message for me. I may not get the chance." "And what is that?" "Tell her I'm sorry, but she will understand once I am done." Basalt was incredulous. "Really? Sorry for what exactly? Fuck all?" Nilith sighed. On this arsehole of a journey, I've come to realise that Cecine isn't my daughter. Flesh and blood, perhaps, but she is a daughter of Araxes, of the Tarlan Renala house, not mine or my father's name. I could have stood against it, fought as hard as I'm fighting now. But I didn't. I am sorry for failing her. My punishment was losing her, and her heart turning cold against me. I don't expect that to change after this is all done, but at least she will know the truth, not just Pharazar's lies. Tell her that. Basalt clacked his beak. Are you doing all this for her? No. I do this for everyone. In the corner, the ghost piped up. You do this for yourself, selfish cut. Nilith had let her whisper creep in volume. You shut your face, Pharazar. You are the reason Cecine is like she is. The ghost sneered. Nature over nurture, wife dearest, and in that you're half to blame. Face it, Nilith, you have spent so long clinging to the old crass princess that you did not notice you became an Arctian empress. Look at the lengths to which you've gone to get what you want, not unlike any other Tor or Tal or Seric or daughter in Araxes. Nilith turned back to Basalt, ignoring the Emperor's snide words, even though they sounded far too true for her liking. Will you tell Cecine that? Basalt narrowed his eyes. And what of our bargain? I will give you your death, Basalt, as promised. Then yes, I will tell her. The falcon clacked his beak. But know that I will not suffer any torture from her, if it comes to that. I owe her no allegiance. Thank you. Nilith bowed her head, understanding, but not able to ignore the motherly role of a protector. She got to her feet. We need to get moving. Now, Hellas whispered. There clearly isn't any time to waste. She looked down at Basalt. With whatever's going on, we shouldn't linger. Pharazar hadn't given up. What's going on? Nilith reached for the sword she had left in the corner, the one that had dropped from the sky, and swung it at him. Part of her wasn't entirely concerned where she aimed. Part of her wanted to cut him in half and be done with it, go back to Crass and the white-capped mountains. It was all she had wanted, in truth, and she ached for that day to come. Fortunately for the ghost, and for her, it slashed through the papyrus packaging and scratched a white line across his belly, but nothing more. He howled all the same, and she had to jab him again to keep him quiet. Careful, said a voice in her head, just a whisper, but Nilith knew it wasn't her conscience. She looked down at the sword, balancing its blade on her finger. She wiped some of the mist from its mottled blade with her thumb. You really think the middle of the day is the best time for smuggling him through the city? Hellas remarked over Pharazar's groaning. Before, she would have looked uncomfortable, still trying to shrug off her loyalty to the crown and code. But she had heard Pharazar's mouth, and Nilith's plans, and she had chosen her side. Nilith looked around at the collection of rags and torn clothing around them, then up at the wall where more rotted on spindles. Even the curtains were looking attractive. We gag him, bind him, bundle him up, bury him beneath a load of fabric and strap him to a noish. We're already in rags. We'll look like travelling traders and a trusty steed, Nilith said. She paused, going over the words she had spewed out without much thought. She nodded. They didn't sound half bad. Hellas shrugged. It might even cover up some of the smell. The Emperor was already up and examining the new groove in his vapours, still glowing white. He looked up as the two women advanced on him, mouldy cloaks held like shields. How dare you! A short while later, 2 humble traders plied the streets with a horse, heading north into the city's gleaming core. Shuffling and heads bowed, their eyes were sharp, looking up and down the quiet streets at every junction. Their wares were piled atop their steed, looking mouldy, bleached or ragged. In some cases, all 3. Had anyone looked closely, they might have seen the shape of a sword beneath one of the women's cloaks. Looking closer, they might have seen some of the piled cloths jiggle every now and again between the horses trotting. And if they had cocked an ear to the bundles, they might just have heard a muffled stream of cursing coming from somewhere within.
Chapter 16. Contempt of Court. Upon trying to track down the smiths who worked on Emperor Pharazar's sanctuary, you'll swiftly discover not a trace of them has been recorded since the sanctuary was completed. Pharazar most likely had them destroyed once they were done, shade and all. The vault smiths, the engineers, even the damn shades that carried the bricks. All disappeared. From a notebook written by Empress Nilith, found in 1001. It was all too similar. Disturbingly so. I'd expected more from the cult. Some gold trim, perhaps. Marble rather than bare, cold rock smeared in dirt. Even a few more candles would have been nice. In the end, their halls of binding were no different from Thames' sordid basements. It put a deeper chill in my vapours, and even the feeling of my half-coin under my grey robe did nothing to assuage my feeling of unease. The only reason I didn't look away was my desire to watch the binding. I'd never seen the accursed process this empire revolved around. I stood upon a bench behind a wall of scarlet cultists. They formed a line around a well of brick and wood in the floor. Judging by the inky tide marks on its sides, it looked shallow to me. The pipes that hung over its far edge dripped rather than flowed. Yaradine and Lyria stood before the Nyx well like the pillars of a blood-smeared doorway. On the earthen floor in front of them was the body of Boran Temza, still clad in all his finery. At the sisters' command, red-robed binders came forward to strip the body. They were swift, practical, and there was little respect for the man. I was glad for it. Let Temza be treated how he treated countless others. Hundreds. Thousands even. After his clothes and jewellery there came a clang as they put aside his golden foot, its metal still covered with blood. The naked corpse was dragged to the edge of the Nyx well and with a casual nod from the sisters, pushed into the black waters. There was a hiss as the body met the waters. The dark hall went silent as the binders and sisters waited. Half the crowd began to stamp their feet, unbidden by any order or timing, yet still in unison. The moments stretched. The rest of the cultists joined in until the seconds were deep, echoing beats that filled the caverns and made my vapours tremble. It was then that a blue hand burst from the oily surface of the Nyx well. The binders, wearing copper-core gloves, dragged him forth, bringing the ghost of Boran Temza back from that wailing cavern, his head firmly clenched under one arm. I was torn whether it would have been better leaving him there, to witness what he had contributed to, or to live as the half-life he had always despised. It was no choice of mine. I was just there to watch a punishment unfold. It delighted me, in all honesty, more so than sending Ketch to the void. Ketch may have been a murderer, but Temza had given him the knife. I was just jealous that many here had most likely been wronged by Temza, and that this ceremony was not only for me. I wanted this moment all to myself. I wanted to stand over him, greeting him to his half-life with a grin. It was comforting to see him retching and flailing as I had done. He stared around with glowing white eyes still dripping with black Nyx water. There must have been 50 shades and living in that hall, and despite standing behind half of them, those searing eyes found me amongst the crowd. And how they stared! I smiled down at him while Temza mouthed unformed words and made sounds akin to a drowning goat. Here was my justice. Here was my moment of glory. I raised my half-coin to him, dangling from my clenched fists, and let it catch the sparse light. He raised his spare hand to point at me, slumping on his side instead. His disembodied head pulled an animalistic face, and even though his voice wasn't formed yet, through sheer force of will and stubbornness, he yelled at me. You! All eyes followed Thames's pointing hand landing on me. I crossed my arms. Thames's gaze was broken as the binders dragged him into the shadows, and half the crowd filtered away with him, like spectators following the condemned to the gallows. I was left standing there like a rock at low tide, the sisters my only company. They both turned to me. Content, Caltro Basalt? Both your murderers have met their ends, and yet you don't seem pleased. Their knack for reading my mind prickled me. Somewhat. Lyria took a step towards me. We have given you what you wanted. You have, I admitted. Now we have proven ourselves. It is down to you, said Yaradin. Steel yourself, Caltro. We will all have justice soon. I nodded, feeling weight descend on my shoulders once again, as I had without my half-coin. Somehow I felt trapped again. Not by binding, but by promises to gods to the cult. Once again I found myself wishing Pointy was by my side, my surrogate conscience. I wondered what he would tell me now. I was already tumbling down a pit. I decided I might as well keep falling. I pasted a smile upon my face as I looked up, and nodded to the sisters. Lead the way. He had some nerve, this Boone, swaggering this way and that across the high road as if he had built it with his own hands, which I highly doubted. He walked with the enlightened sisters at the head of our column. I could see his jaw yapping, but the wind brought me no words. Lyria and Yaradin didn't appear to be in the most conversational of moods today. I could at least distract myself from Boone's pompousness by looking around. It was hard with the ranks of armoured ghosts around me, but I had never been on a high road before, and I was determined to make the most of it. Between the dead soldiers clad in either red or polished gold, the narrow road was edged with thick stone blocks. They rose and fell like a row of teeth, and between them I could look down into the streets or over the multitude of rooftops spread below us. Several other high roads brushed them or used them as columns, the rich literally treading on the heads of the poor to cross the streets. Below I saw how empty the thoroughfares were. I remembered being pressed and harried down there. Now I would have had to first find a crowd and then jump into it. Nobody besides soldiers or black-clad scrutinizers stood or moved in groups larger than a handful. Everybody hurried, the living most of all, what scant few there were amongst the smattering of ghosts. Any armoured carriages that plied the dusty flagstones moved at full gallop, daring anybody to get in their path. The towers above us seemed a little closer, but not by much. I was craning my neck to stare at them when I realized our high road had reached one. I heard Boone's call over the clanking of armour and the ruffle of the breeze. Serek Moref, a pleasure to see you well. What is all this about, Boone? Bellowed a rotund man so surrounded by spears and dark grey armour he looked like a fern. I was happier behind my walls, and you've brought an army with you, and the cult of Sesh, I see. It's a joyous day, Moref. You'll see shortly. With his neck fat jiggling over his necklaces of gold and silver, Moref made an effort to see past the guards and cultists. I met his eyes, but he didn't see me beneath my hood. Fine, but after you, Boone, he said. I know the etiquette, Serek. The cult and Boone's guards moved past the tower and onto the next high road. Moref's guards waited for us to pass before joining the parade to the piercer. They kept a good distance, however. The same happened at the next junction. A woman covered in a gown of peacock feathers remarked on the cult before waving Boone and Moref forwards to the piercer. I'd never seen the almighty tower so close before. The crown of Araxes. The spire to end all spires. It boggled the mind. It was so tall. Standing at its feet, staring up at the violently sloping walls, I became convinced it didn't have a top, and kept going into the heavens. It was true that you could build anything with an endless workforce of the dead, but the piercer had me wondering if the gods had a hand in its construction. It was pointless counting the windows or balconies. Far enough up they became specks that blurred into one. I could see the ages in the building, though, decades, centuries even, and the ambitions of all the kings and queens that had sat atop it were written into the tower in the colour and fineness of its stone. At its base, where a mighty pyramid gave the piercer stability, great arches reached up for our high road. One rose so high it swallowed it, and the thoroughfare disappeared inside. The flagstone courtyards below us would have been thriving on any other day, I imagined. Great statues of rulers and heroes stood in alcoves around its majestic walls, keeping guard. Here and there, where someone of history had fallen out of favour, their head was missing, leaving an alabaster stump. I would have entered that way, had I made my meeting with Etain and the Empress in waiting. Had Ketch not seen it worth a coin or two to murder me. I was now weeks late, but finally I was entering the cloud piercer, and meeting those who had called me here in the first place. After all I'd been through, I didn't know whether to curse them for summoning me or my greed for accepting. My eyes adjusted slowly from the bright sunlight to the gloom of a vast interior. A long hall greeted us along with phalanxes of royal guards, living and ghost alike. Their spears were lowered and a steel corridor escorted us inwards. Behind our welcomers were thick, square columns painted with glyphs and stick-legged figures acting out events old and forgotten. I tried to read their stories as we walked onwards. Whale oil lamps hung in clusters, where the drawings stopped. The boots of the soldiers and guards around us became a deafening rolling thunder. It felt as if we were marching to battle, not a court. Not that I had ever done such a thing, of course. I'm not a complete idiot. We came to a wide open circle where other long halls met us, and other sereks and guards waited around a vast column, reaching up into a marble and gold dome. Shafts of sunlight fell through great slits high up in the walls. Each serek looked as pompous as the next. The thief in me eyed their gold and silver baubles, nose rings and earrings, bracelets, necklaces, circlets, tiaras and diadems. The kaleidoscope silks and velvets reminded me of birds flaunting their feathers when challenged. My eyes found their guards next, and they were just another display of wealth and pride. The sea of armour sparkled silver, gold, copper and sapphire. Forests of spears belonged to ghost and living alike. Some were dressed with plumes or bristles, others wore animal heads covered in gold leaf. Mercenaries jostled with army veterans. There were darker-skinned folk from the deeper south and pale ones from my sort of climate. No doubt there were a few crass sellswords in that crowd of ghost, flesh, and metal. My countrymen and women are famed far and wide for our brawn and ability with a blade. A somewhat familiar ghost stood tall beside an abutment of stone that seemed to grow from the marble floor. A grizzled man with a punctured skull, heavily armoured in silver and steel. There was a dark feather etched into his breastplate. He had a rather large sword laid flat across a stone lectern. Royal guards stood 4 deep between us and the giant column, spears bristling. It was then I noticed doors set into it. Ghosts stood by to open them. "You know the rules, sereks," yelled the ghost at the lectern. "Trust me. Today they will be strongly enforced. Ah, Serek Boone." "Yes, Etain?" said Boone, not bothering to bow. Etain. Here he was. The Empress-in-Waiting's right-hand ghost. The man who had sent the invitation to my doorstep. He lifted his chin, staring down at the red-robed crowd around me with an emotion I couldn't fathom. In any case, it wasn't full of trust. Once again, I wasn't recognized. "You dare to ignore the Emperor's decree and bring the cult of Sesh into this royal house?" "I do it in the best interests of the Emperor. This is not the cult you think you remember, Etain. This is a church, one that has been greatly supportive and charitable in this time of tumult. You should know, after all. Were you not a member yourself once?" Etain held up his hand. This isn't your cloud court, Serek. A handful of the cult may attend, but they carry no weapons, understand? Etain. That is final. I saw Lyria and Yaradin lean closer together, sharing a whisper behind their hoods before they turned and chose their lucky few. I was brought forwards along with 4 ghosts escorting another in a grey robe that had been bundled and tied up. The figure was carried past me and onwards through the ranks of soldiers. Danib came too, armoured as always, though not before leaving his great sword with his fellow cultists. I was glad I hadn't crossed his path until now. Not up close, anyway. I wondered if he was still sore from me impaling him. As for the rest of you, Etain continued, no house guards, no weapons, no arguments. But the Sereks did argue, and at length as each approached the soldiers and waiting ghosts. They stood as far apart from each other as possible, trading wary looks in between bickering about etiquette. They were stripped of anything remotely sharp, despite barely allowing the ghosts' hands to come near them. After a lengthy process, the doors were pulled aside and platforms with gold railings were revealed. They were expansive and had copper thread ropes at each corner. They sat in tall shafts slightly wider than themselves. In groups of 20 or 30, the Sereks and their unarmed retinues entered. The concertina doors were shut behind them, but not before I saw the platform lift up. Ropes whispered, and I wondered at how many ghosts must be stationed below or above working the great contraptions. It took some time for the lift to reach the top of the tower and descend again. The sisters, Boone, their ghosts, and I were shown to one of our own, where royal guards promptly followed us in. They stood around us in a square, swords half drawn and ready, eyes narrow and glowing through their helms. I heard the low growl of Danib standing behind me. It sounded like it was for me. Lyria and Yaradin stayed silent through the journey, watching the ghosts about them with mild interest. Boone cycled through a variety of pretentious postures and rehearsed words in quiet mutters. I tried to count the levels as we rose up. I lost count around 70-something. The progress was smooth, if a little slow. Finally, we reached the upper reaches of the piercer and I found myself feeling odd. My vapours seemed ever so slightly lighter, less dense. I was preoccupied with it until the doors were wrenched open again, and we stepped out into a corridor of marble and silver etching. If I'd thought the previous rooms opulent, I was sorely mistaken. Although darker than I had expected, the peak of the piercer was practically all marble and precious metals. Any plain sandstone that dared show its face was polished or painted or studded with gems. Peeking down adjoining corridors showed me windows covered with metal sheets and rows of archers staring patiently through bright slits. Watching for Horrocks, no doubt. I wondered where the old bag was and whether she had survived the cult. The sisters had said nothing on the matter since the day I'd reclaimed my half-coin. The corridor led us to a mighty hall with a colossal sloping ceiling of glass. Metal slats covered a good portion, but they looked makeshift, and light still flooded in. It made the stone glow yellow and the Serek's jewels and silks sparkle. They sat high above the great stretch of polished floor, in tall back chairs, on 3 tiers backed by stained glass windows. 4 columns interrupted the huge space, holding the roof high above us. The towers of minor nobles could have fitted into that space with room to spare. The cloud court rustled with stilted conversation. A hush fell as our entourage was led to the space between the columns. From there, the Sereks stared down at us, equal parts curious and fearful. Many pointed at the giant ghost behind me. The last time the cult were in the piercer, an emperor had died. No wonder they were all so bloody tense. I waited with folded arms, not liking the scrutiny but thankful for my hooded robe. I could see myself starting to like this garb, and wondered why I'd always favoured coats instead of cloaks. I huffed, uncomfortable at how easy it was to forget the dead god's words, and remember I was here to stop the cult. I wouldn't go so far as to use like or trust in a sentence involving the cult, but it certainly wasn't hatred I felt towards them, or fear. I wondered if this was the moment I was supposed to stop. There were 10 of the cult, however. Only 10, and none looked like the strange ranks. There was only me. Surely not even Danib was fit to take on all of them and enact some sort of flood. The royal guards still surrounded us. They had multiplied in number and faced us with a ring of sharp spears. I was more prisoner than guest. But that was how Araxes worked. On the opposite side of the court from which we had entered, I saw a glittering entourage of royalty and soldiers approaching. Etain was at their head, his sword balanced by his side. Behind him, at the centre of the heavily armed group, dressed in pure white silk and with a crest of swan feathers and gold filigree, came Cécine Talir-Renala, the 37th. My would-have-been employer. She was strikingly alluring, with the carved features of a royal lion and a skin a shade darker than most of Araxes' citizens. Her face wore a practised look of disdain. Her lips had been painted a bold turquoise, and black paint underlined her golden eyes. Though her gaze roamed the tiers of Syrax, it kept returning to Boone and the rest of us. Each time, disdain briefly turned to hatred. With practiced maneuvers, the soldiers fanned out to emerge with the royal guards, and expanded the circle to a ring around the nearest column. Cécine came to a halt 20 paces away with soldiers crouched at her feet, spears raised and ready. Etain stood by her side and rested the point of his sword on the floor. The metal chimed in the silence, emitting a faint grey mist. I was immediately drawn to the blade. Another man was ushered forwards to stand with them. He wore formal black and grey attire, with official-looking medals pinned to his breast and intricate tattoos spread across his neck and hands. He was sweating profusely from his receded hairline. He stood to one side and waited with clasped hands. "Speak," said Cécine in a clear yet taut voice. She stared straight at Boone. The Syrax stepped ahead of the sisters and bowed deeply. "I see your patience is short, Your Majesty." "I do not take kindly to being summoned, Syrax Boone. You have called this court together. I have done you the favour of indulging you. Speak, and tell us all what is so important. I will decide what I do and do not have the patience for." Boone turned to his fellow Syrax, arms wide and palms open. I saw the dark blue scabs of burning on them, still etched in vapour. "I am delighted, first of all, to see you able to gather here once again. These have been dire weeks for Araxes. We have lost many Taurs and Tals to this brutal and unknown threat. But I am even more delighted to tell you that the time of fear is finally over." The Syrax waited for the murmurs to spread and for the suspense to build. I rolled my eyes. Showmen were just that. For show. "Our Empress-in-Waiting and glorious Emperor Pharazar, in their wisdom, have allowed the Chamber of the Code to work with the Church of Sesh in order to make our city safer than before. Chamberlain Rebene here," said Boone, pointing to the nervous man busy sweating a puddle on the marble. "Yes, Syrax," he said, fidgeting with his hands. "He and his scrutinizers have been fighting a losing battle for centuries. We're all aware of that. It is what gave rise to such danger in the first instance." Rebene somehow managed to look personally responsible. Boone continued. "But with the Church's help, we have managed to put an end to this campaign of violence. Last evening, my tower became the target of the infamous murderer that has brought havoc to this city. Who should come to my aid in my hour of need but the Church of Sesh? They managed to succeed where all others had failed, and were personally responsible for catching and punishing this murderer. This man responsible for every butchered Taur, Tal, magistrate, and Syrax over the past weeks." The bundle of robes was thrust forwards at the same time as the cords on it were loosed. It slumped to a heap, wriggling awkwardly. I heard a muffled voice from within. Boone dragged the wrappings back and a blue glow poured across the stone, turning slightly green in the sunlight. "I present to the Cloud Court Tor Boran Temza." I had seen few sights as pitiful as this one, and yet I still found it hard to feel sorry for the man. Curled over a missing leg and his own severed head, the naked ghost of Boran Temza slouched on the floor. A stump of a neck remained where Annie had beheaded him. Gone was the eagle claw of gold and copper. A scarred and twisted thigh remained, now drawn in faint cyan vapour instead of flesh. The mumbling was coming from Temza as he struggled to make his fingers grab his own goggle-eyed head. I saw its lips twitch on every other word. He was a fresh shade, and barely functional yet. I knew that feeling too well. I met Temza's white eyes as he manhandled his head under his arm. It might have been separate from his body, but the mind in that skull was still sharp and clearly boiling with rage. He looked half mad. I tried to gauge Cecine's reaction. All I saw was a swallow in her slender throat. Her eyes remained unblinking, her regal pose uninterrupted. There was a slight tremble in the great crest of feathers if I looked closely. The Empress-in-waiting stepped forwards, her guard shifting with her. She looked down at the glowing figure before her, and the disdain deepened. "This is the man?" she asked. I knew full well she was sure it was. Temza mouthed something, but it was lost in the sorceress of conversation between the Sereks. Boone bowed again. "The very same. A soulstealer, murderer, blackmailer, forger and thief. He was behind the deaths of Askew, Yera, Merlek, Canos, Irma, Busk, Keu Nebra, Gore, Finel, and countless others. The man was betrayed at the end by one of his mercenaries. Hence," Boone gestured at the head in the crook of Temza's elbow. It looked like it didn't want to stay in place. "Justice has been served," replied Cecine, half the volume gone from her voice. "That it has, Majesty." I saw Boone's wink as he held out a half-coin for all to witness. "And as such we present to you a gift to mark the occasion." A soldier took it for him and passed it to Attain. The Empress-in-waiting sighed as she grabbed it, turning it over and over in her hands. Her reply took some time to come. "I recognize and acknowledge the Chamber for its work in bringing this man to justice. The Emperor will be pleased." "Will that be all?" Cecine asked. Nearby, Rebene wiped sweat from his forehead. Boone deflated a little, clearly feeling his moment had been trodden on. "Perhaps it would be proper to recognize the Church for what they have done, Highness." Many murmurs of agreement came from high above. Cecine met them with a scowl. "A small effort, really, to repay the debt that Cult owes to this city," she said. "You're lucky I even tolerate your presence in this building, sisters." Lyria and Yaradine both stepped forwards, flanking Boone. "We admit the mistakes of our predecessors, Your Highness, and beg forgiveness for them. We seek nothing more than to heal this city," said Lyria. Yaradine chirped up. "More than simply bringing one murderer to his knees. To that end, the Church of Sesh offers another gift to the Empress-in-waiting." I had been too busy staring at Temza and had almost zoned out when cold and vaporous hands ushered me forwards. Me. Boone looked befuddled. "We do?" Cecine's golden gaze turned on me and I endured the full weight of her anger. I noticed other looks too, from the Sereks above, from every soldier around us. Even this Chamberlain fellow stared. Attain watched me with narrowed eyes. It was an unusual and altogether disturbing feeling for a thief. "Another gift, Boone?" asked the Empress-in-waiting. It appears so, Your Highness." The Serek was looking questioningly at the sisters. They ignored him and spoke anyway. "A man waylaid by Temza several weeks ago after stepping off a ship from Crass. A man of great importance to you, we understand," said Yaradine. Cecine examined me, from my shining neck wound to my simple grey robe. No doubt the ample belly that hid behind it. I pulled back my hood to bare my face. If they wanted to look, then fine. They could look. Let them stare at the greatest locksmith in the Reaches. I said this over and over in my mind as I felt the weight of all the attention. I remembered it being a hot, prickly feeling in life. In death it was just as prickly, but colder. "Out!" shrieked Cecine. Silence and inaction answered her. "I said get out! All of you! Every Serek! Every soldier!" The soldiers began to file from the hall in lines. In the tiers above, others forcefully ushered the Serics from their seats and benches. There was a fair amount of grumbling and shouts, but it was hard to argue with a wall of spears, no matter how powerful your name was. "You stay," Cecine said to me and the members of the cult by my side. Her guards crept closer and I stared down at a spear blade banded with copper wiggling near my throat. The sisters didn't move. Only Boone protested, but Cecine ignored him. I saw in her then a dark bitterness that I had seen in Horrocks, perhaps even Temsa. There was a cold calculation behind those piercing eyes. I could only imagine what manner of employer she would have been. Perhaps my throat was always destined for a knife in this city. Perhaps everybody's was. Eventually, the longer they stayed in Araxes, if it wasn't one of steel, it was one of betrayal and rancor. One that cut the soul instead of the flesh. When the Serics had filed from the hall and unseen doors had been locked, Cecine waltzed up and down her line of remaining soldiers. Ghosts, every single one of them, glowing through gold hems. 30 still stood around her and Etain and his smoking blade. I doubted I could even lift his sword, never mind swing it with any accuracy. He was still looking at me. "It's some game you're playing, Boone. Giving me the locksmith, for dead God's sake. What do you hope to achieve from this?" "It was not. He flashed a fierce look to Lyria, then Yaradine. They still only had eyes for the Empress in waiting. Lyria stepped forwards, bringing her throat barely an inch from Cecine's row of spears. She clasped her hands at her waist. "Seric Boone is a member of our church, Your Highness, but he is not a leader of it. We are, and as such we lead in the direction of peace, unity, and prosperity. Ambition is a dangerous thing in this city, as I am sure you are aware, but it can also be powerful, altering, dangerous. We've watched enough emperors and empresses of Araxes sit on the throne, and we know who displays the right kind of ambition. We see it in you, Your Majesty. You are one who does not hide herself away, but stands here facing your problems. Allow us to remove one more for you." The blade sprang from her sleeve, just above her wrist. It was barely the length of a writing reed and double the width, made of a burnished copper. With a darting strike, it pierced Boone's blue cheek and kept going until it exited through his ear, causing him to convulse. With a screech and a crackle of white light, his vapours lost themselves. He trickled away, fading in the sunlight. His rich silks and ornaments fell to the floor, ownerless. The guards closed up without a word uttered, shield meeting shield with a succession of confrontational bangs, spears forcing the sisters back. I realized my mouth was hanging agape and promptly shut it. Lyria allowed 2 of the guards to wrench the spring blade from her wrist and force her to her knees. Danib grunted, but the sister held up a hand. "Boone was of the dangerous kind, Your Highness," she said incredibly calmly. I would have been needing to piss had I been alive. "He wanted the throne for himself. He thought we could promise it to him. Instead, we put our faith in somebody else. You, Highness. A better heir to the throne than Boone would have ever made. Or your mother, wherever she may be. The cult of Sesh wants you to be remembered for 1,000 years. To make Araxes and the Ark the greatest kingdom in the Reaches. An empire in its own right." Cecine weighed every word. I could see it in her eyes. The silence was long and awkward, weighed with danger. The sisters had played a gamble, leaving themselves completely at the mercy of the Empress in waiting, and she looked far from the merciful sort. She could have clicked her fingers and had us all put to death. Except me, that is. And that took some of the chill out of the situation. It appeared we shared the same conclusion, Cecine and I. Slaying the sisters now would be like cutting the head off a snake that had 99 more heads. It would also be costly taking Danib down. I'd seen her eyes creeping to the big ghost more than once, just like Etain's. "Why?" It was all Cecine said, in a tone colder and flatter than a slab of marble. Yaradine answered, "The city is sick. We need a ruler who can heal it. Boone would never have been that. You might. Might. With our help. And that is why we offer you Caltro Basalt. I didn't like the sound of myself as something to be offered up, like a morsel of meat or cheese on a platter. I decided I wanted to say in all of this. I would have come sooner, but a certain somebody delayed me. At my feet, Thames had just made an empty sound. The cult were kind enough to free me from Widow Horrocks and bring me here. Cecine was looking at me as if I had laid a turd on her marble floor. "And you just give him up?" she snapped. "Him? The locksmith everybody has been fighting over?" I raised a hand, though I liked the compliment. I came here of my own free..." Lyria cut across me. "Yes." "We would," affirmed Yaradine. "And what of this Tal Horrocks?" "Dead," Lyria responded quickly. "The last we saw of her, her flying machine was crashing into the desert aflame." "You are either idiots, liars," Cecine paused, apparently hating her next words, "or telling the truth." I heard Etain mutter something, but the princess shushed him. Lyria spread her arms. "Despite the code, the city and the court are not likely to accept a shade as emperor. Your mother is gone. Your father inept. Who else is there?" A far-off shout answered her. It was barely discernible, more a noise than words, but it was loud enough to make every soul present look about. "Etain," Cecine began. More shouts now from the corridors behind us. I heard a multitude of boots sprinting across stone, metal clangs sounded, orders began to beat out the pace of the activity. I heard a distant, "Loose," come once, followed by the applause of loosed bowstrings. A great thud of a ballista, too. Royal guards began to flood into the court chamber once again. I saw Serix gathered outside in the corridor, flapping their hands and silken sleeves, raucous in their complaints. Cecine stayed where she was, though she let Etain step close to her, sword held like a spear. "It's her, Majesty!" bellowed a heavily armoured ghost amongst Cecine's guards. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow passed across the hall. I barely had time to look up at the sky before the Vengeance came into view, her envelope bristling with arrows and out of control. The sound of her hull colliding with the glass was ear-splitting, a deep boom that would have shamed a thunderstorm, combined with a rending shatter. As diamond shards of glass rained down, the flying machine kept going, her momentum driving her past the columns and into the Serix seats. Chairs flew apart in splinters. Marble broke and fell in wagon-sized chunks. I clapped my hands to my ears as the Vengeance collided with one of the great pillars with an almighty crack. Reeling, the craft came spinning towards us. Her envelope was in tatters now, encrusted with glass shards and leaking something that made the air ripple behind it. Even in that moment of panic, even as I sprinted out of the way, I caught a glimpse of her through the shattered glass window. Horrocks, clinging on for dear life in the cockpit of her great creation, a mask of blood and madness on her face. Her grin was terrifying. With another deafening bang, the Vengeance met the marble, crushing several royal guard to bent steel and crimson paste. One man practically exploded out of his armour. Sparks flew, and just as the craft was beginning to slow, fire bloomed over our heads. It was inexplicable. One moment the blue sky was full of shattered glass and dust, the next a yellow firestorm billowed into the upper reaches of the hall. The remaining windows exploded with the burst of heat. Whatever was made of wood caught light immediately. The envelope of the Vengeance fell in smoking tatters alongside shards and cinders. As quickly as it had bloomed, the firestorm sputtered out, leaving smoke and dust to descend. I'd found my place on the floor, curled up in a ball several feet away from where the crumpled nose of the airship had come to rest. A wall was propping up my right shoulder. Abhorred by my almost crushing, I sprang up and stumbled over the rubble to be clear of the infernal machine. I wasn't the only one whose head whirled. Royal guards tottered this way and that, picked up lost pieces of armour and broken spears, their turquoise cloaks painted white in the dust. Several bodies lay in pools of blood, impaled by enormous glass shards. A few guards were trying to form up into lines, but were too busy falling against each other. Even the soldiers pouring out of the Vengeance staggered this way and that. Soldiers. What few had escaped the guards' blades or death in the crash now set about painting the marble with more blood. Horrocks screeched over the tumult, bleating something about time and how it was nigh. I kept out of sight of the old witch, hunkering down behind a chunk of marble. Lyria and Yaradine were standing firm with Danib in the centre of the hall. The big shade had found a sword and half a spear, and was twirling them both. In a few very short moments, the hall descended into a madness of which I'd never seen the like. I didn't know where to look, whether to move or stay still, whether to holler for help or huddle down further and wait. "Sissine!" shrieked the old widow. The Empress-in-waiting was standing behind a phalanx of guards near the back of the hall. There was blood on her brow and smeared across her white silk gown, and half her swan feathers had been torn away. There was a black gash across one cheek. "Widow Horrocks!" she yelled. The fighting found a lull as lines were drawn. Sissine on one side, Horrocks on the other, the cult in the middle. And me, somehow stuck in between all of them. Wonderful, I sighed. Just wonderful. Chapter 17. The Sanctuary. Took a woman aboard yesterday. Aging, grey of hair. Had an ex-soldier or three with her. Wise, considering she's bound for Araxes. One a big chap by the name of Kalim or Khalid. Strange thing was, she wanted to be on the ship before anyone else, and get off after everybody had disembarked. That went for my sailors too. Maybe some strange tradition these Arctians have. But fuck, they paid me enough. I was happy to oblige. From a letter to the wife of Irin Svisgar, Skull Captain, written in the year 986. How I ended up in Horrocks' arms was my own fault. Haunting had sprung to mind easily enough, but I'd forgotten about the copper lining the breastplate of the nearby soldier. He'd been too busy menacing an enemy with his spear to notice me running at him. Across the smashed and smoking cloud court, a muted thud and fizz could be heard as I bounced off him and landed in the rubble. Very dignified indeed. I hadn't been trying to flee, simply to hide until all the blood had been spilled and somebody needed me to open a door. Or I could slip out unnoticed. I was still deciding. All eyes were on me as the soldier scooped me up in a stranglehold and dragged me to Horrocks. There was copper in his armour, all right. It was sizzling against my shoulders enough to make me wriggle. "Ha!" Horrocks barked. Her throat sounded as if she'd swallowed a bag of nails. "The locksmith is mine." "You're supposed to be dead, Tal Horrocks," Sissine yelled, visibly trembling with rage. She levelled a finger at the sisters in accusation. I could see in Sissine's face she had expected this day to go a completely different way. As had I. The old bat had done it again. She refused to die. I was almost impressed. Horrocks smiled wickedly at the sisters. If I wasn't mistaken, there was a scowl on their faces. Temza wriggled in the grasp of one of their shades, his head still under one arm, blinking owlishly. Horrocks saw him and smirked with contempt. "The cult tried their best, my dear Sissine, but they made the mistake of not finishing the job. That is not the first time that has occurred." "How dare you?" It took a moment for the princess to compose herself. Etain was trying to whisper in her ear again, seeming urgent now, but she swatted him away. "You will address me as Empress-in-waiting or your highness. Who do you think you are?" "Ah," Horrocks sighed, looking about the ruins she had made of the court. She swaggered this way and that, taking in every inch of broken marble and crushed glass. She raised her hands to the shattered roof. "Many years have I waited to stand in this hall again. Many years it has been, and not much has changed. There was blood on the floor last time I was here, too." There was a fiendish glimmer in the widow's eyes, as if she were a witch seeing a curse take hold. I saw the sisters exchange disturbed glances. "Who are you, curse it?" Sissine yelled again, red-faced and blood a-boil. It seems she and I were the only ones who hadn't figured it out yet. Horrocks played offended, though I could see the grin hiding beneath. She shook her head, standing as tall as her crooked frame allowed. I'm disappointed, Cicine. You should listen to Etain. Why don't you recognize your own grandmother? Shame on you. It's only been, what, some 20 years? Cicine's shaking stopped. Etain ceased his pawing, rolling his eyes. The sisters raised their chins. My mouth fell open a fraction, maybe two, and struggled to rise back up. The old bat used to be an empress. The depth of her patience was highly impressive in a dark and insidious way. The smoking ruins of Cicine's cloud court took on a profounder meaning. The widow's torn black skirts, wet with blood, dragged across the rubble as she swaggered forwards, painting ugly random smears behind her. She took 6 paces and stamped her foot. Here, Horrocks roared. Here is where your father, my fuckwit of a son, decided to make his name. Butchered my husband Milazan in front of his throne, with the cult looking on, all agape and useless. A fair claim, if not a necessary one. Milazan was losing his mind to the ideals of Sesh. She spat the name like a grapeseed. But the male Talin Renalas have always been lacking in the department of the mind, and my own son Farazar saw fit to banish me, didn't he? To the very edges of the far reaches, where sand is a thing of dream and ice dominates all. He banished me. The very mother who raised him on her own teat instead of some wheedling wet nurse. I should have struck my son over the head and let his body crumple over his father's, and dragged them both to the Grand Nixwell myself. He was a snivelling brat then, and as an emperor waging war from his tower, he's no different. My son hides even now, does he not? Even though he must have sensed my arrival in his precious sanctuary. You ask who I am, granddaughter. You, who would follow in his footsteps. Horrocks curled her lip. I have watched you for years. You are undeserving. You are unworthy. You are a snivelling quim if ever I saw one. I fought not to whistle. I felt the sting in that, and I had been a bystander. A non-consenting one, but still. The room bristled. Cicine began to shake again, her shock overcome by rage. Horrocks beat her chest. I am Hirana Ashranala, widow of Emperor Milazan Taliranala the 15th, and I have come to claim what is rightfully mine, she yelled. I preferred Horrocks, it was less of a mouthful. To Cicine's credit, she didn't let her grandmother steal the light for long. She waded through the rubble arms wide and fists clenched. Your time is long past, old hag. My father no doubt saw the wickedness in you and decided to save the kingdom from it. It is my time to rule, my birthright, my future, not yours. Horrocks, Hirana, was laughing. I saw a new side of this woman, no longer the widow I had known. It was as if I had always known her in shadow and she had just stepped into a sunbeam. It didn't make her glow or gleam, but highlighted just how deep the crags and scars were. I'd fought for my freedom for barely a month. Here was a woman who had fought for 20 years to stand here and have her day in the sun. Is that so? She asked. Before I knew it, she was marching back to me. Hirana pawed at my half-coin with her talon-like fingers, managing to pry it away from me despite my avid struggling and foul-mouthed protests. She held it up for all to see, dangling on its broken chain. I could have murdered her right there and then, just for how fleeting she had made my freedom. She took my coin as I had taken it from her. The soldier held me tight, even waggling a knife in my face. I own the locksmith now, Hirana shouted. Fuck it. I shot a desperate look to the sisters, Cicine, even Danib, but none of them moved a muscle, until enlightened Sister Lyria held up a blue hand. Calm, Empress Hirana. Calm? This is no time for calm. Hirana put her arm around me, and the knife to my already savage neck. I'll kill him, and neither of us will have the throne, she threatened. Then how will you open the sanctuary, grandmother? Cecine said, with all the spite in the world. Hirana pouted, veins in her crinkled old forehead throbbing as she thought. She stared about, counting, weighing, listening to the sounds of reinforcements gradually stacking up beyond the doors. "A temporary truce, then," she suggested, words as bitter as dirt. "When he is of no importance any more, then we can decide." Charming, I thought, at the coldness of that statement. Any more had such a sharp and murderous ring to it. I'd been so keen to tackle the sanctuary. I hadn't considered my worth and freedom after I had cracked it. Or if I couldn't. All I had was a thin promise from the sisters, and after their ploy it had just gotten thinner. I wanted to gulp. Etain leaned into Cecine's ear while Yarodine and Lyria shared a long and silent stare with each other. Hirana soon ran out of patience. "I'm waiting. Or shall we decide here and now, with swords and spears?" At her words, Hirana's remaining soldiers banged their spears on the ground in perfect unison. I always found it surprising that when a soldier was faced with a very slim chance of surviving, often they wouldn't cower but instead rise up and embrace the berserker. I'd seen it with drunks, half beaten to a pulp in an alley, or in taverns when a pickpocket is caught and chased. Extraordinary things will happen at extraordinary times, and the day you die is far from ordinary, even if it's the second time you're dying. Cecine took some time replying. I could almost see the hatred and anger fighting to burst from her, but to her credit, she restrained herself. "Truce," she hissed, looking to the cult. "Truce," chimed the sisters. Beside them Danib threw down his half a spear. "Though we stand with the Empress in waiting." Without another word, the three sides knitted together into tight bundles of steel and sharp edges. Like dancers with plague, they circled around each other, remaining as far apart as possible, until they had reached the doors. Cecine went first, still too untrusting of the cult ghosts to have them walk anywhere near her, especially now they had picked up discarded blades. Then came Hirana and then the cult. With open mouths, the Royal Guard reinforcements watched the strange procession of enemies filter out of the door, one by one. I would have shared their amazement if I didn't still have a knife to my throat. Cecine ordered the guards back down the hallway as per Hirana's threats. Etain shoved those too confused to remember where their legs were. The Empress in waiting was still in charge, at least for now. Every now and again, a spear would touch and everybody would freeze, swapping wary glances. The tension was unbearable. Flesh and vapour prickled under armour. Like dueling crabs, we edged along the corridors and up several floors into the peak of the cloud piercer. "You thought you could escape me and leave me for dead, didn't you, Caltro?" Hirana whispered in my ear. "Tough luck." I had no fear of or respect for her by this point, and therefore cheek was all that remained. I remembered how much she enjoyed it. "And you thought you could fly in here and take the throne with no trouble, Horrocks? How's that going?" Her blade nicked my throat and pain shot across my shoulders. "Guess you'd better open the sanctuary and find out." When I could, I looked to the cult's glowing red-robed formation. I always found at least one of the sisters meeting my eye. They were blank as virgin papyrus, but they seemed to beg trust. I begrudgingly, or rather hopefully, gave it to them. It took an age for the standoff to extricate itself from the crowds of royal guards and climb the stairwells to the uppermost levels of the cloud piercer. At long last, we came to a long, empty corridor that held the sanctuary at its end. With an intoxicating mixture of excitement and trepidation running through me, I stared at the large, ornate wooden door set deep into the sandstone, and itched to know what lay beyond. So confident was Farazar in the vault's construction that he had just a handful of guards to watch his sanctuary. 4 soldiers in full battle armour, bright gold and turquoise, stood before it. They looked somewhat perturbed to find such a varied horde gathered at their post. Their spears were low and pointed at us, and I had to credit the soldiers for how steady they held them. My practiced eyes were already looking for keyholes amidst the lacquered wood, copper and gold filigree, but I found only handles instead. It was purely ceremonial. I stared at its foreign carvings, wondering Who was special enough to be emblazoned on the Emperor's door? "Move," ordered Cecine. The tallest of the Emperor's soldiers spoke up, voice cracking. They had seen the size of Danib, blocking out most of the sunlight in the grand hallway. "We cannot move for any order but the Emperor's," he proclaimed. "I am the Empress in waiting." "We cannot move," the soldier repeated, evidently wishing he could. "Allow us," said Lyria. Danib stretched his arms to a grinding of steel plates. "No, Attain," Cecine said, and with a sigh her house shade raised his sword. "Unavoidable, chaps," he told them as he closed the gap between us and the Royal Guard. "Stay back," the soldier yelled as the ghost started to weave his giant sword in sweeping arcs. The blade looked vaguely familiar, a mix of grey steel and obsidian, and with silver on its handle. The sword must have been 5 feet long, but Attain made it look as weightless as a breadstick. Mist emanated from the blade, curling around the crossguards and over Attain's gauntlet, mixing with his vapours. Attain was as spry as he was merciless. The first soldier came at him, shield up and spear flat, jabbing rapidly. Attain lunged beneath the spear thrust and brought his sword up under the shield, cutting the legs from beneath the man. He fell with a scream, painting the white marble with blood. The next soldier leapt high, hoping to skewer Attain, but the ghost sidestepped and swung the blade behind him as the woman passed, slashing through her armoured neck. The third guard had his spear halved again, and the giant sword driven through his shield as if it were papyrus. When only the fourth remained, he took a different approach, laying his shield and spear down and prostrating himself on the marble. Attain tutted. "No honour." The huge sword came down, a thunderbolt of dark steel, and impaled the man where he lay. The sword bit into the marble with disturbing and somewhat familiar ease. Wrenching it free, the ghost turned back to us, gave Danib a wry look, and sauntered back to Cecine's side. "After you, then, grandmother." Cecine pointed to the door. "Unlikely. I know your kind snake. I birthed the reptile that spawned you. You open it. Have Caltro go in." I spoke up. "Not to dampen anybody's enthusiasm, but I will need tools." A cloth pouch was produced from within the cult's group and passed forwards. I was released to go and seize it, and I walked silently alone, 3 phalanxes of spears and shields surrounding me. The largest challenge of my life or death was in front of me, and my chances of walking away were nil. I felt a sinking feeling, one that I hadn't felt since seeing the Earl's son run through by a guard's sword. It was the sense of failure, and I hadn't even seen the Emperor's vault yet. I took the pouch, pausing. I knew, even without opening it, the weight was as familiar as a handshake. My tools? Danib was kind enough to retrieve them from Thames's tower, Caltro, said Lyria softly, making the nearby brute grunt begrudgingly. I thought they had been lost for good. "Get on with it," yelled the widow. My eyes returned to the door as 2 soldiers kicked it open. Its 2 halves opened with a sonorous groan, revealing a small antechamber, a solitary bench, and a gold and copper display of intricacy and design that I had never seen the like of. I've knelt before countless doors and vaults. Keyholes, latches, bolts, levers, and dials in their thousands have been broken by my fingers. There was not a design I had not studied or leafed over. In the far reaches, there wasn't a method of keeping me out, besides a brick wall, and no door at all. My tools were my sword and shield. Time and somebody else's ingeniousness, and yet gazing at Farazar's sanctuary, what little I had left of a heart sank. It was the grandest lock I had ever laid eyes on. Just roaming over its curves and patterns made me feel like a fresh pick. Gold light spilled from plated sconces set into the plain marble above the sanctuary door, setting aglow scenes of battles and hordes of subjects prostrate before pyramids. Desert flowers unfurled across its face, wrapping around a seal of a spiked crown and a half-coin. 5 holes were spread across the vault's centre in a circle, surrounded by jewels and more gold filigree. Between their points shone a fist of amber diamond. Already, my thief's mind was going to work. My keen eyes picked out thin seams for tiny openings, likely for passing things through the door. The hinges were buried deep behind the stone and metal, both of which I judged to be at least a yard thick. Nothing had been bolted or screwed, but cast and welded with fire. There were no plates to pry free, no boxes of mechanical workings to break open. I raced over old memories of every vault I'd ever broken. There were many, but few as worrisome as this. "Well," said a voice. It took me a moment to realize it was Cecine's. I felt the warm prickle of eyes again. "Hurry up, locksmith." A murmur of agreement came from Hirana. Lyria and Yaradine stayed silent and impassive. I walked into the antechamber to the sound of armoured feet shuffling and deep breaths being taken. Stepping around the bench, I found a large number of scrolls on the marble floor, still sealed with wax and starting to pile up. I thought of the Emperor himself lurking behind this door. I imagined him with an ear to the metal, listening to his would-be assassins clamouring for his life. No doubt he was smug and secure in the knowledge that his sanctuary couldn't be broken. The image steeled me. I adored proving others wrong, especially the man who had locked himself up so tightly it needed me to pry him free. Me, the best locksmith in the far reaches. Evelyn Everas could go fuck herself. I flicked open the lip of the pouch, trying to block out all the eyes peering at me, all the bated breaths, all the desire and pressure piling up at the entrance behind me. This wasn't about them, nor Araxes, nor the Reachers. This was about me and a door. It always had been, and it was now. The gold lantern light dimmed at the edges of my vision. Sounds heightened. I heard every sniff and impatient shuffle. With measured movements, I pushed the scrolls aside and stood before the crest. I moved slowly, tracing my fingers across its gold surface, its patterns, its steel desert flowers. The gold was warm beneath my cold touch, and I left a gentle smear of cold mist behind on the metal and its intricate holes. They were keyholes, just as expected, belonging to keys that I had a strong suspicion were locked behind the vault's door. I probed the holes, finding their inner workings well hidden and recessed deep behind the gold. I found another seam encircling them. I tapped the metal. I even kicked it to listen to the vibrations, and then, like glimpsing an enemy's battle plans, I realized the sanctuary's workings. My next moments unfurled before me. 5-key entry, sunken deep locks, glass cylinders, cyclical rotating mechanism with freezing tumblers, encompassing master dial structure, shattering foul plates, and... No. I should have been sweating profusely by now. I checked again, tapping here, thumping there, pressing my vapors against the metal to see where they felt cold. I stepped backwards, shivering instinctively even though I had no skin to prickle. And a deadlock. I should have guessed the finest vault in the Reaches would have the finest lock known to thieves, dead or alive. "What is it?" Hirana snapped at me. "The vault has a deadlock." "So?" "A deadlock, don't you remember?" "Just get on with it," yelled the widow. The sanctuary was the work of not one vaultsmith, but of many. A collective genius for me to battle, and they had poured every trick they knew into it, including a deadlock. Rarer than rare, only the second I'd ever encountered, yet here it was. A survivor of a simpler time, a magic before mechanisms and clockwork had taken over. "This door will kill anyone who tries to open it without the keys," I said in a louder voice. Cecine huffed. "What are you talking about, Shade?" I snapped at her over my shoulder. "A deadlock, Princess. Like I said, half a ghost, a soul split in two, and bound into the door. It's always hungry for more, and it strips the soul out of anyone who doesn't open it right." "Get to work, Caltro," said Hirana, waving her hand dismissively. "It will kill me." "You don't have a choice." "I won't die again just for all of your greed," I cried out, staring at each of them. "Then open it right, Caltro," said Lyria, impossibly calm over the hissing and cursing of granddaughter and grandmother. There was no threat in her voice, Simply advice, and I took it for all it was worth. You're more gifted than you think. Fuck it, I told myself. It was a motto that had brought me this far, and I trusted in it once again. Facing the door, letting the calm descend once more, I slid my tools from the pouch and looked at my weapons. I grasped them tightly before I began, feeling how soft their edges were against my vapors. With a series of precise movements, I snapped the tools into a long lockpick. I concentrated, closing my eyes, and held it before me like a sword. I started with the highest keyhole first. It was an old habit, getting the fingers working before I had to stoop and bend. As a ghost, I had nothing to warm up, only nerves to quash. My lockpicks slid into the keyhole. I tested the tumblers. Little touches, tentative. I angled myself, driving into the door to get the measure of its absent keys. I pushed. A click came from within the metal. I bared my teeth and pushed harder. Another click, this time permanent. Had I sweat, it would already be dribbling into my eyes. I took up another pick, working backwards against the other tumblers. Click, click, click. They went, like a blade landing blows on flesh. I had fathomed this lock now, and it fell before me within a tense half-hour. With a twist, I felt the brittle glass cylinder turn. I could have roared. Had there not been 4 more? Before my onslaught, the next lock fell as quickly as the first, almost as if it had wanted to be broken. It was a lie. A ruse to trip me on the third. It was a stubborn beast, armoured tumblers and all. I attacked it with miniature stabs and parries, tricking the mechanism into sticking until I could fix the rest. 5, 6, 7... The tumblers were fooled and turned into the darkness within the door with a satisfying clunk as I turned the third lock. The fourth was a bastard, almost tripping me twice before I managed to get the feel of it. It was clever, with screwing tumblers that moved deeper with every attempt. I got the better of it in the end. A cheap shot, with 3 picks held intricately in my cold hands. The onlookers stared on like an audience to a duel. Despite all my jiggling, cursing, and imagined sweating, they were none the wiser to my struggle. It was a battle of wits where only one fighter apparently had any. For all they could see, I might as well be hammering at the door with a club, and yet the futures of all who stared hinged on me. I let the pressure mount, using it, bending it to my will as I had always been able to. Every stare, every tap of a foot, every crackle of armour, I ate it all up and threw it at the 5th and final lock. Kicking scrolls aside now, I hunkered down, raising my tools once more. My teeth were constantly bared now. A tremble had crept into my knees. This last lock postured and parried, but it was no match for my sharp picks and wrenches. I thought of the faces of Araxes that had sneered, spat, or cursed me, and I put those faces on each tumbler I faced. They fell, one by one, and with a twist of my wrench, the 5th lock surrendered. I stood up, dropping my tools at my side, and pressed my face to the door. Whispers from behind perturbed me. I didn't need noise now, but deathly silence. Only the dial remained, and its waiting deadlock. I swore I could feel the hunger in the metal, as if I were pressed up to a cage with a wild animal within. The gold wheel under my fingers was taut, like a coiled spring. I set my shoulders and my feet square. Seizing hold of the steel flowers, I moved to turn the dial. In truth, I had no idea which way I should turn. The deep lock's mechanisms had given me little clue to the deeper workings. The wrong way, and the deadlock might claim me. It would all be for nothing. All this time, all this struggle, and I would find myself in oblivion, or worse, on the endless plains of the dead, howling at myself for turning right instead of left. "Which hand does Farazar write with?" I yelled over the tense silence. I felt a ticking beneath my hands as some despicable cog within the door turned. It was getting faster. That was not good. The deadlock was getting ready to pounce. Hirana scoffed at me. "What does that have to—" "Which hand?" Grandmother stared at granddaughter for the first time with something other than hate in their eyes. Hirana raised an eyebrow. Cecine folded her arms, eyes narrowed in thought. "Which fucking hand?" I bellowed. "Left," Cecine snapped. "The ink is sometimes smeared on his decrees." I stamped my foot as I made my decision, praying to those dead gods for luck and mercy or any other creature listening. Clunk. The dial jolted as its inner teeth sprang over cogs. I heard the timing cog lurch, reset. I discerned the looseness in the steel flowers, the ever so slight imbalance. Praising sloppy workmanship, I threw the dial right. Clunk. Once more for luck, and this time no clues came to save me. I braced myself, leaned back from the sanctuary and yelled a wordless noise of hope. Clunk. Something heavy fell to a stop within the door. The deadlock. I tried to drag my hands away from it, but the copper veins of the steel flowers held me fast, gluing me to the vault. I felt the metal go ice cold. Something pulled on me, deep and hungry like an angry sea drowning a sailor. I wrenched, but still it held me tightly. Panic set in as a ghostly face emerged from the etched kings and pyramids of old. Tendrils of dark blue-grey vapour poured from the keyholes, swarming together until a fleshless skull grinned at me. As my hands began to sink into the metal, the skull opened its bony mouth, inches from my own, and the air passed me as if it inhaled. "Caltro," came a faint cry, a voice of many entwined as one. Some I recognized, others were strange. Another voice whispered, so close I thought it the skull that spoke. "It's not time." "No, it fucking isn't," I roared. I started to push, to play the deadlock at its own game. If it wanted to take me, it would have to fight me. I threw my hands into the door, feeling cold metal scrape past me. I felt the soul trapped there and all the years it had spent hungry. I saw it now, misshapen and angry. I knew its pain, and for a moment I shared its place in the door. I haunted it. I saw the skull in a cramped darkness, its empty jaw hanging agape as I wrenched myself free. The first thing I realized was that I was on the marble, sprawled on old scrolls and with my head propped against the bench. In front of me, the etched steel and copper flowers were collapsing in on themselves in mechanical stutters. A metal whirring and clanking accompanied their strange death. There was a resounding boom, and the sanctuary door parted down the middle with a puff of dust. A seam so fine I hadn't even noticed it opened up, revealing the thickness of the door. Almost 2 yards, just as I'd guessed. The 2 slabs of the door swung open gradually. Exhausted, I remained sprawled as others crammed into the antechamber. The cult hung back in the corridor. Behind me, Attain jostled with Hirana's spears as the Empress-in-waiting and the widow fought to be the first into the sanctuary. Although their eyes were hungry to see the gold and copper slabs swing open, I saw the looks they gave me. They weren't congratulatory or thankful, more like I had soiled myself while fighting the door. I was a tool that had served its purpose. I couldn't have cared less. I just patted my vapours, happy to be whole. Only Temza looked at me, as I'd found him often doing since being hauled from the Nyx. I'd never had to make eye contact with a detached head before, and it was an experience I was immediately not fond of. He wore a permanent scowl. If he broke his stare, it was to leer at the enlightened sisters, or Danib. Hirana and Cecine took their places on either side of the chamber, enclosed behind walls of spears and armour. A thin band of light had now appeared in the doorway. I could almost hear the crunching of jaws and molars as the historic moment came to pass. Through the widening gap, I spied ornate cream and yellow marble, gold-leaf frescoes, silks so fine and sheer they looked like sunbeams draped over the white columns, sloping walls coming to a golden dome. 100 rubies and emeralds outlining the constellations. Far in the distance I saw a bed with pure white linens lying unmade. "Your time of reckoning has come, father," Cecine shrieked, voice echoing loudly. She had taken a sword from one of her soldiers and waved it above her head. Not to be outdone by a Renala a quarter of her age, Hirana also raised her voice. Prepare yourself, Pharazar! I felt the air in the chamber lessen as deep breaths were taken and held. The sanctuary doors yawned wide, and with a heavy thud, they came to rest. A wide gap flanked by yards of heavy gold beckoned us in. The expanse of marble was vast. I could make out the shape of the piercer's pinnacle in the angle of the walls. Thin windows, rough and beveled so as to be translucent, sat in deep hollows of thick stone. Dappled sunlight poured through them. But most interesting of all was that the sanctuary was bereft of movement. No house ghosts, no pompous emperor, nothing. Until a faint shuffling was heard. Spears were thrust into the doorway ready. Hirana and Sissine stood almost side by side at the doorway, Etain between them. All their weapons were raised, but they were unnecessary. I had already spied the faint sapphire glow on the marble. "Father, show yourself!" An aged ghost appeared behind the doors and immediately collapsed to his knees. He was bald and sported more wrinkles than a leather wineskin, now just dark lines in his blue vapour. A simple grey linen robe hung from his shoulders to his sandaled feet, and a golden feather was emblazoned on his breast. His glow was weak, pale like twilight. I saw no wound other than the tail of a white scar running from his ear down below his collar. The ghost spread his palms flat to the marble, mumbling unintelligible nothings into the floor, prayers or apologies I didn't know. Hirana and Sissine strode inwards, racing each other. They stood either side of the prostrated ghost, eager soldiers at their backs. The widow seized the ghost by the sleeve and hauled him upright. Sissine menaced the sword close to his face. He whimpered quietly. I found vaporous hands lifting me up, and the sisters at my elbows. With them, we walked into the sanctuary. The deep cold of Danib wafted over me from behind, and somehow I felt safer in the shadow of that great beast. I looked on as the ghost was interrogated. "Who are you? Where is my father?" The ghost was too busy trying to manage his quivering lips. He looked terrified. "Find the Emperor," Sissine bellowed, and her soldiers began to tear the room apart. Cushion feathers rained, shards of goblets and decanters skittered over the floor. Silver-leaf chests and mahogany closets were hacked open, and the thief in me shed a private and imaginary tear at the loot going to waste. Once more, I'd cheated Locks for nothing. That was when I noticed the small mounds of food. Plates covered in dried smears and leftover morsels in varying stages of rotting. A month's worth at least. I understood now the spectators' deep breaths. There must have been a stench in the air. "Nothing, Your Majesty," came the holler. Etain rested his sword on his shoulder with a clang. "Empress in waiting, "Not now, Shade," Sissine berated him. "Speak, who are you?" But Etain would not be silenced. "He is Balshep, Pharazar's house shade. He tended my family when I was but a boy." Showing strength I didn't know she had, Hirana lifted Balshep up off the floor, her claws around his collar now. He flinched away as she dug in with her cracked copper nails. I could have sworn I saw some crimson in those grey cheeks of hers. That old fire in her eyes hadn't died, but grown into a storm. "I vaguely recall you now. Explain yourself. Where is my son?" she said. Etain struck his sword against his pauldron one more time, and the entire room flinched at the ring of it. "He can't speak, Hirana. Your son sorted that a long time ago with a copper knife." Sissine waved her sword in a dangerous pattern. "Can he write?" Balshep nodded vigorously. "Of course he can," said Etain. He removed his golden helm and threw it across the floor. I saw the deep V on his skull etched in white. "Who do you think has been writing the decrees for the past 2 years?" A vase smashed in a distant corner of the sanctuary, and after its echoes had died, a deathly silence remained. Sissine's painted lips were now the ones quivering. This shade has been writing the Emperor's words." "Can the Emperor not write them himself?" she whispered, looking around the chamber. Etain had the audacity to smile at the rage-filled faces staring at him. "Not if he's hundreds of miles away. In Bellish." He withdrew as he spoke. stepping away from the two women and choosing a spot where a sprawling golden glyph had been set into the floor. "I'm afraid, your majesticnesses, you've been looking in the wrong place all this time." At their stunned silence, Etain elaborated. "About 5 years ago, a year after he built it, Pharazar decided he'd had enough of his precious sanctuary. In the depths of night, he secretly fled the piercer in the city and ensconced himself amongst the nobility in Bellish. Having a right old time by the sounds of it. All this time, Balshep here has been following Pharazar's orders, passing out the Emperor's decrees, keeping the food coming and going to keep suspicions low. All of you thought Pharazar was going slowly mad, staying silent in this sanctuary. All the while, he's whoring himself into a naked stupor in the south. Very clever, really, for him." I could have applauded in that moment. Hirana and Cecine exchanged outraged looks. Both sported veins that threatened to burst any moment. Both had lips drawn as thin as reeds. Both had eyes that burned like forges. All this work, all this blood and sweat, and for nothing. Etain's sword dug into the soft metal beneath his feet with a clang. Behind me, I heard a crunch as Danib shifted his stance. Hirana's voice was like a whetstone on steel. "I will hunt him down." "No need," said Etain. "Empress Nilith already has." "What?" hissed grandmother and granddaughter in unison. I saw the nervous twitching of their fingers. "Your mother, Cecine, your daughter by marriage, Hirana, has already gone to fetch him. In fact, Nilith should be returning any day now." I felt my vapours shrink as the heat in the room grew, perhaps due to the boiling of Hirana's and Cecine's blood. All I did was nod, appreciating this Nilith's balls, even though I had no idea who she was. "What?" asked Cecine. "Explain yourself, half-life." Etain's face grew stony. "You heard me, Princess, and I'm done taking orders from you. I never belonged to you." "How long?" asked Cecine. There was so much venom behind those words, it barely sounded like a question. "How long have you known?" "Since before Nilith left." Cecine asked her next question, even though it was obvious to all. Perhaps she needed to hear it aloud to believe it. Even I was still reeling, and I hadn't just had my entire life and purpose hollowed out in front of me. "And why tell me only now?" "Because that was the job your mother gave me. To keep the spoiled brat away from her father's sanctuary for as long as possible." Etain looked around and shrugged. "Looks like that job's about done." "Guards!" breathed Cecine. The sword quivered in her grip. The spears turned from Balshep to Etain in one landslide of a moment. Step by clanking step, Cecine's royal guard and soldiers began to advance on him. Danib pushed past me as if personally offended. He held a sword in each hand now. Lyria and Yaradine left me behind as they backed away towards the door. For the first time I saw genuine worry on their faces. Etain whipped his sword up in a salute. "Neither of you will ever lay claim to the throne. Instead, you will soon know a different Araxes, with Empress Nilith on the throne." A moment passed, as Cecine managed to rein in her emotions, enough to give her orders. "Kill him!" she shrieked. With a lunge, the ghost swung his huge blade, taking the tips off the first line of spears. There was barely a halt in that swing, and I realized then it was a soul blade or something close. Cries came as the sword swiped aside shields and found gaps in armor beneath. Within moments, the sanctuary became the opposite of its namesake. While Cecine's guards pressed on Etain, she and the cult also pounced on Hirana's soldiers. The old bat shrieked with rage, taking down the nearest soldiers herself with a borrowed sword, before retreating to the far wall by a window. Naturally, I did the same, choosing a nearby corner to avoid the roil of soldiers and spatters of blood. More bodies flooded past me, reinforcements eager to defend their princess. Over the helmets and plumes, I saw a long blade dancing in great arcs and jabs. Wherever it went, blood or sparks followed, and cries of anguish and dying. Above it all, the ceaseless and shrill voices of Cecine and Hirana, howling for each other's deaths. I stared over my shoulder, realizing I wasn't remotely considered an enemy. I had been forgotten. I could slip between the ranks, haunt my way free, and put all of this behind me. If only I'd had my coin around my neck. Instead, it was once again with Horrocks. Hirana. Old habits died hardest. There came a mighty roar as Danib and Etain finally clashed. Soldiers, both royal and cult, cleared a space for it. I couldn't see much, but I saw Danib moving faster than I had ever seen, whirling and parrying, blue vapor trailing him like a shadow. Shards of metal scattered from his twin swords every time they met Etain's sharp blade. Heavy blows rained down on the smaller shade, yet Etain met every one equally as nimble. Their weapons became wheels of silver and sparks. Not a word was spoken between them. I watched, rapt as their duel weaved back and forth across the marble. When one of Danib's swords was sheared away, he used his huge fists instead, striking Etain in the ribs or face whenever he danced close enough. It staggered him enough for Danib's sword to cut gashes in Etain's gold armor. But for every blow that touched him, Etain cleaved a clunk from Danib's steel plates, bearing more and more blue. The old ghost was a masterful fighter, using Danib's own momentum against him. Every lunge became a stumble, every swing an overreach. Etain's giant sword whipped back and forth, nicking arms and legs to slow his opponent. Danib couldn't be slowed. If anything, he redoubled his efforts, getting the measure of Etain's feints and dodges. The huge ghost doubled back with swings, switched directions, made false jabs, all until Etain was finally caught out. An almighty kick from Danib sent him flying into a small dining table of rainbow-coloured marble. With a resounding bang, Etain broke the table's back, sending rubble skittering. Danib was relentless, marching after the downed ghost before he could get up. Etain fought valiantly from his position on his arse, taking several more inches from Danib's blade before diving between his legs. The giant sword came swinging, biting into Danib's ribs and, unfortunately for Etain, sticking there. The brute of a ghost trapped the blade with his arm and swiveled, hauling Etain back into the table and pinning him. Danib's sword came swinging, landing a vicious blow across Etain's chest, buckling his cuirass inwards. Again the sword raised. Etain began to kick his own blade, hammering it further into Danib's side until the ghosts were roaring with the pain and effort. Once more Danib's sword came down, carving a length from Etain's arm with a burst of light. His cry reached the rafters as he stared at his stump of a hand. Harder and harder Etain kicked, but Danib had gripped Periseph by its ownerless handle. He wrenched it from his side, blue mist twirling in its wake. He raised the mighty blade aloft victoriously, but before he could strike the killing blow, Etain struck him hard in the face, once, twice, 3 times, denting Danib's helmet. "For Nilith! For freedom!" roared the ghost. Danib reeled, but all it gave Etain was an extra moment to sit up and bear a mad grin at the battle raging around him. I glimpsed in his face, that most elusive of expressions, the face of a man that can look upon his work, his toil, his career of decades, and say with a smile that it was done. Periseph came down like an axe meeting lumber, splitting Etain from forehead to the waist. Sparks scattered as the soul blade bit into the marble. Blue vapor swirled and crackled with white light as Etain's ghost died its second death. My attention was dragged away by a howl to my left. Hirana was baying for blood, and with the widow's orders, her soldiers pushed onwards, leaving a small vacuum between their mistress and the fighting. The red-faced old bag was framed in the light of a window, waving a sword like a banner, eyes half popping from her head. I bared my teeth at her, hating all the bitterness I saw in those eyes and that craggy face. I thought her different, bold, justified even. But I could see now she had been consumed by it. She was no better than any other iniquitous soul-stealer, willing to slit any throat that got in her way. I began to move, barging through the soldiers as best I could until I ran along the edge of the wall. Silk drapes hid me here and there as my feet pounded the marble. My eyes remained fixed on the wretched widow. The roar of battle became a dull drone. I didn't see Hirana. I saw the Horrocks who had put me in a sarcophagus. The widow who had tied me to a stake and left me in the sun, whose bargains had never meant anything. The widow who had only seen me as a means to her end. Hirana saw me coming too late. Her sword swung over my head as I rammed my shoulder into her layers of black frill. I found a bony form beneath, and I drove it forwards. Haunting was not on my mind, and yet my sheer will pushed me under her skin. Just before her back met the glass, I saw to the core of her. That black, withered heart of hers, hanging in the darkness like a rotten chestnut. I saw her years spread behind her, every one of them spent in hate and hope of vengeance. We were all the sum of our years, but also the product of what we made of them. A life spent in hate will cripple any soul, wrap it in shadow, and rot it from within. As it was with Hirana. She was beyond help. When I wrenched myself from her twisted soul, I found my hands locked on hers, with the half-coin trapped between our fists. We heaved and pulled, each fighting to shake off the other. "Give it up, Hirana. Give me what's owed." "You're mine for all time now, Caltro. That will punish you for your disrespect." I bared my teeth, pushing once more instead of pulling. Hirana screeched as my blue hands fused with hers, and I felt the vibration of her cry in my throat. I felt shock and surprise, but more than anything, rage. It was powerful. I pressed and pressed, dragging up all the strength I had left to fight it. "Give it back," I yelled, half in her voice, half in mine. I shoved as hard as I could manage, while plucking the half-coin from her grasp. It worked, but it worked too well. The half-coin and chain came free of her gnarled fingers, but the haunting spell still gripped me. Hirana's fiery soul railed against me, battering against me, and my coin fell to the marble as we toppled. A smash of glass dragged me back into sunlight, and the shards of a broken window rained down on my head. The haunting refused to let go. I was still watching through her eyes, somehow turned around and watching my grey hands grapple madly for purchase on the slick marble. My fingers left bloody smears behind as I began to slip. A screech filled my mouth. Shouts filled my ears, terror my heart as my feet found nothing beneath them. Nothing but several thousand feet of air. Although I was already dead, the fear of heights lay deep in every ground-dwelling soul. In my own panic, I started to pull away from Hirana's body, trying to get back into the sanctuary before she tumbled into space. I flexed all my strength, wrenching my blue arm from Hirana's body. It fell just short of the coin. I strained again, feeling my vapors shudder and pain pound in my head. My finger grazed the very lip of the copper half-moon. Even in the roar of battle, I heard its gentle chime as I fumbled it across the white, polished stone. I tensed, throwing myself further, but it felt as though somebody had me by the legs. The spell seized me, hurling me back into the widow's body. Our souls duelled for dominance. Even now, with death waiting below her, she fought me. Her spite stabbed me like needle points. If I cannot win, nobody will. I heard the words echo about Hirana's skull. So be it, I told her, and gave her what she wanted. I poured my will into her fingers, and I plucked them one by one from the lip of stone, as if she were playing a harp. Just as she lost her grip, I threw myself into a mad dive for my coin, pushing everything into one act of will. At the same time, so did she. That rage refused to let go, matching my will. Such is the way of falling that the ground's attraction doesn't snatch a person right away. It lets you hover for a moment, just to enjoy the feeling of looking down at the grave you'll soon occupy. Hirana forewent her moment, as did I. She was too busy, still pouring for the glass in the soldier's arms, now poking frantically into the hot sun. Empty air was all she grabbed. I was too busy watching my half-coin disappear from view. "Talhorix!" I saw Colonel Omshin, screaming, his eyes wide and desperate. A scream tore from me as the earth pulled at us. I burst from the widow's chest, or she threw me out. All I knew was the rush of falling, even though I had little weight. I fell alongside Horrocks, my vapours were ragged and violent in the wind. Before me, the sandstone sprawl of Araxes loomed, thundering upwards to greet us with its immovable flagstones. I wanted to scream, even though I knew deep within I would be Copper fingernails lashed my back, scoring white lines of pain across my shoulders. She was attacking me. Even in her final moments, plummeting to her death, Hirana groped for my throat and scratched at anything else she could grab. I tumbled, cartwheeling over and over, kicking out at her when I could. Somehow the old bat grabbed my foot and dug her nails into my calf. I cried out, but the rushing wind stole my voice from me. I grappled with her and we spun like a barrel in a stream until I was atop her. As the tip of a lesser spire rushed past us, I found the time to curse the cloud piercer's height. Another peak of a white marble spire flew past, and seeing the blur of windows and balconies flying past intolerably close, Hirana knew the sand in her hourglass was running short. She struggled afresh, scratching my chest and face. She berated me at the top of her lungs, determined to have the final say. Her voice was still faint over the roar of air. "Curse you, Caltro Basalt! I will have my vengeance from the grave," Hirana cried. "That's if there's anything left to bind," I bellowed. "You should have kept your end of the bargain." As we rocketed past a high road, I saw Hirana's eyes widen and heard the scream of aggravation rip from her throat. Holding her wrists as her defenses crumbled, her emotions rushed through me. Her rage and frustration, but above all her fear. She was human after all. We had cheated the ground long enough. The flagstones met us at terrifying speed. I felt the almighty shock through Hirana's body before I followed, a hair of a second later. I folded into the widow's body, half haunting, half pressure. The flagstones shattered, the blood sprayed, and I felt her ribs burst through my chest. It was over in moments. The spell of falling broke so abruptly my head spun like a top. Shuddering, twitching, I burst from Hirana's smashed body and stumbled over the stone until I fell in a heap. I heard the screams, the shouts, and saw through my blurred vision the chunks of rubble around the base of a huge tower, and people running. I had a powerful urge to do the same. I rolled to my back, feeling the warm wet of blood mingling with my naked vapors. My ghostly body couldn't stop trembling. "Move, Caltro." "Move," I said aloud. First the knees, then my hands, and I was up, tottering like a fresh fawn, but up nonetheless. I craned my neck up at the cloud piercer, and almost fell. Steadying myself, I could see smoke and dust pouring from its peak. Hirana and I were not the only ones to exit the piercer the quick way. I saw black shapes flying from all sides of the tower. I reached up a hand as if I could pull my half-coin down, but ended up making a fist instead. I stared down at the broken Hirana, skull cracked and spilled like a pomegranate thrown against a boulder. One leg was bent entirely the wrong way. Blood seeped from every pore, filling the shattered dent she had made in the flagstones. Her gaze was bloodshot and skewed, but still gazing upwards at the cloud piercer, as if longing for it. "You should have kept up your end of the bargain," I whispered, feeling strangely wretched, as if her dying moments had leaked into my body. One foot forward, and then the next, and within moments, I was running, leaving Hirana in the dust. I did not know where I was running to, but I ran anyway, if only to test my legs, as Pointy had once told me.
Chapter 18. Old enemies, new friends. Hunt 'em, chase 'em, break 'em, bind 'em. Archaic and inventive soulstealer chant. The trail of smoke could be seen across Araxes. The black line stretched by the wind was drawn east with its origins at the peak of the cloud piercer. Huddled in their borrowed garb, Nilith and Hellas had not seen the strange flying machine. They had barely heard its crash, so far above them and so muffled by the huge buildings around them. The streets had come alive with talk of it only moments after. Doors were unlocked, windows unbarred. Heads poked into the street and craned upwards. Mouths came alive with talk of a machine, of a coup, of sorcery. They had waded through such talk until the boom had emanated from the mighty tower and smoke began to pour from its top. The whispers had taken on a different tone. A coup! Sorcery! The streets had emptied once more. Merchant stalls were packed away. Armoured carriages sprinted homeward. Shouts and cries were chased by the clamour of doors shutting and locking, and all too quickly, Araxes fell into a strange, haunting silence. Before long, Nilith and Hellas were practically alone again, and despite the air of fear, they were glad for it. The streets had begun to get busier closer to the core, scrutinizers and proctors more common. But with the attack on the piercer, every soldier standing guard had run for the core districts. The cult soldiers they had seen in previous districts seemed absent here. Another blessing. They were in Yerish district, a prosperous corner of Araxes where the almost rich had built their modest towers. It sat at the end of the Avenue of Oshiram, before dusty, narrow streets became a grand flagstone avenue. The towers cast few shadows in the noonday sun. Nilith baked under the mounds of fabric. Their musty smell had refused to burn away in the daylight. She stared up at the buildings with their sweeping balconies and grand decorations, each trying to outdo its neighbour. Half of her had missed the tight and rich press of the core districts, as opposed to the wide-open desert. The other half was just glad to be there. Nilith's heart beat a fraction faster with every turn they made, every quiet junction they came to. Street names started to sound familiar. Earlier that morning, she had even recognised a bazaar she'd not visited in years, and her heart had drummed almost out of her chest. Mostly with excitement, but worry had soured it the moment smoke started billowing from her tower. Nilith felt her ruse crumbling, felt the sand running through the hourglass faster and faster. This journey had never seemed more like a race than it did now. She put a hand up to her collar, brushing her neck with cold vapour, and clenched her numb fist instead. "Steady, Nilith. You'll tire yourself," said Hellas, still insisting on a whisper, despite the fact they were alone. Realising she had been storming ahead, Nilith slowed her pace and moved to stroke Anoish on the snout. He looked tired. He grumbled deep in his throat, and she patted him. "Good horse. Not far now," Nilith said, more to reassure herself. "We'll pass not too far from the Chamber of the Code. I could implore Rebene for some trusted scrutinizers." Nilith shook her head emphatically. "No, Hellas. Nobody in this city is to be trusted, not with the Emperor's body unbound and right here." She whacked the pile of bundles and a muted curse came from beneath. "You think seeing the cult standing side by side with soldiers and scrutinizers is a sign we can trust the Chamberlain? Something has changed in this city since I left. The risk is too great. No, we do this alone and quietly before it's too late. Am I clear?" "Crystal, Majesty." Hellas nodded, moving ahead like a scout. Her bruises and cuts had mostly healed, but her wrist was still broken, and there was a limp in her right leg. Nilith's wounds, however. The Empress took advantage of the lack of attention to peel back some of her wrappings. Her good fingers felt the cold almost immediately. Wrinkling her lip, she traced her collarbone until the firmness frayed away into vapour. Nilith clenched her cursed arm beneath the cloth, still feeling nothing but a memory of a muscle. She gritted her teeth until her eyes watered. "Getting better?" asked the falcon on the horse's back. She had forgotten Basalt was there. He had been so quiet. Brushing an escapee tear away, she shook her head. "Of course it's not." "That makes two, then," he replied with a grunt. Nilith traded a look with those dark eyes and found them calm. There was no frustration there, or sorrow, just calm. "A break!" she called to Hellas, and they found a shady alcove in between two stout buildings. Warehouses, by the look of their ramps and wide doors. Letting Anoish free of his bundles, she dumped Pharazar and his body onto the flagstones with a thump and a curse. "Damn you, woman! Show me a little decency if I'm going to be part of your lunatic plot and go down in history as some patsy, some piece of property, he snapped. I see you've had some time to think in there, scoffed Nilith. And it's a little too late to be worrying about the history scrolls now, husband. You should have thought of that years ago. Pharazar shook a damning finger at her. You will ruin the Tal and Renala line with your arrogance. Society itself will be broken. Tors and Tals up in arms. Good, I say, spat Helles, leaving phlegm in the dust to make her point. She parted her wrappings and held her face up to the hot sun, eyes closed. About time they changed their ways. I agree with my friend here. What about this city works, Pharazar? Nilith raised her arms to the towers around her. As inwardly elated as she was to be back in the city, it only reminded her of why she had left it in the first place and travelled over 1,000 miles south to fetch this wretch of an emperor. Look, these are fortresses, not homes. These are not streets, but gutters. Their inhabitants are not citizens, but prisoners of a society that sees them as expendable. This is no way to live. The Empire will collapse, he said in a savage growl. Somehow, after this entire journey, he still hadn't learned that aggression got him nowhere but pain. He had not listened to a damn word, nor opened his eyes to any of the downtrodden around him. He clung to his noble pride, and Nilith had come to pity him for it. It's collapsing as we speak, you fool! I'll be saving the Empire! Nilith shoved him back down into the cloth pile, and he got the notion of silence. She helped Bazelle down from the horse and laid him in some of the spare cloth. His eyes were now half closed, but he was a fast healer. The blood on his makeshift bandages was dry. If I were you, I would have cut out that shipbrain's tongue a long time ago, he said. Nilith smiled. You mind your tongue, bird. I'm a fighting falcon. I'll see what I want. Bazelle sighed to himself. I was wrong about you, though, he said. I thought you were just another murderer, hunting for half-coins and glory. No, you're something new. Proved this old bird wrong, didn't you? You're the first of many, hopefully. Good luck. You'll probably need it, he whispered. Bazelle closed his eyes, settling into sleep. Nilith hummed, thinking of her dream of the beldam. She traced the string and chain around her neck, clutching the copper coin and Fenn's bag of powder against her chest. I think we'll all need it. She patted Bazelle's wing and got to standing, catching Pharazar eyeing the falcon from his pile of clothes, watching him carefully. Nilith frowned. Anoish took some water from a nearby communal trough. Something nice about the city for once. It had its beauty and conveniences, Nilith had to admit, but so did any city, and most of them didn't see murder as a national pastime. She listened to the horses slurping as she stared up at the piercer between a gap in two narrow spires. Smoke still poured from its tip, a fainter grey now. There were no flames, at least that she could see. She wondered where this supposed flying machine had come from, and which sorceress or sorcerer had a hand in it. Prince Phila? Surely not. How untimely that would be, for him at least. He would find the prized sanctuary as empty as a bad gambler's pockets. How far to the Grand Nixwell do you reckon, Helles? It feels like an age since I was in the city. As the rook flies, maybe 40, 50 miles. Through the streets, avoiding certain places, 60. Nilith sighed. That sounds like such a small number considering all the miles behind me, and yet such a huge number at the same time. It's the last stretch. That's always the hardest part, or so they say. I haven't left the Corps in more than a decade. Nilith looked at the scrutinizer, who was staring up at the cloud piercer with narrowed eyes, as if blaming it for all those years. "What made you work for the chamber?" she asked. Hellas snorted. "The more important question is why did I carry on working for the chamber," she replied, knuckling the tattoos on her jaw and the side of her head. 12 years I've given Chamberlain Rebene and your so-called emperor. But that being said, it was my father's job before mine. I was a wayward child, no proper daughter of a scrutinizer. I refused to follow in his footsteps, though he wanted it desperately for me. He used to come home stinking of shit or covered in blood. One time, he came home half dead, and I decided that night, only 10 years old, that I didn't want that life. I took to trying to keep him from working, hiding his shoes, getting in fights. Ran my mother's spare, I did. But his dedication was absolute. He punished me black and blue, but he always maintained this idea I would change, that I would come right. I proved him correct in the end, but not before being so angry with him I started a fire in the cellars beneath our whole of a building. A child's idea. It was soaked in emotion and utterly without sense. I wanted to show him he was wrong, that I would match his view of me. The fire spread to a bucket of tar rags, and all too quickly I couldn't stop it. Hella's eyes were glazed with memories. 2 houses burnt. 15 souls in all died that night. 2 families, including mine. Nilith began to speak, but Hella shook her head. "Don't do that. I've had plenty of time to torture myself with those memories. I know I was scared, stupid, young. The past is for keeping mistakes in, and that's what I did. I dodged the soulstealers and orphanages and survived the streets until I was old enough to hold a spear and guard a door. That door was in the low docks, and one night I'm chasing some fuckhead thief along the piers, and I run into my father, literally speaking. Stopped my heart nearly dead to see that proud face aglow and dark from the burns. I wouldn't have recognised him if he hadn't said my name. He was bound to some stealer boss in their warehouses." "What did you do?" "First thing I did was forget about the thief. Then I went to find the foreman of the warehouse and punched him right in the nose, dragged him to his boss, stabbed them both in their guts, and then left their bodies in the gutter. Didn't wait for the scribes and their towers of claims as I should have, but at least I gave them the justice they deserved. As for my father, him I set free. Put him out of his misery as kind as I could. Not the way of the code, perhaps, but seeing as the rest of the city bends the code, why shouldn't I? I took a job at the nearest chamber office and didn't look back." Nilith shared Hellas's bitterness. Though the details were changed, it was a story she had heard many times before, and like all the others, she tucked it away in her mind. Those stories had been like bricks of a wall to her. Once they had built a purpose. Now they shored up her reserve. Hellas continued. "That's what made me work for the Chamber, Majesty. I swore to serve 15 years for the 15 innocent people I killed. Call it guilt, if you will. It might have been that at the start. Now it is duty. And I know why my father stepped out our door every day with the black uniform on. For all the other fathers and mothers, brothers, sisters, cousins, and plain old fucking neighbours who don't have a choice in life or death." The anger got the better of her, and Hellas shuddered. "You know they say there are more dead in this city than there are living." "I can tell you it's true," said Nilith. "I've seen the city charter." Hellas shook her head, but the Empress was firm. "I looked at the charter not long before I had this grand idea of mine. It was one of the things that pushed me over the edge. This kingdom is more dead than alive, and if it doesn't stop here, the same will eventually be true of the Scatter Isles, then Crass and Skoll, and whatever lands lie beyond. And that is why I bend the code now and choose to help you," said the scrutinizer, as if shoring up her own reserve, and proving to herself her decision had been the right one. "Might I ask a question?" Nilith nodded, and Hellas leaned close, conspiratorial. "How are you going to do it?" she muttered. Nilith shook her head. What do you mean? The Grand Nixwell. You're going to just throw him in, claim him there and then? Nilith had thought long and hard about that very moment. I'll announce myself to the Nixites, have them protect the body while I call for the Cloud Court in Sissine. The citizens will gather to witness the crowning, as is tradition, and after Pharazar is bound, I'll have my say. I have to ask, what if you run out of time? Then Pharazar will vanish into oblivion, and Sissine will be empress. Her father made sure she stood above the rest of the court, gave her a share of the army, too. I am empress in marriage only, but I have time. Though barely. Then what? Nilith was about to answer when she heard a gasp from behind them, previously masked by Anoish's last slurps. She whirled, hands on the sword. Basalt was in the middle of twitching, still half asleep, but rousing quickly. Soon enough, his eyes were open and wide. She's... The falcon paused to shake violently. His eyes scrunched up in pain. She's ringing the fucking bell, he hissed. Nilith rushed to Basalt's side. She tried to hold his wing still, but it just hurt him more. How many? 7? The falcon's beak opened wide as he cried out. It's been a fucking pleasure, Nilith. If I ever see you again, you owe me big, remember? Basalt convulsed again, and in that moment the spell began to bite. At the same time, Pharazar leapt for the falcon, placing a hand on the falcon's feathers just as he was whisked into a crackling rift in the air. Pharazar! The ghost's hand was dragged into the rift, somehow keeping it open. His arm began to stretch into the flashing light, pulling his shoulder and head towards it. With a ring, the obsidian sword was brandished high aloft. The air and dust rushing around her, Nilith swung down as hard as she could manage. Sissine barged into her room so quickly she sent her guards flying. Apologies had not passed her lips since early childhood, and she was not about to break that streak now, exhausted and covered in blood as she was. She stormed onwards, winding deeper and deeper into her chambers until she came to her private bedroom. The chest flew open, splintering the foot of her bed with its metal edges. Sissine snatched up the small bell and wrapped white knuckles around it. "Mother!" she yelled, thrashing ring after ring out of the bell. Clang, clang, clang! 7, 8, 9! With a crackle, the air before her split. A sudden wind buffeted her torn and blood-washed white silks, feathers flew at her, and as the thrashing shape of the falcon began to form, she heard a long, drawn-out wail accompany him. It sounded like her father's voice. Basalt collapsed onto her bed linens, still somehow wrapped up in the spell. Above him, where the air was still split, a spectral hand appeared, groping for her with blue fingers. Behind it came a face Sissine recognised. It was faint, its vapours barely holding together, and it lasted but a moment before the spell broke and the air rejoined with a wobble. Sissine slammed the lid of the chest, staring the falcon in the eye. He looked damaged somehow, bloodied on his side, and stiff as he pulled himself up to match her stare. "Explain yourself, bird! Where is my mother? If you've been lying to me, Had a spot of bother, have you, Sissine?" he croaked. He had seen the blood on her. Spots of crimson still decorated her face and gold-wrapped forearms. A strand of ebony hair hung across her eyes, and she slapped it away. "I saw the smoke too," he added. "You!" She paused to wrestle her trembling lip. "You're in the city? They are in the city!" Basalt was attempting to shuffle forwards. One wing hung at an angle. His hopping steps were slow and unsure. He spoke as he approached, and Sissine saw the contempt in the curve of his beak. "Yes, they are." Yet another fucking traitor, snarled Cecine. I have had my fill of those today. My, and it's barely past noon. Where is she? Where is my bitch of a mother? She thought of the blue face crying out to her. My father? Were you with them? Just to the north of here, in fact, sitting comfortably in the low docks right under your nose. We were just about to have lunch, in fact. You despicable creature! You dare to betray me, your master! Cecine raised her hand to cuff him, to break his little neck, when he raised a pinion feather. Tut, I wouldn't do that. She had a message for you. One she asked me to deliver should you finally open the sanctuary and realise how stupid you've been. Cecine bared her teeth. Speak quickly then, bird. Give me Nilith's message, and then you will find out the punishment for crossing me. Basalt stared at her, holding his smile. He shuffled forward, coming to a halt a mere foot from her face. Cecine saw the crusted blood under his wing. She could smell the rot on him. The bird was nothing short of worthless. He stared deep into her burning eyes, his own as black as old tar, ringed with sickly yellow and flecks of red. It was long-winded, and frankly a little sentimental for my tastes, so I'll condense it down into the short version for you, princess, he said, taking a ragged breath. Fuck you and your dreams. Fuck you to death. With a piercing screech, Basalt flew for Cecine's face, wings flared and hooked talons reaching. Cecine was already reaching for his neck, a strangled roar of rage in her throat. Chapter 19. Shelter. Nothing is certain in Araxes, not even death. Old Arctian proverb. My fucking hand! Pharazar yelled, clutching his white, fizzing stump of a wrist. Nilith had swung so hard, the sword was halfway into the flagstone. She pried it free and held it to his neck. Go on! Finish the job! He yelled. Make your journey pointless! Nilith found Helis's hands on her arm, and with a grunt, she shrugged herself free. Nilith thrust the sword into her belt and began to throw blanket after blanket at Pharazar. You shut your face, ghost! Helis, we're moving on. Now? The scrutinizer asked. Nilith fixed her with a look, daring her to protest further. If my daughter didn't know Pharazar was gone before, she does now, and Basalt might... Her voice cracked on the last word, and she turned away to get Anoish ready. Good luck, you irascible bird, she muttered beneath her breath, as she coiled Anoish's tether about her fist. They walked north until the sky turned the colour of burned oranges. The smoke hung in the air like a stain of soot on silks. The docks and factories and warehouses that had woken their furnaces that day added their smoke to the haze. The sun made stark silhouettes of the buildings, making jagged teeth of the towers and spires. High roads crisscrossed the gaps like morsels stuck between them. The last rays of the day fell in red and angry bars on the streets. The light drew out their shadows, making elongated monsters of them. Silence had been the order of the afternoon. The two women each kept to their thoughts, timed to Anoish's brisk plodding. The streets had remained mostly vacant. Horns had blared from the piercer shortly after noon. Battle horns, and dozens. Any guards or soldiers left in the outer districts had sprinted north at the sound of them. The horns had sounded intermittently until sunset, receding ever northwards. That was some comfort. Thin trails of ghosts occupied some streets, where businesses and merchants couldn't stay closed any longer. No braying and charming clatter of night markets yet, with their rainbow lanterns and mishmash of music. No rattle of armoured carriages or tramping of soldiers jogging alongside a litter. Even the beggars were few, though that may have been the quality of the district. Street brats there were plenty of, alive and dead, filthy or glowing faintly. They ran in flocks through the adjoining alleyways, teasing what few shades they could find. If a basket was dropped, or a satchel slipped from a shoulder, the brats would descend, thieving whatever it was they could lay their grubby paws on. They were clearly nimble enough to dodge the street guards and mercenaries, and with few, if any of those around, they were having a ball. Twice they tried to rob Nilith and Hellas. The first time, the scrutinizer cuffed one around the ear. The second, Nilith showed them her sword. There was not a third attempt. The sun surrendered itself to the earth, and the horizon turned a dusty pink. The night swooped in from the east, a blanket of darkness that smothered the colours from the sky. Once again the horns crowed. Closer this time, nearer the cloud-piercer again. Nilith cursed that great pillar, now speckled with lanterns. It was closer than ever before, and it dominated the skyline. Against the dusk, she could see a ragged edge to its peak, though it hurt her neck to crane up at it. "Shelter?" Hellas spoke up, surprising her. The Empress shook her head. "No, we press on." With that, the matter was settled. They kept their pace and their direction, though their eyes became more watchful. Darkness swallowed the city. A few lamplighters crept out to keep it at bay with whale oil and tinder. Other ghosts hurried across their path here and there, painting the flagstones blue. Ghosts with stubborn, uncaring masters. Nothing was exchanged between passers-by. Not a word. Not even a polite nod. Fearful glances, maybe. Everybody was an island in Araxes, and like the volcanoes of the Scatter Isles, the results were explosive when they collided. Only once was the rule broken, and that was by a rotund man on a shiny beetle that passed them. The insects clip-clopping on the flagstones seemed hurried. The man held on to a floppy hat with one hand, the reins with the other. He puffed a sigh from red, sweaty lips. "Not a good time for trade, missus. I'd head back the way you came if I were you," he advised, half breathless. But they did not, and they let him go by with blank looks. Nilith tried to forget him, even as the dust from his beetle's scuttling stung her eyes. "Something's got him rattled," muttered the scrutinizer. "We keep moving," Nilith said firmly. Another hour passed, and they spent it following a winding street that led slightly west. Nilith spent it staring down at her feet, counting paces until Hellas touched her arm. It was the one the ghast had poisoned, and Nilith flinched away. The scrutinizer pointed ahead. She'd been staring up at the lofty spires, now glittering with their own lamps and candles. A highroad stretched between two of them before winding into the city, a row of torches perched on it. Tucking a Noash behind a wooden stool, Nilith and Hellas peeked out from the curve of a wall. The torches wandered slightly, held by hands rather than sconces. When the night breezes played with them, they betrayed the glint of armour and spears. "That's not good. They're hunting for something." "Who do you think?" Nilith said. "We need shelter until they grow bored or move on." Hellas dutifully began to limp around, poking in alleys and testing doors. This was a populous area, and what wasn't a soaring face of a building was tightly locked. A few warning shouts followed a few shoves of a shoulder on one particular door. Hellas moved on. "This way," she said, and they took an alley onto another street where awnings for a large soul market had been left over vacant, quiet stalls and pens. It was dark here. The awnings blocked starlight instead of sunlight, and no lamplighters had bothered to come here. It added more shadow to an already murky night. Hellas pointed. "There!" A small shop sitting on a corner had been boarded up, and poorly so. It looked as if the owner had run out of planks before they were finished. It was their own fault for having walls that were practically all archway. Wooden stools and tables sat piled up against the boards as an extra measure. One by one, Helles and Nilith began to stack them elsewhere. The boards were pried away easily enough, and they ducked into the darkness. It turned out to be a coffee tavern, or so Nilith thought. The proprietor's last measure had been taking away anything of worth. She saw dark rings on the stone counters where amphoras and brewing pots had recently stood. All furniture was missing. The floor was bare of carpets. Even the tapestries had been rolled up and carted off. Despite the effort, the bittersweet aroma of coffee still hung in the air. In one wall was a hatch leading to the next shop, and a stomach-rumbling smell of grease and pastry wafted through it. Once the bundle of corpse and ghost had been stowed in a corner, Anoish was led inside. The boards were balanced back in place, and what little light the soul market had offered was shut out. Nilith dug in her pack for tinder. She was fresh out, but Helles found a tallow candle in a drawer, so stubby it had not been worth taking. The two of them gathered around it. Nilith placed the sword on the dusty floor, more sand than stone, and sighed as she lit the candle. "We'll move on when this is burned out," she said, more promising herself than telling Helles. The scrutinizer didn't seem convinced. "You sure?" "It'll be better later, when they're tired of looking. One more day, and I think we'll be there." "These rags won't hide us long out there. We have little choice. I refuse to waste any more time," Nilith snapped. Helles bowed her head, clearly swallowing words. She watched the scrutinizer in the weak, flickering flame. It threw up a pillar of dark smoke, and its light was the colour of vomit. At least there was light. They stared at it in a hush for what felt like an hour. Around them, the city continued its hunt. The occasional yell of an order and a distant echo of boots came floating through the boards, but that was all. When the candle was no more than a thumb's thickness and starting to sputter, Helles spoke up again. It was no more than a whisper, but it sounded loud after straining the ears for so long. "I'm sorry about Bazell, though I only knew him a short while." "Don't be. We don't know what's become of him," replied Nilith, her voice tight. "You didn't get to finish what you were saying earlier, about what will happen after you bind Pharazar's shade." "Trying to take my mind off him won't help, Scrutinizer Helles." Again her head bowed respectfully. Nilith saw the whiteness of her knuckles. "Of course not, Majesty." Nilith stared at the candle until its light left spots dancing in her eyes. The night was warm, and under her rags she sweated. With a growl, she started to peel them off, throwing them aside irritably until her face and head were free. She turned her nails to more, dragging the cloth from her shoulders and arms. A faint blue gleam joined the pallid light of the candle. A cold draught fell from her. She saw Helles shiver as she struggled to hold her Empress's eyes. "Look at it," Nilith grumbled. Helles did, her eyes creeping down to where Nilith's collarbone and bosom were being eaten away by dark tendrils of vapour, where her whole left arm glowed, black veins etched, turning to white where puncture marks showed. Nilith lifted more cloth to show her ribs, where the skin was already beginning to blacken and crack. Sapphire light shone through beneath. "You asked what was next. Should I somehow bind that bastard of an emperor?" Nilith asked. "I don't know, that's what. I know I will say my piece, make my decrees, and then the choice is down to the city." "But you will be empress. A dead empress if this rot doesn't slow. Damn that ghast! Damn that fucking consortium for its meddling!" Nilith went to dash the candle from its cradle of sand, but she stopped herself. With a sigh, she said, There is a reason why no ghost has ever held the throne of Araxes longer than a day. The city will not stand for it. My decrees will be close to worthless. They will stand for the code. Don't give me that. You're not that naive. I will be shitting on 1,000 years of the code in one fell swoop, not to mention that by freeing the shades, I remove my only claim to authority besides a crown and a throne. This doesn't end with Pharazar being thrown into the Nyx. As she said that, Nilith felt the weight of her burden triple. It was her turn to hang her head, feeling heavier than lead, not half ghost. Hellas sniffed. You're not alone, Majesty. Don't call me that. The scrutinizer thumped her fist against her thigh. I said you're not alone. My being here only proves that. The dead Proctor Jim, he would have fought for such a thing too. Every fucking shade out there wants it. If you grant freedom to them, then fuck the living. You said yourself the city is more dead than alive. Be the Empress of the dead. Nilith shook her head, but Hellas pressed on. I've walked these blood-stained streets, same as you. I've seen the downtrodden, the beggars, the fear in the face of every tourist caught out after sunset. The lepers slitting their wrists just for release. The code is a poison, Nilith, a plague that eats away at vapour and blood and bone alike. I'd wager it won't just be shades that will stand for you. Take away the code and you give them hope. Even the smallest pinch of it, to a soul that has none, is reason to fight. You shrug off the title of Majesty, but you would make every fucker in this city feel like an emperor or empress, just for a moment. Nilith had been measuring Hellas's words carefully. As much as she wanted them to crumble and show their nonsense, they were proud and gleaming words, truthful and reminiscent of the same speeches she had made to a burnished silver mirror not too many months ago. She thought she had conquered the desert, but its punishing grit was still lodged in her, not under fingernails or in her hair, but in her mind. She had survived rather than conquered, and the weakness it had taught her clung on. Hearing Hellas's words made Nilith feel as if she had been picked up and shaken out, like a sandal full of sand. It didn't rid her of all of it, for weakness is a stubborn thing. But that burden was lighter again, enough to nod and slide the rags back over her freezing arm. The heat of the night had done nothing for it. She heard the whine of a breeze outside the board. Just for a moment, she repeated. Hellas clenched her hands in the air, as if grasping for something intangible. She bared her teeth. Just for a moment, and this cursed city will change. You will be far from alone. You make some fine points, Nilith relented. With a sigh, though not one so heavy as to drag her into the dust, she got to her feet. She stretched with a grimace and sheathed the sword again. Besides, I think I have a good idea for a distraction. She patted her chest, where the old leather bundle of powder hung. Hellas growled affirmatively and helped her ready a nowish and the stinking bundle. Pharazar hadn't said a word all afternoon. That could have been because of the rags they'd stuffed in his mouth, but who knew? Maybe he was contemplating his behaviour. Laying hands to the boards, Hellas and Nilith shared a look. The Empress tried a smile. It was an old movement, rusty like boat chains, but satisfying. After you, Your Majesty, she said. Hellas cracked a smile of her own, and she looked just as foreign to it. Why, thank you. With that, the scrutinizer ducked out beneath a board. The tarred burlap sack came down over her head in a black blur. The butt of a dagger followed fast behind it, and with a thud, Hellas went limp. Chaser Joby's foul mood had not waned in days. If anything, it had only grown fouler with every step. Inner Araxes perturbed him. He was a desert man, sprawls born. He was of the entrenched opinion that so many bodies so close together in one place was not good for sanity. Even though there seemed to be a troubling quiet in the city, he was itching to be on the open roads again, hunting fresh debtors. Once this bitch and her shade are in a cage. The shrouded Slathergast at his side was leading him in a straight line north, but on nothing more than a faint trail. They had travelled day and night, and the creature had only given him the occasional hiss to change direction a notch or two. The ghast could scent in ways hounds only dreamed of, but this was a city of shades. Any hound would be distracted in a butcher's shop. Joby's arm ached savagely from keeping the creature on a short leash. More than once, Chaser Joby had shamefully flaunted with the idea of giving up, of finding some unsuspecting woman and shade and passing them off as the debtors. It shocked him to be considering such ideas after all his years of impeccable service. Not since he had been fresh to the job had similar thoughts crossed his mind. Such was the frustration this woman had caused him. A lonely gull, still riding what was left of the day's thermals, mewed above him. Joby flinched, throwing up his hands. His sleeve caught against a scab on his eye, and he cursed quietly to himself. He was dabbing blood from his brow when the Slathergast opened its jaws wide and let loose a disturbing gurgle. Its claws grasped at the chill air, pointing down a curving street that split off from theirs. Joby tugged the leash, all buckles and leather, but the ghast refused to budge. "That way?" A hiss. "Are you sure?" The ghast strained on its leash, and that was answer enough. Joby clicked for his horse, and the beast followed dutifully. He wished he had not abandoned his wagon, but chases through the streets of Araxes were best suited to legs, not wheels. The creature led him on, leaving a moist trail in the dust behind it. The ripped grey cloak that Joby had wrapped it in did little to disguise the ghast's gruesome features, but nobody had looked closely enough to worry him. It seemed there were more interesting things afoot in the city. He suspected the smoking cloud-piercer he had seen in the afternoon had something to do with it. Another gasp from the ghast, and Joby followed its intent gaze to another road, split off from the first. After a few minutes, it led to a vacant space that looked like a market of some kind. A soul market, if Joby wasn't mistaken. He recognised the loops for manacle chains and the pens for unsold shades. Uncouth was what it was. Chilling, if he was honest. The consortium didn't dirty itself with the business of death and shades. It had realised a long time ago that silver, plain old silver, was better for the soul. It didn't involve giving it up for eternal servitude, for one. The Slathergast was growing impatient. It wriggled something awful and began to gouge furrows in the sand with its blue claws. Its tendrils poked clear of its shroud. They seemed to be pointing to a certain corner. Joby tugged the leash hard, eliciting a choking noise from the ghast. With a growl, it relented, dribbling black spit on the stones while it waited for its master to follow its suggestion. Joby knew ghasts well enough to know when they had picked up the scent of their almost kill. He narrowed his eyes, trying to blink the lamplight from them. The only light was the faint glow of stars hidden behind awnings and a day's worth of smoke. At his feet, a faint blue stained the dust, emanating from the ghast's jaws. Then he saw it, a thin yellow hair of light escaping from the boards of a shuttered shop across the market. His heart flinched. Lost hope flourished anew. A broad smile crept across his split and scabbed lips. "You're mine." Creeping closer, keeping the ghast quiet and still as best he could, he stalked the shop. At its corner, where wooden furniture had been stacked, he heard voices. Joby strained his ears. 2 women, he guessed. His nostrils held the smell of horse and rotting body. He caught some muffled words. "You're not alone, Majesty," said one of the voices. The chaser's eyes grew wide, aching at the edges. A Majesty? He thought back to the journey from the sprawls, while the woman had taunted him from her cage. Her demeanour had been very regal now that he considered it. No, it can't be. The voices continued, and he listened to broken remnants of the conversation. "Empress of the dead! Lepers slitting wrists! Take away the code! Give them hope!" The Slathergast whined, stealing the rest of those words away from him. But what interesting words they had been. Joby tied the creature to a nearby column. Its work was done. The thing snapped its jaws, and he held a finger over his lips. He heard another whisper as he moved back to the boards. "Just a moment." Just a moment. Joby began to slide a tarred sack from his belt and a pair of shackles he'd found for this very moment. His hands shook, though not with nervousness, but pleasure. There were always 3 stages to every chase: the letting loose, the catch, and the delivery. The catching stage was always the most gratifying, and now he was about to capture an empress who owed the consortium a debt. Oh, how the directors would be pleased. He tucked himself against the boards, the sack poised in his hands. He listened to the sound of a horse's hooves and feet shuffling across the flagstones. They sounded weary, and Joby grinned in the darkness. Voices again, inches away. "After you, Your Majesty." A shuffle of feet, fingernails on wood. "Why, thank you." Joby swung the bag over the woman's head, clutching her neck in the crook of his elbow. A knife appeared in the other, menacing the other woman, who burst through the boards with a cry. "No!" Nilith yelled, trying to tug the sword from her belt. Anoish whinnied, rearing up, kicking 2 planks far into the market. They clattered against awning poles, shattering the quiet of nightfall. "It is over!" yelled the man, all dressed in black. His face was hidden in the thick darkness, but his accent was clear. She spied the Slathergast tied up behind him, straining for her, not Hellas. She felt the wobble in her arm as she saw its glowing jaws part. "You let her go right now!" Nilith ordered. Chaser Joby wrestled Hellas for a moment before he answered. He hadn't hit her hard enough, and she was already coming to. The knife was pressed against her face. "Keep still," he warned her. "Not likely, madam. Keep the horse and shade. This woman's debt to the consortium will be paid by her own titles." "You fucking—" Nilith stopped herself, thrown by the reply. Her tired mind caught up. "He thinks Hellas is me." There came a resounding click of irons around wrists. "It is none of your business. Refrain from interfering and you may keep your life." Joby was reaching for the leash now, fiddling with it while he balanced the knife with 2 fingers. Nilith made to chase him, but the blade came back to Hellas's throat quickly enough. "Stay back, I say! This woman is the consortium's property now," he warned. Anoish was whinnying something awful. The horse was still trying to kick his way out of the shop. Over his noise, Nilith swore she heard the clank of armour somewhere nearby. She began to sweat. "Go!" yelled Hellas, muffled through the sack. "Listen to your empress, madam." Nilith bit her lip. She heard scattered voices now, raised in urgency. "I won't," she hissed. The scrutinizer was insistent. "Do it!" It was at that moment the Slathergast turned on its own leash, savaging it with dead fangs until the leather fell to blackened ash. Bursting from the column, it slithered straight for Nilith, leaving Joby panicking. "Not that one!" he cried. Mouth gaping in horror, Nilith watched the monster come at her, glistening talons reaching, jaws glowing and wide. She would have frozen had a voice not yelled at her, so deep in her mind it echoed like a landslide. "Move!" Nilith sidestepped as the ghast leapt for her. Vaporous claws snagged the cloth of her chest as the monster sailed past. Had it eyes, she no doubt would have seen a surprised look in them. It snarled as it hit the ground. Nilith was already standing over it, sword raised and ready. "Oh, shit!" cried a woman's voice. All too late did Nilith hear the slap of bare feet on sand and see the dark shape barreling from behind the corner of the shop. A woman slammed into Nilith's side, knocking the Empress straight to the ground. Her assailant cartwheeled into a heap, but not before seeing the Slathergast writhing to right itself. "The fuck is that?" cried the woman, her voice cracked, going deeper momentarily. Nilith was on her feet in a blink, sword point facing the ghast and the pommel pressed against her ribs. With a roar rising through bared teeth, she charged it. The ghast squealed as it rose up to meet her with disturbing delight. Its claws swung at her, but not before she had driven the blade into its throat. The blue jaws flashed white as they gnashed down on the sword's metal. Something in the blade stung it, fighting back, and the ghast writhed in anguish. It was all Nilith could do to duck the thrashing claws. Nilith felt hands around her ribs, dragging her backwards and driving her to the ground again. The sword came with her, stubbornly sticking to her palms. The Slathergast continued to writhe, snapping its jaws between retches of black blood. Its tendrils were rigid with pain. Nilith rolled away as it gnashed at her boots. The woman next to her yelped and dragged her feet clear. The sword found the Slathergast again, though this time its neck. The blade sheared completely through its pallid flesh and gelatin bones, and the ghast sagged to the floor in two pieces, twitching sporadically. At a strangled cry of anger from behind her, Nilith whirled around to find Joby disappearing behind a wooden stage. Hellis was still in his grasp, struggling just enough to keep him occupied. Nilith made to start after them, but she wrestled herself back. The woman spoke up, making her flinch. She was still in the dust, feet tucked into her chest. She was pointing at the carcass, which was leaking obsidian blood and yellow bile. "Seriously, what the fuck was that?" she asked, breathless. For the first time in the poor light, Nilith recognised the leathers of a cheap street guard and the shorn dark hair of an Arctian. She held the sword to the woman's throat before she could rise. "Move and die," Nilith muttered. "You almost got me killed. Who are you?" The guard shifted away despite her warning. She looked itchy to run. "Stop moving!" Nilith cried. Before she could whack the woman with the flat of the blade, Nilith's eyes appeared to deceive her. Blue vapour pooled from the guard's body, as if her soul was fleeing too fast and forgetting her body. The ghost of a man with a cut throat appeared behind her, face scrunched up with effort, his mists still trailing behind him. With a grunt and a snap of white light, he tumbled from her form and scrambled in the sand. The guard flopped over, completely overcome by the experience. Nilith didn't blame her. She was still trying to keep her eyes in her sockets while the ghost found his feet and started to run. She had just gathered the wherewithal to shout when somebody beat her to it. It was a man's voice, bodiless, and it was coming from her hip. "Caltro!" he cried. The ghost stumbled, head craned over his shoulder. In her shock, Nilith scrambled to be rid of the sword, throwing it to the ground. "Caltro Basalt!" the sword called again. Dead weight was a difficult thing to cart, even a few paces, never mind 4 streets. Chaser Joby threw Hellis onto the bed of a wagon with a curse in a tongue she'd never heard. The smell of the tarred burlap wrapping her face was offensive, but she endured for Nilith. It would buy her some time before Joby realised he was a fucking fool. Hellis had caught him chuntering over the loss of that foul creature she'd heard gnashing and wailing. dying if her ears hadn't deceived her, and for the merrier. But there had been another voice in the commotion too, unknown. Man or woman, or both, she hadn't been able to tell. Wrestling that worry into trust had been difficult, but Hellas relied on the fact the Empress could handle herself. "You thought you could outrun me, and yet here we are once again. I told you, in all my years I've never missed my mark," the chaser was bragging. Hellas heard the clinking of bridles and reins. "And what an interesting turn of events. I must say, Your Majesty, you are going to make me very popular indeed." Hellas chuckled in her sack, making Joby pause. "You go right ahead, Chaser Joby. Drag me back to your consortium. I'd like to have a look at you all before I dispense my justice." She hoped that had sounded haughty enough, crass enough. The Empress's accent was a strange mix of empire and foreign, but the burlap muffled Hellas enough to maintain the ruse. She might have been playing a part, but justice was precisely what she wanted for these people. "Your royal blood means nothing now. Not now it's been poisoned by my ghast." That last word was tight. "I wonder how long until it claims you." Hellas was jolted about as he climbed aboard. Hands pawed at her neck, and she shrugged them away, thankful she still wore yards of cloth. He snorted. "I shall just have to be swift then, shan't I?" With a snicker, Joby wrapped a rough bag of sackcloth about her head, tied her hands with twine, and pushed her flat on the wagon. Hellas, too, hoped the journey would be a short one. She didn't fancy baking in the morning sun.
Chapter 20. Threads. They say the Crass are a noble race. I don't see it. Their cities do not stretch for the skies as ours do. Seasons and snow mean their roads and streets are full of muck, as well as horse and goat shit. They do not even embrace binding as we do. In weeks our armies could crush them. Why is this marriage even necessary? Must I entertain such a peasant of a wife? From a letter written by Emperor-in-Waiting Pharazar to Emperor Milazan in 982. We darted through the night until the sun came up. Like rabbits running from a fox, we scampered here and there, dodging every glance of light or echoing voice. North was our average direction, back the way I had run. Patrols came and went, but we, this woman, her corpse-laden horse, her bundled ghost, my sword and I, shunned them, taking canyon-like alleys between the growing press of buildings. Though I swore they hunted me, she moved like she was the prey. All I cared about were answers. Every attempt to get them had been met with a curt hiss. Words had been few between us, conversation nil. She had told me to run, and I had run. Her rags had fallen away in her fight. The heat of running had made her discard more. On the edges of lantern and torchlight, or when we crouched beside her horse, I studied her face. Wild-eyed and drawn with weariness, she had the cut of an Easterner. I saw her skin was darker than an Arctian's. Her hair was raven black, and though I imagined it had spent much of its time combed and curled, it was matted around her ears and thick with sand and mud. The emerald of her eyes was caught by my glow, and I saw a quickness and a cleverness to them. They never seemed to stay still, and oh, how they watched me. I was never out of her sight. Her back never turned, and the sword in her hand, my sword, was always pointed in my direction. During my time as a ghost, I had grown used to my nakedness. But now, under those piercing eyes, I felt the need to cover myself whenever I got the chance. Pointy was strangely silent, as if owing something to this new master of his. "Come with us," had been his only words to me, silent and in my mind. I had seen a familiar twitch in this woman's eyes, as he had no doubt reassured her I was worth taking along. She seemed shocked to hear a voice in her head, but she had not questioned it. Not yet. My answers took some time in coming. For another hour or two we wound north towards the core districts. The eastern sky was beginning to blush a powder blue. Buildings lost to the darkness of the night started to find their edges again. Much to my delight, the soldiers' horns had fallen silent for some time. Patrols had thinned to the point of vanishing. The lateness of the hour can defeat even the most determined of hunters. Irritatingly, the woman took it as a sign to press on, not stop and hole up. I wondered what it was that drew her to the core. But if she feared attention, she was going the wrong way. Her logic was all wrong. When we bunched up at the edge of a wide thoroughfare fringed with palms, I took the opportunity to tell her. We should find some place to hide. We press on, the woman growled at me. They'll start searching again, come dawn. There are some people in this world who can shrink a person with a simple look or tone. This woman levelled both at me, and despite all my posturing, I felt like a scrawny child. Look, I don't know who you are, or why you felt the need to interfere tonight, but you're lucky this talking sword, I can't believe I just said that, this talking sword knows you or I would have lopped your head off with it already. Understand, you're not in charge here. You haven't the faintest clue what's even going on. I suggest you keep your inane suggestions to yourself, or fuck off somewhere else. I grimaced and consoled myself with the fact she was likely angry over losing her friend. Nilith, said the sword. Shut up, both of you. I watched Nilith stare across the street for a moment before bowing her head with a frustrated sigh. Move, she ordered. With the horse clip-clopping noisily over the flagstones, we dashed across the thoroughfare and into the next side street. We stumbled onto a pocket of penury in an otherwise soaring district. The houses here were low and poorly built, mud brick plastered to look like granite. They leaned over drunkenly, making the going even more claustrophobic. Trust her, Caltro, Pointy whispered to me. She knows what she's doing. As do I muttered, hoping the sword could hear me. Treachery was what it was. He had fallen into the lap of some madwoman and forgotten me. He hadn't seen what I had seen. Soon enough the dusky blues in the east began to burn orange and the fires of dawn were stoked. With a curse, Nilith held up a fist. I almost walked straight into it. I had been too busy admiring an ugly old spire hanging above us. Its sides spiked with wooden poles. Half of its plaster had fallen away over the years, leaving it piebald and sorrowful. Fine. We hide for now, Nilith muttered, her words slurred with weariness. I'd noticed her pace starting to fail. I nodded. What a great idea. Where? I don't know about you, Ghost, but I could use a bed. She pointed to where the lights of a building still burned. Looks like a tavern to me, wouldn't you say? The glyphs on the rickety sign said the Tal's Castle, though it was anything but. Sandwiched between two lofty lumps of granite was an establishment that looked as though it had been stitched together, not built. From cartwheels to crates, discarded bricks to sailcloth, the face of the building was a hodgepodge of materials. None of it bore any symmetry. All of it was disconcerting to look at. They'd managed to get 3 floors out of the detritus, and a handful of slanted windows showed a bit of lamp or ghost light. There were bars, but no shutters. No matter what the weather or holiday, or catastrophic event, you can always trust in a tavern's doors staying open. I had the sudden urge to taste the sourness of beer on my tongue. A sleepy-eyed stable boy lay slumped atop a barrel beneath the rickety sign. The lad nearly fell off his barrel as we approached. Nilith had sheathed Pointy, but any stranger in the depth of night is a worrisome sight to wake to, especially in Araxes. He blinked owlishly in my glow. What? A bed, Nilith said, fighting a yawn. In the stables with the horse, I don't leave my wares. The boy scratched his nose. We got cots. Good, and I don't want to be disturbed. She tapped the blade with a fingernail. The boy nodded emphatically. It's a reputable place, miss, said the boy, sniffing as he took the horse's reins. He seemed undecided whether the stench was Nilith or the big bundle on the beast's back. Got a bath, too, if you need. Nilith rubbed her eyes and waited for the grubby child to fetch a key and open the stable doors, which were apparently made of driftwood and palm frond. Inside, the stables were dark, lit only by one fluttering lamp at the far end. I helped light the way as we followed the boy past half a dozen pens. Most were empty. I counted 2 horses, silver and black-maned, and 1 enormous centipede. It was curled up in a tight, spiralling ball the size of a tent. Its plates of burgundy armour rippled and rattled in its dreams. "A silver a night for stable and bed. Food's extra, so's drink," said the boy through a yawn. I smacked my lips habitually, well, as best as a ghost can. He opened a door that squeaked like a strangled mouse. Nilith took out her sword and leaned it against the driftwood walls of our allotted pen. There was straw on the floorboards and nosebags of water and feed. The horse, a stocky desert beast, immediately moved to investigate them. I had never been one for horses. It had absolutely nothing to do with lacking the legs to easily mount one, nor was it to do with somehow finding my arse in a muddy puddle after every attempt to. They were creatures of burden, and anything that suffered the whims of most humans was likely to snap at one point. With a horse, that snap is likely to lead to a similar snap of the neck. The stable boy returned with the cot, a simple wooden frame with canvas stretched between its corners. Nilith seized it immediately and positioned it at the entrance to the pen, a barricade, with me and her horse behind it. The boy hovered around until Nilith dug out 1 silver coin and 1 copper, and pressed them both into the boy's hand. "Supper, if there's any left, and beer." I caught a different edge to her accent. "You're crass," I said, once the boy had retreated inside. "As are you." "Me? I used to be. Feel more Arctian now than anything else." Nilith still held Pointy in a claw of her hand. The other was held tightly to her chest as if injured. She spun the sword on its point, drilling a hole into the board. "I don't care if this sword vouches for you. It could be slave to you. Some sort of sorcery or plain mad for all I know. You wouldn't be far off. What is it? Dead-bound?" "I am indeed." "You keep quiet," Nilith ordered Pointy. She looked up at me. "We do this the old way, then. The crass way." That was a sense I could grasp onto. I sighed, my tension lessened. The traditional way. Questions and truthful answers until friend or foe has been decided. Pointy butted in. "I must say I could probably tell the tale." "Shut up, sword," said Nilith and I together. We swapped uneasy looks. "You first," she said. "I want to hear it in your words. We'll see what the sword has to say in a moment." That was easy. "What the bloody fuck was that creature you sliced up?" Nilith crossed her arms, still favouring her left. "A slathergast, if you must know. A foul thing from somewhere far away. It and its master have been hunting me." I opened my mouth to speak and closed it as Nilith glared. Tradition dictated she speak first, being the one to suggest it. "Who are you?" "I am Caltro Basalt of Tamar." I crossed my arms to match her. "Who are you?" "Empress Nilith Raikharanala, daughter of Crass King Conan, Lady of Saraka." I looked at the pommel of the sword and found a serious look on Pointy's face. "Ah." It was the only sound I could think of making. I performed an awkward dance as I tried to decide between bowing and standing taller. "Well then, Empress Nilith, milady, your question." "Why are you here?" A long answer, but the short version is I came for work, was murdered, and through a long series of tedious events, I am here. "Why'd you have my sword?" "Your sword?" That counts as a question and therefore avoiding an answer. Pointy was slammed into the floor. He grumbled. We paused our mutual interrogation while the boy returned with a clay bowl of stew, the colour of shark skin, and a foaming earthenware tankard of beer. I tried to lick my lips as I watched the Empress reach for it, slopping some foam onto her cloth-wrapped hand. I imagined it to be my hand, feeling the cold beer against skin filled with rushing blood. "Don't you dare!" Pointy must have seen my envy and stopped me from pouncing. The Empress was soon facing me again, bowl in her lap to cool, beer by her boot, sword still twirling in her fingers. "It fell from the sky a few nights ago. Skewered a soulstealer's lad as he was about to call his friends. Well timed, lucky," she said, idly spinning Pointy around on his tip. "I wonder if he ever got nauseous. He was useful, so I brought him with us." It was impossibly sharp. You don't just throw away something like that, now do you? Is that another question? The glare I received was nothing short of murderous. This empress seemed to teeter on a blade sharper even than pointy. I made a point not to push her. Yet, at least. No, you don't, I answered her. Though I was made to. And in answer to your previous question, I dropped the sword while I was being ghost-snapped by a certain Tal Horrocks. You may know her as Hirana Talin Renala the somethingth. Oh yes, she's the one who smashed into the cloud piercer yesterday. The sword stopped spinning. Nilith was frozen apart from her lips. The flying machine, she whispered. You have my attention, Ghost. Hirana, you say? Yes, I did, but it's my turn, I said. The blade was slammed into the floorboard. A full third of it punctured the wood. Maybe I should have showed some respect. Though not my empress, she was the daughter of King Conan. My king. But everybody was equal when they were brandishing a sword at you. I waved a finger at the bundle of rags on the horse's back. Speaking of long-lost royals, I imagine there's an emperor under those rags. Nilith almost spilled the stew as she rose up from the cot, sword flashing in the lantern light. It found a resting place a few inches from my torn throat. You can imagine if you want. Truthful answers, I reminded her, my hands hovering by my ears. I can be a stickler for rules at the worst of times. She snarled. Yes, there is. And if you're here to take him, then I've already made my decision on whether you're friend or foe. Majesty! Caltro! Shut up! She snapped at the sword, waggling pointy so much I had to lean backwards. How do you know that, Caltro Basalt? What's your part in this? Why were you running? And how was it you stole a woman's body? I believe that's 4 questions. I swallowed my words, finding less sarcastic ones. The time for tradition was over. All right? Because I'm the one your delightful daughter hired to break into the Emperor's sanctuary. Only I was delayed on the way. Murdered by a man called Boran Temza. A man who, working with Cecine and the cult of Sesh behind each other's backs, managed to turn this city into a battlefield in just a few weeks. Until he recently met his end at the sharp end of an axe. In the meantime, I have been stolen, traded back and forth between nobles and villains, locked up, beaten, and foolishly put my faith in a Tal who turned out to be the mother of the nest of vipers you call royals. A viper with a flying machine, and a burning desire to see your family pay for banishing her. She crashed into the tower and forced me to open the sanctuary. After they realized Farazar was missing, a battle broke out. I tried to take my coin from Hirana, and we fell from the cloud piercer. So I ran. I don't know why, with my half-corn behind me. I would have been breathless, but all I felt was colder lips and strained eyes. Recanting my tale made it seem all the more woeful. Pointless. Nilith pressed a thumb to her temple as though her head was spinning. The cult. Flying machines. And Hirana back from the dead. I winced. And the stealing bodies thing? There was no use trying to hide it. I can inhabit bodies if I feel like it. Beasts even. Haunt them. I was using the woman as a distraction from a patrol I ran into, shortly before colliding with you. A gift of the dead gods, supposedly. But so far all it's got me into is more trouble. The cult of Sesh were keen to wrap me into their grand game of changing Araxes because of it. Now it seems the gods... I faltered, holding back that section of my story for now. It always sounded like madness aloud. The gods wasted their time with me. Nilith lowered Pointy until he was hanging by her side. With a grunt, she moved past me and took the horse by the chin to bid him to lie down. With his reins free, he whinnied and started to munch the hay while Nilith took apart the pack. Layers and layers of cloth slid free, revealing a stained bundle that looked suspiciously body-sized, and a naked, wriggling ghost, busy pulling a rag from his mouth. He got up, eyes wild and hand clenched to his breast. He was puffed up with rabid anger, looking between me and Nilith as if choosing which of us to curse first. There was a doughy paunch on him, and he was a hair taller than me. I looked at the ragged gash at his throat, and he saw mine. We traded a brief glance that was something other than anger. Empathy, perhaps. In a moment it was lost and rage swooped in to fill the vacuum. Emperor Farazar pointed a handless stump at me. You eastern filth, you're a fucking liar. No man can break into my sanctuary. I'm no man, Emperor of the Ark. I'm a ghost, I replied haughtily. This man was definitely no royal to me, and the best locksmith in the Reaches. And my mother, how dare you insinuate she defied my banishment? And a flying machine? She didn't have the guts to do anything about my father, never mind have the wits to build a flying machine. If you believe this liar, wife, you have finally snapped. I looked to Nilith. Is he always like this? You have no idea. The Empress replied with a roll of her eyes. Days, Mr. Basalt. Weeks I've endured it. Look at what you've done to my city, Nilith. Madness, a battlefield, and now the cult. So you took that bit on board? I piped up. Nilith ignored him, keeping her gaze on me. When did my daughter hire you? Months ago. I arrived here a few weeks back, maybe a month. I was killed my first night here. And how long had the Tal been in the city building her machine, Mr. Basalt? Years. A decade, perhaps? Nilith laughed. And you blame me, Farazar? Did you hear that? If I hadn't acted, Cecine would have. Or your mother. What do they all have in common? You. With the point of the sword, Nilith steered the Emperor into the corner and made him sit down. With nothing but driftwood and stone behind him, he had nowhere to run. She came back with more questions for me. My daughter knows about me and what I've done? Her ghost, Etain, told her, shortly after they found the sanctuary empty. Or should I say your ghost? Lies, came a bitter hiss from the corner. And what of Etain? I don't know. The last I saw of him, he was fighting a brute of a ghost called Danib. It didn't look like it was going well. Iron Jaw. I remember him from Milazan's last days, Nilith whispered. I saw the concern in the wrinkles of her brow. With a sigh, Nilith took me out into the stable near to the sleeping centipede. And the cult? How are they involved? I've seen their preachers and their patrols of armoured shades. What's happened while I've been gone? How have they resurfaced? I was torn. They had handed me over as if I was still bound, even though my half-coin had been around my neck. And yet, they had welcomed me in, given me the gifts of justice. I was honest. They want to fix the city, provide charity and aid, freedom for shades. They orchestrated Thames's rise and fall to get close to Cecine, and now they say they want to put Cecine on the throne, to start a new era. They brought me to the Cloud Piercer after taking me from Hirana, intent on me opening the sanctuary for your daughter. They say all the right words, but... What? I faltered. Tell her about the gods, Pointy whispered. I shook my head. Just a sense. I know what you mean. Nilith blew a sigh, running a mitten of rags through her knotted hair. I can't believe that old bag Hirana is still alive, and here in Araxes all along. I held up a finger. She's not exactly alive. What? After Hirana crashed into the piercer, when they found nothing but a ghost in place of an emperor, she and Cecine fought. She managed to take my coin. In the commotion, I bit my lip, tasting mist. I pushed her through a window. Hirana and I fell, and after, well... Nilith had a strange glint in her eyes. You killed my mother-in-law. I was already looking for the nearest door. Knowing where the exits are is half the trick to surviving. Not intentionally. Well, thank fuck for that. Nilith blew a sigh of relief. That woman is sheer evil. The very definition of a royal action. And yet you ran. I'm sure my daughter and the cult would have been thankful. Why not stay with them, with your coin? Why run and hide? I had no better an answer for that now than I did standing over Hirana's splattered corpse. It didn't stop me from trying to make one. It seems it's what I do. I run. I've been running most of my life. I've run this far, and so far I haven't vanished in a puff of air. I can only assume the cult have my coin and aren't finished with me yet. Nilith shook her head, as if she had already galloped ahead of my weak explanations. They want your gift. It's clear. Their kind always wants something. She grumbled. Why do they have to complicate things? Once more I was ready to spill the story of the gods, but I held back as I watched Nilith start to pace. Curiosity hooked me. Had I fallen in with just another claimant to the throne? I wondered how far I'd have to run to be free of those. What exactly are these things? I asked. What do you plan to do with the Emperor? Pharazar will be put in the Grand Nixwell according to the code, and I will claim the throne. I snorted. And what's your reason for killing your way to the crown, huh? You all seem to have one. Spoiled birthright? Jealousy? Vengeance? Change, Mr. Basalt. Your story is one of hundreds I've heard since living in this godforsaken city. I seek to change those stories, to bring freedom to your kind, to... She bit her lip, and I swear I saw blood. To my kind. Come again? I like to think I can recognize the difference between a cog in the machine and the hand that turns it, Mr. Basalt. You seem to be the former. I wondered if that was some sort of veiled insult. I have trusted you this far. I don't know why I feel I can trust you further, but I shall. With that, she began to pull aside the wrappings at her neck and reveal a sight I had never beheld. A black and ragged tear in her skin separated bone and flesh from dark, angry vapor. Her faint blue glow joined mine as she tore the rags from her arms. I saw the punctures at her wrist, glowing white like my own stab wounds. She showed me the edges of where ghost met living, reaching across her bosom and down to her hip. You asked what that monster was. The Slatherghast did this to me. I was told its poison slowly kills a person by turning them into a ghost. It certainly seems to be true. This has only been a few days. All I feel is cold, and a hollowness spreading through me. She pointed to the bite marks in her wrist, her tone low and wistful. I knew that pain, although I envied the graduation of her transition to the grave. She hadn't tumbled into it as I had, but was slowly slipping. It was a poor comfort to her, I knew, but a richness I wished I had been gifted. I might have taken that over my haunting, just to spend my last days living in all the ways I would miss as a ghost. The first sips of beer, grease rolling over fingers, a lucky bedding or a cheap one in my case. I didn't share the same worry she did, and so I scowled. I'm sorry, I offered awkwardly. A half-life isn't so bad, all things considered. Better to have half the loot than none of it, my old master used to say. Those optimistic words tasted far too sweet in my pessimistic mouth. I got the sense I hadn't provided the supportive words she might have been seeking. Nilith waved her hand dismissively and wrapped herself back up. All I care about is time, and a clear path to the Grand Nixwell. And freeing the ghosts, I reminded her. Abolishing the code, Mr. Basalt, to be exact, she corrected me. Lofty aspirations, Empress. They are the only aspirations that matter, and now perhaps they matter even more. A glazed look came over her eyes. They were glassy in the dim lantern light. I don't trust the cult any more than my husband, or no doubt his mother did. I saw their manipulation of Emperor Milizan with my own eyes before Pharazar murdered him. They are a pox on what the dead gods stood for. I cocked my head. Nilith went on, working herself up until she was hunched, a bow bending before pressure. They worship a god of chaos, not the true concept of ma'at. Balance, Mr. Basalt. Inaction. Charity? Aid? I highly doubt it. If they're involved, putting Cecile on the throne is most likely the next step on their ladder. A flood, I blurted, seeing whether the word sparked anything in her, testing the god's warnings. A flood? What flood? I tested her trust some more. Since I came out of the Nyx, I've been visited. Visited? Visited. By dead things claiming to be dead gods. There was a dead man called Horus, then a cat called Basht, then a cow, Hathor, and a shade all green, Oshirim himself. Nilith was cocking ahead at me now. I could hear the absurdity of it, and although it felt good to get it off my chest, I could see myself sliding into the same category as the supposedly mad sword. Pointy spoke up, deciding to break his silence. "He has, Empress. I saw O'Sheerin with my own eyes." Nilith raised an eyebrow. "They have repeatedly warned me of the cult. Say they want to flood Araxes. The Ark, maybe the whole reaches, yet when I was with the Enlightened Sisters I saw no sign of any such plans. They seemed genuine, devoted to this idea of a new Araxes. To your idea. You trust them?" Nilith looked at me, shocked. I stammered. "Caltro, surely not." Pointy admonished me. "It's not that I trust them. Every opinion is against them, but they speak of freedom and justice just like you do, Nilith. They used me to open the sanctuary, of that I'm sure, but they have my half-coin and haven't killed me yet. The dead gods keep saying I need to use this gift to stop them. Begging me, even. And yet, I see no malice in the cult's plans. Fuck! I thought after getting my freedom existence would be simpler, but I'm even more wrapped up in Araxes games than I was before." I sighed. "In truth, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now." Nilith reached out to put a hand on my shoulder. It was her left, the dead one, now wrapped in cloth. Me neither. Not day to day, at least, and somehow I've scraped through. I just kept moving. I find if a person has enough will, enough determination, a path opens up for them. Who knows? Perhaps the dead gods wanted you to run into me. Do you believe in luck? I shook my head. Luck is a scapegoat for the unfortunate and a trinket for the untalented and noble-born. I make my own. Even as I said it, my thoughts betrayed me. Yet again my half-coin was once again out of my hands. My fight for freedom was far from finished. Maybe the gods did have a path planned out for me, and I was following it unknowingly. Luck has seen me through the desert, Caltro, giving me allies when I needed them most. Nilith mumbled, green eyes far away and vacant. I was with someone, a scrutinizer, but she was taken before you arrived. A bargeman, nomads, a strange-bound falcon too, wherever he is now. And now you turning up out of the shadows. I've learnt not to turn my nose up at company, but suit yourself if you wish to carry on running. Though I could use the help. She took a moment to unclench her jaw. I studied her. Every twitch of her eyes, every shift of her lips. You're really going to free all the ghosts in the Ark? You'd take that step, you a royal with a dead emperor penned up and all the wealth of the reaches in your grasp. I felt the determination in Nilith's eyes, pressing into me as she stepped closer. Every last one. You, the sword, all of you. The code is a poison and a plague, and I can stand no part of it in this city any more. Balance will reign again, Mr. Basalt. Neither the cult nor my daughter will get their hands on the throne. Then this flood of theirs, if such a thing exists, will be no more. You and the gods can rest easy. Those might have been the truest words I'd yet heard spoken in Araxes. I paused to think. There was no trace of duplicitousness in her. No squeeze in that hand on my shoulder. No subtle movements of the sword lest I refuse. She saw my hesitation. Make your mind up, Caltro Basalt. Stay or go. Will it get me my coin back? Nilith withdrew her hand and led the way back to the pen. If I pull this off, locksmith, you can forget about your half-coin. I thumbed my chin. The decision seemed far too easy, almost as if it had already been made for me. Once again, I considered luck and fate, and the weaving of its complex threads. A person can live all their life seeing a tapestry woven behind them, see themselves as the product of chance meetings, steered by nothing but the frantic flutter of a butterfly's wings. I'd always refused the notion, believing such things took the reins from my hands. It was like trusting bolting horses to lead your wagon in the right direction. No, I preferred to steer and trust to my own choices, even if I chose the wrong direction. I'd had little choice of late, and so I made my decision right there and then and steered. I followed Nilith, heading for the pen. Once again my finger poked the air. Don't suppose this means I get my sword back, does it? No.
Bare and glowing feet whispered across the white, glass-like marble, Crimson cloth and shade light stained it a deep purple. The chambers were so quiet that even their ghostly movements seemed loud. Creaking doors led to vacant chambers, all opulent and pointless. Studies with blank scrolls on their shelves, bedrooms themed by colour. Here a violently yellow room, there a blue room with fish painted around the walls. Dressing rooms that bore tables laden with jewellery, lounges with furniture of oryx horn, ivory and a plethora of silk cushions, and all of them empty. The enlightened sisters continued their search. Not a squeak had been heard from Cécine in hours, not since she had stormed from the ruined sanctuary in the aftermath of the battle. Her last words had been a challenge to the church to find her mother, to prove their worth, as it were. It struck an uneasy truce between them and the royal guard. For the first time in 2 decades, brothers and sisters walked freely through the cloud-piercer. "Majesty," called Lyria, her voice echoing through the honeycomb chambers of marble. A wheeze. Both sisters heard it, surging towards another bedroom. Another door led on from that, hanging ever so slightly ajar. Lyria placed her hand upon its edge and pushed. A bloody scene appeared before them. The bedroom was doused in it. Where it hadn't been left to pool, it was drawn across the pristine floor in great arcs. Crimson handprints showed here and there, like the grotesque painting of an infant. The sisters' eyes followed them from the marble to the snowy linen sheets of a great bed. They had been dragged to the floor and were now a patchwork of dirty and clean. Chestnut feathers were strewn across that pile, and at the centre of their explosion lay 2 bodies. One was a falcon, blood-soaked and with its neck twisted at a horrific angle. The other was a princess. Cécine lay crooked, almost horizontal, with her head propped up by a bundle of cloth clamped to her bloody neck. It had been white once, Lyria imagined, but now it was as red as her own robes. Stretching out from the cloth's corners, raw, wet gashes stretched across Cécine's throat. Her bottom lip had been torn in 2, and her nose carved down the middle. One eye had been completely gouged out, and not cleanly. Rake marks of talons crisscrossed her bloody socket like a scribe's mistake. The skin that had gone untouched had a hint of grey in its Arctian tan. Cécine's other eye glared at the sisters. She drew a breath, and it rasped through her throat. She tried to speak, but some of her letters had been stolen from her. Blood sprang afresh from her split lip. "My mother," came the ragged hiss, barely audible. Lyria knelt at the Empress-in-Waiting's side. She did not touch her, she merely looked. "We have all available bodies and souls looking for her. If Empress Nilith has made it to the city, we will find her." "I will be Empress," something caught in her windpipe, and she dribbled more blood. "I will be Empress." Lyria looked to her sister, who wore a sorrowful face. "May I, Your Majesty?" she asked, and after some more glaring, Cécine's hand peeled away from the rags. "Fucking cursed bad!" Cécine tried feebly to lash out at the falcon's limp corpse, but instead her fingers flopped on the sheets, scoring 3 red marks. Lyria peeled the rag away, making the princess hiss. Beneath it, she saw how much skin and flesh the talons had torn away. No wonder she lay in a pool of her own blood. "All this deception will be over shortly, Your Majesty," Lyria whispered, leaning closer. "No more games." Cécine closed her eye, gurgling something. Lyria nodded, dabbing her neck and jaw where the blood still seeped. "Araxes will have its new empress. We promise you that." She tended her lip now, and as Cicine croaked in pain, Lyria put a comforting hand behind her head. She whispered gently in her ear, "Though it will not be you." The rag clamped over Cicine's mouth. Feeble hands clawed at her, dragging back her hood. Lyria pressed harder, pinching the nose. One eye fixed her with a fierce, wide stare throughout the struggle. At last, when that struggle finally waned, all the air had gone from her. The eye rolled up into her skull, and Lyria let the body fall limp to the sheets. "How bold of you, enlightened sisters," croaked a voice, small and muffled. Lyria and Yaredin stood tall, staring down at the falcon. With a series of cracking noises, his head turned back to its normal angle. "How bold indeed!" The enlightened sisters shared a look.
Chapter 21. The Grand Nixwell. What a sight the Grand Nixwell is, Malia. Oh, how it gleams. Oh, how its river runs fast and strong like no other fountain of Nix water in the reaches. It bleeds magnificence, exudes power, and not to mention royalty. You can almost feel the souls of every emperor and empress that has passed through here. Oh, if only the queues weren't so detestable. From a letter found on a dead tourist. The bright day passed us by as though somebody had spun the sun's wheel far too vigorously at dawn. Dare to yawn or drift into a daydream, and an hour would shoot by. The streets had found their pace again, and it was a brisk one. Everybody hurried, keen to make up for lost days of cowering, where uneasy silence had reigned for far too long. The citizens seemed to be making an effort to balance it out. My ears shook with the noise of heavy carriages, hooves, crowing merchants, and all sorts of curses and threats one used when negotiating the busiest of streets. Even parrots squawked raucously from the edges of awnings and pennant poles. The roiling crowds were a hiding place of sorts. Our rags blended effortlessly with the kaleidoscope of fabrics and colours that filled the thoroughfares. Having a horse gave us some right of way without drawing too much attention. Anoish was not alone in the press of bodies and ghosts. Carriage teams rattled down the centre of the streets. Stick-legged insects tapped their way ponderously through the crowds. Before dawn had even risen, Araxes' furnaces had flared like scatter-isle volcanoes. Smoke belched into the sky from the high and low docks, filling the air with a film of filth. I half-heartedly rubbed my thumb across the sky like trying to smear soot from a window. Nothing changed. Armour and blades were everywhere we looked, whether they were guards of rich folk, street guards, or Calton royal soldiers. We did our best to avoid them. Sticking to the thickest threads of crowd, pulling rags over faces, even haggling with a few merchants whenever gazers became too curious. These were our tactics. The hunt was clearly not over. I knew edginess when I saw it. In the guards, I could practically feel it washing over my vapours. Their eyes moved too quickly. They spoke behind their hands. Every now and again a shriek would come as a woman or shades were plucked from the crowds and shaken down. We bowed our heads and took different streets. The miles fell away beneath our feet agonizingly slow. While the sun raced overhead, it took us half an afternoon to cross 2 districts. Here and there, I saw places I had already run past in my spiralling nonsensical fleeing from the cloud-piercer. Retreading old ground is not comforting. I find it's usually because you've forgotten or regret something, or previously failed. I didn't bother to decide which I was. In our efforts to evade the hungry eyes, we found new places too. Nilith was preoccupied with staying upright, but I spent the walk gazing up at the city. High roads stretched between spires, sometimes at violent angles. Some were so old they were beginning to bow. I heard laughter, and on a corner saw 2 tiny ghosts frolicking behind a pen of dour-faced guards. I caught glimpses of them between spear shafts and chainmail. They wore frocks of yellow, throwing about a beetle made of fur and stuffing. Older shades stood behind them, deep in conversation. Important and hushed conversation, that was for sure. What made me sick were the white lines in the ghost girl's forearms, where they had been bled before they'd seen their 10th birthday. Nilith was right. The code was a poison. I had to admire this determination of hers. The ghast's bite was beginning to rob her sleep. A handful of hours, maybe more, she'd tossed and turned on the cot, while Pointy and I traded stories of what had happened since his impromptu exit from the Vengeance. He hadn't shared in my elation at Tirana's death, even calling it murder. He hadn't judged, but he had grown silent since. In fact, barely a word had been shared all day. Such was the pressure of traversing the busy streets and staying inconspicuous. Nilith no doubt had her pains and worries to attend to, as I had my own. The sensation of my coin around my neck had been a brief one, but I already missed it. I was as if I had left a part of me in the piercer. I sensed its faint pull, as subtle as a hair out of place, and longed for it. As for what the sisters planned to do with it, I still had no clue. I was still whole, well, for the most part. I decided that if they truly wanted justice and freedom for all shades, they would show their faces when the Empress dumped her husband in the Nixwell, and they would be smiling. Perhaps they were just keeping my coin safe for me. It felt like a child's reasoning, but it was the only one I found comforting. I'd had more than my fill of betrayal. When the afternoon slid from early to late, and then later still, we reached the bright splash of colour that was the royal markets. The bustle here was fierce, a deafening battleground of barging and hollering. The days of hiding meant spoiled wares. Spoil meant sales. Sales meant madness. It was simple economics. Gangs of ghosts and people besieged the stalls. In one poor fruit stall's case, they overran it completely. I saw the crowd erupt into a thrashing mass of limbs and flying oranges. Nobody else seemed remotely bothered by the kerfuffle, and they continued braying like branded donkeys. I found distraction in the sights and sounds. Slabs of pink meat and ugly sea creatures in tanks, arrays of fruits that would make rainbows hang their heads, cloths and silks from every corner of the reaches, jewellery that glittered as if it was still molten, armour and blades for all nefarious deeds, household contraptions, full of spring and clockwork, extravagant furniture, the kind that Busk would have snapped up, perfumes, spices and powders piled in earthenware bowls, dyed cats and dogs and birds slumped in palm wood cages, and of course shades in shackles and queues. All of them could be found under the vast, sail-like awnings of the royal markets. I looked up, fancying the red-tiled rooftops to be the bulwarks of a mighty ship. If I half-closed my eyes, I could imagine a sway in the earth beneath me. Caltro. Nilith's voice was croaky from lack of use. She nudged me, digging a dent in my rags. I followed the direction of her pointing finger and saw one of the reasons the markets was so densely crowded. They were a partly captive audience. Where a street led out of the bustle, a string of royal soldiers was spread across the road. Black-clad scrutinizers moved between them, halting anyone carting more than a satchel. Quite a queue had built up. I looked left to another street and found it similarly blocked. Roadblocks. And we're still half a dozen miles away. Nilith grunted. This way. She led the horse and me to the eastern side of the markets, where a wider road connected with the avenue of Oshirim. A wall of guards occupied it. The crowds were too thick here to halt all of them, but the soldiers and scrutinizers were doing a good job of trying. Talk, I said as we walked. Stopping now would have been suspicious. We continued on at a tentative pace. A soldier standing in a doorway was already watching us. I hoped he was just admiring the horse. What? Guilty people prefer silence. They're concentrating too hard. Act like it's beneath you. Nilith pulled her rags back, showing me a sweaty face covered in stray hair. She had darkened her skin with soot that morning, but it was starting to wipe clean. Talk about what? Anything. Just talk normally, I hissed. Remind me, when did you leave Crass? She hesitated, as a scrutinizer appeared in our path, 24 feet away. Well, she sighed, it must have been 20 years ago. Did you come by ship? Of course. I kept talking, acting interested. What was its name? One of my father's ships, the... Nilith snapped her fingers. The Bromar. I chuckled loudly. I remember that story. The hero of Holdergrist? I had a nurse that would tell it to me almost every night. Of course I asked for it. I always wanted to be Bromar, and face the winds of treachery to climb to the dragon's nest. I always likened myself more to Bromar's brother. Nilith looked genuinely confused. Kennig? That coward? Not everyone who runs is a coward. Sometimes it takes a clever man to know when it's time to tuck tail. Kennig knew the dragon would be trouble and had enough sense to stay in the inn. Bromar went up the Dolkfang and ended up dying alongside his prey. A heroic ending. I prefer a comfortable living. Halt! A scrutinizer's glove hand-blocked our way. I saw Nilith's lips tighten as she turned. The man was a short, rat-like fellow wrapped up in black leather and a mask of silver mail. This rogue had carved the shape of bones into his. I knew his type immediately, the sort that lacked weight in the body department, so they sought other types of authority instead. It always seemed to be the short, balding ones. The man's eyes roved over our moth-bitten rags and dusty horse. State your business in the name of the Emperor and the Code. Cloth merchants from the sprawls, I said, and he seemed surprised to hear me talk. Been a terrible day for trade. Which district you from? Far district, Nilith added. The scrutinizer stepped close to me, looking at my neck, visible over my makeshift smock and the cut of my face. He held up a silver coin to me, matching my face with one etched in its metal. He grunted. You don't look like a sprawler. I'm not. I'm from Crass. The man turned on Nilith with a scowl. You let your shade speak freely? I could see the Empress trying to stay cordial. Why not? He's free. The scrutinizer spat. Then you need to put a white feather on him, or else he might get snapped up. People are desperate at the moment. He moved closer to the horse, sniffed and then seemed to gag. Go on, away with you. I can see why you haven't sold anything, bloody reeks. The soldiers at his back seemed to agree, and they cleared a path for us to move on. We did so not quickly, but certainly not dawdling. And here I was thinking the smell wasn't that bad, whispered Nilith, sniffing deeply. It's the ghost part of you, I'm afraid. Enjoy the spices and perfumes while you can. Nilith nodded, and I quickly added, but it comes in handy. Rotting bodies, for instance. No more gutter stink. The Empress gave one more sniff, close to the horses, and came away with her eyes rolling. True, she said. Do you miss Crass? Soraka, was it? Tamar. And every day, I said, but mostly because I wish I'd never left its shores. Why did you take the job? I'd asked myself the same question on many a dark night, and it was a deceptively simple one, which made it all the more infuriating. Your ghost Etain wrote a letter to me. It made no mention of the sanctuary, just an offer from the Cloudpiercer. What locksmith wouldn't jump at the chance? Even with all I knew about Araxes, I was sure a royal writ would see me right. But my captain had made a deal with Temza, and his men were waiting for us after sunset. Nilith hummed. Cecine would have killed you in any case, once she was done with you. She has little stomach for ghosts. I had thought of that. It's why I wish I'd never set foot on the Ark in the first place. You'd trade what you have now, even your haunting, for life. The hope in her eyes was plain. The answer would be hers as well as mine. Soon, she and I would be the same. Experience is always sought after by the unknowing. Fear lessened by knowledge. I thought hard. I did wish for life, but only because I felt I had been robbed of it. Had I been offered a choice on that dark night, a choice between haunting and death or to get back on the ship, I don't know what I would have chosen. If I had my freedom, as well as my gifts, then I might not. In truth, it makes lockpicking a lot more interesting. That, and I did fall from the top of the Cloudpiercer without a scratch. That's somewhat useful? Nilith stuck out her chin. I didn't know whether I had lessened or confirmed her fears. Farazar has complained the entire way. Then again, he complained for most of his life too. It's the unknown that puts the fear in death. How much will it hurt? What is it like? You would think a city full of ghosts would assuage some of that terror of the afterlife, but it doesn't. At least you get a dignified slide into it, Empress, I whispered. No knives or grinning soul-stealers or dingy binding halls for you. Small consolation, but it helps. Better than being a dead-bound sword, a voice reminded us both, muttering from Nilith's belt. The Empress was silent for a time and we avoided the avenue and took a side road north. And then, tell me of Cras. Tell me what I've missed spending my time in this sand-clogged, festering arsehole of a country. I had to smile. Nobody swears like a Crasman, except for a Cras woman. We talked to make the flagstones pass quicker. We talked to keep up our ruse under the soldiers' eyes. We talked of home and the Ark and all the miles in between. We talked of the deserts and all the trials Nilith had been through with a woman named Crona. We talked of my tribulations, of Busk and Widow Horrocks, and of Thames's mad rise to power. Mostly, I believed we talked because we sensed it could be our last chance for something as simple as conversation. When I began to occupy myself with the scrolls of the Arctian dead gods, I saw they were hardly different from Odun and our Cras pantheon. Maybe they are cousins of our gods, brothers or sisters even, but they were real. Or are, if your stories are to be believed. They believed in balance above all else. I remembered that word. Ma'at. You listen well. I've locksmith's ears. I saw the difference in what the Ark had been and what it had become. Call it sesh or the idiocy of man, the world has changed for the worse since their absence. Look at Cras. How it doesn't meddle with murder or slavery as the Arctians do. That's why I've kept going. Why I'm here now, and although my daughter knows I'm coming and the cults stand with her, what else can I do now but keep walking? Nilith asked with a shaky breath. She showed me a copper coin on a thong about her neck, hanging next to a pouch of leather. That's why I've carried this the entire way. Just for Farazar. Tell me, why do you keep going? I shrugged. At first I wanted justice, plain and simple. I wanted somebody to pay for my murder. I turned to the wrong people to give me that, and after bad choices and lucky escapes, I realized it was down to me and me alone to get my freedom. And I did, for a short time. Now I have to get it back, so I'll start all over again. Fortunately, I also have a locksmith's patience. As for why I didn't just throw my coin in the Nix, I don't want to go back to that cold, screaming place beneath the earth where the souls wait. Nilith shuddered. I have dreamed of such a place, the last few nights. When I can sleep, that is. Oblivion will be no better. I'm not done with my half-life yet. It's either carry on or shove a copper blade in my eye and let them win. Call it stubbornness, pettiness. I call it my right to freedom. If that lies in the same direction as your batshit plan, then fine. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is what the gods wanted from me, to run into you. Who knows what the dead gods want? It matters not. You want your freedom. Nilith put another hand on me and smiled. It was a tired, limp thing, but a smile nonetheless. It did a good job of hiding the doubt behind her eyes. And freedom, Caltro Basalt, is what you shall have. Our paces measured out the silence as we negotiated a throng of traders clamouring in front of a warehouse. They looked agitated by something. Empty barrels lay on their sides about the group. Grey-robed Nixites waved their hands at the doorway, shaking their heads. What's going on here? I asked quietly. The Nix, Nilith replied. I've seen dry wells all over the south, mobs outside warehouses like this one. There's a shortage. We traded looks, knowing what that meant for the Emperor's body. A question, I said. Would you count yourself a murderer? Nilith cleared her throat, evidently challenged. We all take action in search of what we think is greater. The question is whether those actions outweigh that greatness. I've taken lives on this journey or caused others to lose theirs. She took a moment recalling faces and names. Many lives. But will it be worth their sacrifice? I think so. All I can do is believe that. Was Thamesa murdered, or was he killed for something better? Would you kill a child, if it meant the end of death? Think on that, Caltro. Your daughter stands in your way. Your child. Would you kill her to save the Reaches? Nilith flapped her mouth, wordless. It took her several paces to whisper. If I had to. If I must. My reply was interrupted by a fight breaking out between two of the crowd. Punches began to swing, and with them came street guards. Red-robed cultists appeared from within holding short spears, and with mail on their breasts. I narrowed my gaze as they broke up the fight, standing respectfully by while a scrutinizer came to berate the pair. Caltro! Nilith's voice called me onwards, leading to a northward detour. Night's coming! And it was. Over what felt like a mile the sun's glare sank and died, and dusk came to hang over us. It brought stars with it, but the city's smokestacks blurred them and stole their light. No moon dared to show its face. It seemed to have no wish to watch the Empress's victory. Our talk died the closer we crept to the Nixwell, as did our pace. As the bustle of the streets faded after sunset, patrols of soldiers eagerly took up the mantle. More than once did ranks rush down adjoining streets with torches blazing or lanterns dancing on poles. We did our best to stay clear of them. When a group came thundering past, we were almost menaced with spears before a drunkard called the soldiers a bunch of noisy cunts, and was immediately beaten for his opinion. We managed to slink away in the confusion and meld into a crowd on a busier street. Had I been alive, I knew my heart would have been in my mouth, and I could sense Nilith's was. Neither of us spoke of the situation. It hung over us like a black and slowly closing umbrella. Our eyes were glued ahead. In my peripheries, against the bruise of dusk, I half recognized the flanks and peaks of spires, though they seemed turned around. What's your plan? I asked Nilith once, but she just shook her head. She was set on marching on, putting the final few miles behind us. In some way, I could imagine what this final stretch meant to her. I guessed it midnight when we found ourselves alone and glimpsing the horn-like structure of the Grand Nixwell. Between two towers and over the rooftops, we saw it. I heard Nilith gasp. She tugged Anoish's reins. Wary, I followed, wondering where all the people had got to. The lamps were lit, but only stragglers shared the flagstones with us. To the smart trot of the horses' hooves, we aimed for the Nixwell. Lost and found it was between the buildings, over and over until we found a street, pointing straight for it. Pointy spoke up. Where are the guards? If your daughter knows— Silence, Nilith ordered. Farazar had sensed the tension and started to thrash in his prison of rags. I could just about hear him, like a madman shouting into a pillow. Anoish whinnied nervously. Calm now, Nilith whispered, even as she led him onto the well. It sounded as though she were talking to herself. She laid a hand upon the pommel of the sword as if she muffled Pointy. The Empress threw me a glance, and in it I saw worry and determination wrestling. She pressed on. For all our hurry, it was with ponderous steps that we came to the edge of the Nixwell's Grand Plaza. A vast wash of grey stone, descending in slanting steps to a great hollow in the earth. I gazed once more at the tusks of stone that rose up and over the Nixwell. Clumps of lanterns dyed them a sulphurous yellow. It gave them an aged, bestial look. Aside from a few wanderers and shuffling beggars, robed figures stood upon the dais at its centre. 6 at most. The plaza was so quiet I swore I could hear the chattering of their voices. It was hard, though, over the heavy breathing of Nilith by my side. She pointed. Soldiers. She was right. Where scores of streets and alleys ring the plaza, every so often I saw the gleam of metal and the glow of shades. I strained my weak eyes and saw ranks of shields. They were motionless, waiting. Nilith shuffled backwards to the horse and began to unwrap the cloth binding Farazar on his body. The body came first. I saw the dark stains in its wrapping and wondered morbidly what 40 days of desert and travel did to a corpse. I was glad I'd been spared that. Farazar came next, and with a sword an inch from his lips he swallowed whatever words he had knocked to his vocal cords like trigger bow bolts. He was guided forcibly off the horse and made to stand next to me. He looked at me as if to complain, but my eyes met his with a resounding "fuck off" written into them. The Emperor looked to the Nixwell, and I saw the bobbing of his ruined throat, the old habit of a lost body. Like Nilith, he knew his final moments were upon him. The Empress was busy draping herself over the corpse. "Caltro, you'll lead the horse. Pharazar, you'll walk next to it. I'll be right here, ready to chop something else off if you think of opening your mouth." Pharazar's voice was cold even for a ghost. "Your threats are hollower now than ever before. This is how your great and epic conquest ends, I see. No great battle, no fanfare and trumpets, just sneaking in the dead of night, and you call yourself an empress." Nilith patted him roughly on the cheek as she dragged rags over her. "You're about to be immortal and free soon enough, husband dear. If I were you, I'd decide how I'd want to live that life. You've already lost a hand, how about a leg?" She flicked the sword blade, making it ring as it slipped out of view. I could see its dark point hovering near Pharazar's knee. I shrugged at him. "Take it from me, Emperor. When you're dead, it's better to hurry up and realize it." "Do not dare talk to me, liar." "My pleasure." I tugged on the reins and the horse begrudgingly obeyed me. Every clop of his hooves seemed to echo dreadfully. I could almost feel the scores of eyes levelling on us. 2 shades and a laden horse. I concocted lies in my head. A pilgrimage of 2 free shades, perhaps? Would-be Nixites? Or just plain lost? Facing dead ahead, I watched for movement at the corners of my vision. I could see spear blades now, copses of them tucked into streets. Around some ranks the stone glowed. It was my turn to feel like gulping. The runner in me placed a hand on Anoish, feeling the fast thump of his heart. Just in case, I told myself. "Keep going," whispered Nilith. The hoofsteps were getting louder. Perhaps it was the silence around us deepening. I looked around for others in the plaza and found none. It was as if we were rowing a lake of stone, the shores of which were made of shields and spears. Down the first step, then the second. I had just started to think luck was on our side when I heard the clank of the soldiers beginning to move. One column began to pour into the plaza from behind us, a torrent of steel and glowing vapour. 2 more columns came from both left and right. They were unmistakably aimed at us. "Fuck," swore Nilith. "Run for it." Before I could react, the horse jolted forwards. Anoish's hooves battered the stone. The march of the columns became an all-out sprint. Their silence became a rising roar of voices and clanging armour. All I felt was terror, primarily at being left alone. I raced after the horse's tail with every scrap of strength I had. To my dismay and shock, I found Pharazar sliding alongside me, as if bound to Anoish with an invisible rope. He was already yelling at the top of his mist-filled lungs. "Save your Emperor! Save your Emperor! Stop the mad Empress!" I swung a punch for him, but a jolt from the horse rippled through him, and he shifted out of my reach. "Nilith!" I yelled, knowing she would do nothing but carry on. More soldiers were pouring into the plaza now. Streams of them reached inwards towards the Nixwell, like the tentacles of some great sea monster closing in on a ship. My eyes raced back and forth, measuring and analysing. They had no cavalry, no carriages, no chariots, just legs and the weight of armour. Nilith had a head start. As for me, I was being left behind. I lunged for Pharazar, hooking both arms around his legs and bending all my concentration on grasping him. I felt my vapours begin to meld with his and held the haunting there like an anchor. "Unhand me, peasant! Get him off me! Save your Emperor!" He bellowed in a constant stream of words, like a man suddenly allowed to speak after a decade of silence. I clung on. Ahead, more soldiers were attempting to head us off. Anoish galloped for all he was worth. As I bounced around, I reconsidered my opinion on horses. The flagstones raced by, scraping the rags from my legs. I caught a brief glimpse of Nilith on her steed. She sat astride the corpse, one hand clutched to it and the other raising a sword to the faint stars. I could have sworn I heard an old crass battle cry, over the buffeting of wind and stone and the howling of a cowardly emperor. The tusks of the Grand Nixwell towered over us now. I could hear the shouting of the Nixites calling, "Calm, calm." More of them had gathered in the commotion. In the lantern light, their robes had taken on a red hue. Anoish's halt had zero grace. He practically tumbled to a stop, whinnying horribly as he crashed into the stairs that led to the dais. I was thrown free of Farazar, slamming into a block of stone. Nilith and the corpse skidded across the flagstones. In a blink, she was already hauling it over her shoulder, roaring at the effort. I scrambled to help her, but not before Farazar leapt on her. His blue fists were a blur as he pummeled her head and face. With a flash, he fell away with a cry, a white scar lanced across his chest. I pushed him from the steps, and didn't stop to watch him tumble. "Don't stop!" I yelled over the thunder of voices and galloping feet. I drove my scant weight into the corpse. Nilith's face was a mask of strain, but she kept on, driving her legs up and up to where the Nixites flapped their hands. A wind abruptly whipped at us, as if the very weather sought to foil Nilith's efforts. Nilith roared as she barged her way onto the dais. "I am Empress Nilith, and I present my claim to the throne, and I—" Farazar hollered from below. "I am your emperor! Kill her!" Guards advanced with short swords. With her free hand, Nilith lashed about with pointy, sending one guard spinning and turning another into a bleeding heap. "Have had—" I pushed as many Nixites out of the way as I could in our dumb rush forwards to the edge, where the Nix waited far below us. "Enough!" With a bellow like that of a dying beast, Nilith pushed the Emperor's corpse off her shoulders and pitched it over the edge of the dais. I threw myself to Nilith's side to watch it cartwheel, end over end, down into... thud. The only thing wet about that landing was the squelch the body made as it struck the riverbed. The ink-black, dry riverbed. "No!" Nilith cried, long and hard, and with a telltale sob at the end. I simply stared at the bundle of cloth, my lip curled, and my brow furrowed deeply in confusion, as the soldiers descended on us with copper clubs and nets.
Chapter 22. Only Business. Here lies Gorporil. He told you he was sick. From an inscription on an ancient Arctian tomb. If there was one upside to being dragged to uncertainty with her head in a sack and her hands tied, Hellas thought, it was the chance for a lie-down. The sacking smelled like old cheese, but at least it masked the rot of the gutters sweating in the sunlight. Hellas knew how they could reek. Chaser Joby had remained silent enough, cursing now and again at passers-by running to and fro, panicked by the sounds of it, as if there was some ruckus befalling the city. Hellas swore she heard mobs chanting in distant streets, their cries soft, loud, then soft again as the mouths of streets passed her by. At least the great slavering creature was no longer with them. Hellas had not seen nor heard it with them on the journey, and it was excuse enough for Joby's silence. The scrutinizer had relaxed thanks to its absence, watching through her rough sacking as the glow of torches passed them by, then the lightening of dawn, and now the shadows of spires and taller buildings as they took street after street. Just as Hellas was imagining herself in the outsprawls, Joby's wagon and horses came to a lurching halt. Through the stench of the sack, Hellas could smell the tacky, earthy waft of grain. Through the brown fibres of her blindfold, she glimpsed rounded towers reaching high into the sky, and Joby jumping off the wagon to the dust. The jolt in the carriage confirmed it. "Overseer," Hellas heard him say. "I'm pleased to say I've delivered the woman as promised." There came a tut. "What of the horse and shade?" A sigh. "Vanished, I'm afraid to say. They were taken by authorities." A lie on Joby's part. "The debt was 2 shades and a horse, Chaser," said the overseer, a woman by the sounds of her voice, and a stern one at that. Hellas was glad, if not a little worried about what was to come. "I understand that, overseer, but this was the best I could accomplish. Believe me, this catch is worth far more than the debt you speak of. Far, far more. Allow me to present her to the directors, and I promise you won't be disappointed." The overseer laughed, a harsh striking of steel on flint. "Ha! And for what? For a measly river debt owed to those morons at Caltro? No. You have to trust me. You have not earned... This will be of the greatest benefit to the consortium." Here, Hellis heard Joby pause and swallow. "And to you, overseer, I assure you." Hellis had been offered many a bribe in her years, and she knew this weight. This arbitrary weight while the morals crumbled enough. "Bring her in, but I swear, Chaser, you better be on the silver. Where has the trust gone in this organisation? Proof is in the proof, as the directors say." Hellis was dragged to the edge of the wagon by her foot and casually dropped onto the dust. She wheezed from the impact, but Joby had no reason to allow her to recover. Hellis was dragged a short distance. Rope was looped about her foot, pulled too tight for comfort, and a horse was smacked on the arse, or so the whinny and clip-clopping of hooves told her. Hellis soon found herself being yanked forwards, first over sand and fine pebble, and then over smooth, cool sandstone. Cold shadow fell over her, and she felt the ground descend beneath her in ramp after ramp. Torchlight was scant. Her back began to ache, sore and grazed from the dragging. "Can't I take this off yet?" Hellis called to Joby. "And can't I walk, like a dignified woman?" The chaser's voice had taken on a reverent tone. "I urge you to pipe down, Empress. We're drawing near." Hellis smiled beneath the sackcloth. The ruse was still intact. Joby was still a moron. "How very dare you!" she said in a high-pitched voice. "I thought a man of business would have more respect." It was enough to make Joby haul her to her feet, so she could be dragged along by the horse upright instead of on her backside. Hellis took the opportunity to stretch out her aching muscles beneath her swathe of rags, feeling tendons and sockets pop with the strain. "You will behave. I may not have my gast any more, but you have a trigger bow beneath your chin," Joby warned. The butt of something solid prodded Hellis's jaw, making her bite her tongue. "I will not hesitate to pull it in the presence of the directors, should you get any ideas of escape or rebellion." Hellis nodded under her sack, too busy massaging her sore backside to really pay attention. She just wanted to get this over with and return to the core. "How long?" she sighed. "We're here." Hellis sensed a brush of warmth as she passed under the glow of a skylight. As far as she could tell from behind the sackcloth, the rest of the musty room was dark, lacking torchlight, and full of the murmuring of urgent voices. The slither of armour and the unhitching of the horse informed Hellis they had been admitted into the darkness of the room. Hellis saw the starkness of tall pillars around her, bereft of light. "Who enters?" "Chaser Joby, my lords, with a grand transaction for your perusal." Joby's voice echoed around the vacuous space. Hellis wanted to scoff, but she bit her lip. "Overseer?" The woman's voice came from behind Hellis. "I recommend him, directors." "Enter!" Hellis was tugged further into the darkness, coming to a rest somewhere she wagered was in the centre of the crown of pillars about her. "Speak," croaked an old voice coming from above them. Chaser Joby took a deep breath before speaking. "I present to you a thrilling opportunity, directors, one that has eluded this consortium for quite some time." Another voice, chime-like and young, called out, "And that is?" "Royal backing." "Our consortium has survived for centuries without such luxuries. Why should we accept it now? We do not need such favours, Chaser." "Joby," he answered, and Hellis heard the gulp in his voice, as if his moment of glory had just been spat on from on high.
But believe me, directors, when I say I see what this city is becoming. Riots brim at the doorways and gates of Nixwells. Chaos reigns in the core districts. Preachers of the cult of Sesh stand on every street corner. No doubt you have heard of smoke pouring from the Cloudpiercer's summit, yes? This city is becoming wild, directors, unpredictable, which does not bode well for profit. Instead, in such uncertain times, we need assurances. Allies. The silence was far from damning. It was thoughtful, ponderous. Helles was almost impressed by the man's speech, even though she despised him.
"Who have you brought us?" Chaser Joby called a woman's voice.
Who indeed? Directors!
Helles heard the shudder in his throat as Joby took a breath. She wagered he had been waiting for this moment for some time.
I present to you, directors, Empress Nilith Renala. The body she was dragging was none other than the Emperor himself. She meant to take the throne, and now she is our debtor.
Joby tugged away Helles's sacking, revealing her dark raven hair, and in the faint light of the chamber, the black, swirling tattoos that wandered across her neck, jaw, and bruised cheeks. Even though she wore nothing but road filth, dried scabs, and rags, the markings were telltale. As Helles's eyes made sense of the dark chamber, she saw 10 obscured figures, maybe more, wrapped in silks or rich cotton. They sat atop high pillars and tall-backed thrones like gaudy crows upon perches. As she remembered to bear a smile and play her part, Helles wondered how on earth they ever got down from those lofty chairs. The rest of the chamber was stark, grand only in the size of its columns and domed roof. A lone yet wide shaft of sunlight eked through a glazed skylight far above. Helles jutted her face and neck into its light for what little warmth it gave her. "It seems you have brought us a scrutinizer, Chaser Joby, not an empress." Now the tone was damning, and coldly so. Helles's eyes were still having trouble focusing on the directors.
No, the Slathergust!
The chaser's hands seized her, dragging aside Helles's ill-fitting rags until her shoulders were bare. There the tattoos swirled around her collarbone, accusatory. She felt the stiffening of Joby's grip on her halter rope and the yanking at her collar. Joby had been so eager to show off his prize, he had forgotten to check its worth by peeking under the rags to see her arm made of skin and flesh, not blue, cold vapour. Helles stared at him, eyes full of derision and a smug look on her face.
You are correct, directors of the consortium. I am, in fact, Scrutinizer Helles.
The crows in their perches squawked loudly over one another.
Time wasted is profit wasted, Joby.
Take her away. Dispose of her. And the chaser, too.
Unseen in the darkness between the pillars, soldiers clad in sea-green mail and hoods appeared, tridents in their fists. They encircled them in moments.
Wait! Joby cried, robes flailing. I think you'll want to hear what I have to say, called Helles, voice husky, but loud enough to stall the directors. You're fond of bargains, I wager. I have one for you.
Fingers clicked, and in the darkness, blue flames sputtered, lighting the porcelain bowl of a pipe. The glow lit a face of broken veins and narrowed eyes. Tentacles of white smoke reached out from the darkness until they seemed to wither in the sunlight. "Speak," said the smoker, enunciating the words so hard it sounded as if he spat loose pipeweed. Helles shrugged Joby off, hissing. She jabbed a thumb at him as she looked up at the dark shapes and shrouded faces above. This man here may be a piece of worthless shit, but at least he's right about one thing. The city is changing. You will need help to survive it. The crows cackled.
We have weathered the whims of Araxes for centuries, said one.
Our ways protect us. Silver buys many resources half-coins cannot.
Now we are stronger and more profitable than ever.
Hellas nodded while they finished congratulating themselves. She knew the thirst rich men and women had, the thirst to be richer still. Wealth was a never-ending mountain, littered with the bodies of fools craving a summit.
And yet you could be more profitable still, couldn't you?
Looks were traded between the crowns of pillars.
Speak, came the order.
Empress Nilith has killed the Emperor, and she goes to claim the throne as we speak. She might have already pulled it off for all I know.
We care little for the games the royals play, said the one with the pipe, voice thick with smoke.
You might if one had it in their mind to abolish the code.
Hellas let that hook dangle, just as she'd planned behind the sackcloth.
She might have been quick with a blade, given more punches than she'd taken,
but the scrutinizer was at her most dangerous when left to think and plot.
You trade in silver, correct?
Hellas asked. One of the directors scoffed.
And have for 1,000 years, she replied. Then imagine a city that relied on silver instead of copper.
The director with the pipe took too eager a drag and spluttered smoke for some time. When silence was restored, doubts began to reign.
Nonsense!
Lies! Why would a royal do such a thing? No noble would stand for it, nor the Nixites.
Neither would the Chamber of the Code.
They might, Hellas yelled over their squawking, if somebody powerful stood with her at the Grand Nixwell when she scraps 1,000 years of soul trading. Somebody like this consortium.
There was no answer, just the fidgeting of silk and ringed fingers.
When the city sees a better life, they will take it. All they need is to glimpse it for long enough, Hellas breathed. You and I both know this city is rotten. How much longer can you go on surviving off its corpse? I know I'm tired of it. Dog-tired. Aren't you?
She was finished. Her argument had been made. Egos were stroked. Her words were spent. Hellas let their echoes die and waited for some time to see if her gamble would pay off. Cinders fell as the director tapped out his pipe. They showered a soldier, but the man didn't shift an inch. Some switch or lever was pulled, and with a rattling of chains and cogs, the director's pillar began to lower. The mechanism moved at an infuriatingly leisurely pace, and by the time the director came waddling through the trident points and into the light, Hellas was close to tapping her foot. Bronze silk swashed about him. Gold chains hung around his neck, some reaching to his waist. They sported jewels and gems, just like his fingers. The man's hair was a thin stripe across a bald head, as if a wagon had run a tarred wheel across his skull. His cheeks were pudgy, much like the rest of him, and his movements were sluggish. And yet there was a fierce gaze in his eyes, warrior-like, bloodlust. Hellas stood tall as the director approached, soldiers flowing around him.
"And your bargain?"
he asked of her. "Stand with the Empress, and as payment for her debt, you can help her build a new Araxes. I may not be Empress Nilith, but I'll speak for her, even if she doesn't want me to," said Hellas, matching his avid stare.
"Too costly."
"Too afraid of a risk, Director?"
"What do you gain from this? Loyalty has a price." "Peace."
Hellas spat the word. "And some fucking quiet." After a brief glance around the hall to each of his fellow directors, the man took a sharp breath.
"We will hold your soul as assurance should you be tricking us. You'll spend the rest of your days in Caltro.
Hellas swallowed the lump in her throat, wondering how much she trusted Nilith.
How much he was willing to sacrifice for a faint dream of a different world. In the end, she thrust out a hand for him to shake.
"You'll see," she whispered.
Chapter 23. From Beyond the Grave. Worshippers of the old ways are like woodlice. You see 1, 2, perhaps a dozen, and assume they are all that infest your abode. But prise up a floorboard, and you will soon discover the writhing masses hiding beneath your feet. From On the Origin of Gods, by writer Ben Galle, who mysteriously vanished after its publication. Drip, drip, drip. It filled the dark smoke of my dreams, a constant dripping and trickling of water over bare stone, where no moss dared to grow. I heard it then, as the dullness faded, the shuffling of countless feet, the rising moan of the disillusioned dead. A voice cried out behind me, and a cold waft rushed past me. No. Blue shapes appeared in the grey smog, barging me aside as they ran. Towards what I didn't know, but my legs moved unbidden along with them. Soon enough I was rushing through crowds like one clueless beast amongst the herd, fleeing an unseen predator, flitting through the grass. I looked behind me, but saw nothing but the faint blue outlines of other ghosts, mouths open and crying out. I refused to be here again, trapped beneath the earth for eternity, surrounded by the moaning dead. 5 points of white light glowed above me, and I charged for them, feeling cheated. A hill rose up beneath me, and despite my ghostly form, the effort drained me. Inky water spilled down the slope's craggy obsidian surface. I was soon crawling on hands and knees, spitting curses at the lights whenever I found a moment. The other ghosts had flowed around the hill, leaving me alone. A blue river coursed below me. "It's hopeless," I yelled to the stars. "Fucking hopeless!" The stars began to flicker as if they burned too hot. I tried to help. I fought hard, killed, and for what? This fucking place? One star fizzled out, closely followed by a second. I took a stand on a rock, feeling the rivulets of freezing water pushing against my feet. Their flow was increasing. I heard the pounding of a waterfall somewhere in the darkness. Who knows what the gods want, eh? I certainly have no idea, but I know it's not my best interests. A third star was extinguished. Maybe the cult was right, I roared. You hear me, Yoshirim? Maybe you did get too greedy and betray your kind. A fourth. Maybe you deserve this flood. Caltro! A voice boomed above me. Thunder to the storm I heard growing. The smoke above me cleared, revealing the impending fangs of colossal stalactites. The final star burned yellow, then orange. Then as it flickered to red, the blackness claimed it and the endless cavern fell dark. Even the glowing river of dead below me died away, leaving me alone, a blue candle against the night. With a shockwave that threw me to my backside, a roiling wave of scarlet light tore through the darkness. The dark was dragged back like a black cloth from a table, sucked into a single point of absolute nothing. It sat between the dead stars, now grey husks against this new backdrop of fire and light. When all but the last of the dark had been consumed, the vortex collapsed in on itself until it glowed a fierce crimson. There came a searing heat as its great eye turned on me. The water cascaded around me. I shielded my eyes only to see a towering wave of black water spilling down the cliff above me. I could do nothing but hold my breath through old habit, and curse the dead gods for giving me such a calamitous thing as hope. Dripping filled my ears again. An incessant patter of water on bare stone. There was a ringing of chains, too, and in the darkness of my closed eyes I wondered how this endless cavern could become any direr. I wanted to curl into a ball, burst into light, and blink out like a star. "Caltro?" called a woman's voice. The voice didn't shake the skies like thunder. In fact, it was rather hoarse and close by. I tensed, feeling no trickle of ice water beneath my ribs, lying as I was on the stone. There was no waterfall, no storm, only dripping. The chains rattled again. Caltro! My eyes cracked open to find not slick black rock, but dusty straw-covered sandstone. My hands glowed in front of my face and I found thin copper-core manacles around my wrists. Weakly, I pulled at them and heard my own chains rattle in their fixings. It wasn't over. Thank fuck, I breathed. I heard the voice again. They must have hit him harder than I thought. Fucking buffoon hasn't realised he's a prisoner yet. Another woman's voice this time, and that stoked me into action. Oh, I have, I replied to whoever had insulted me, and with much dizziness and difficulty I propped myself up onto my elbows to look around. The chamber was a simple circle of sandstone with a heavily barred door, and I knew instantly it was a prison cell. The roof was distant and the walls devoid of windows. There was only a skylight, set high in the stone wall. What meagre sunlight it let in bounced from carefully arranged polished blocks of stone, making it zigzag around the chamber. It showed me the faces of my cellmates, all of whom stared at me. It was quite the gathering. Empress Nilith sat cross-legged, arms splayed by a chain and a yoke. One hand was blood-stained and clenched. The other hung limp and glowed blue. She still wore her rags as I did. The Slatherghast's poison was spreading. I saw the black veins creeping up her neck, reaching for her ears. Beside her was Farazar, trying to murder me with his gaze alone. He too sat on the floor, his arms and hands wrapped up in lengths of chain. At his side I recognized Pointy dangling point first from a single piece of rope. He swung ever so gently like a failing pendulum. Directly below him, lying in the Soulblade's shadow, was a small creature. It took me a moment to register it was a falcon, and a dishevelled one at that. The bird looked half dead, with feathers all out of place and bloody gashes on his speckled breast. His neck was cocked at an uncomfortable angle, but there was a glint in his yellow eyes that told me a soul lay within him. A strange bound. To my right were 3 ghosts, and though I recognized them, it didn't temper my shock to see them here, chained to the wall like me. The closest was the ghost of Boran Temza, his head propped up on one knee. Next to him, surprisingly, was Cecine, Empress-in-Waiting, with a great gash across her neck and her face covered in claw marks and a gloomy scowl. I saw now why the falcon's claws were caked in blood. It appeared I had missed much since my fall from the Cloudpiercer. Last, but far from least, was a ghost with a misshapen face and skull, bent arms and broken legs. Her rib-cage was a shallow grave, and she seemed flatter, somehow. And oh, how Hirana glared at me, her killer. Well, what a delightful party this has turned out to be. Any further words and questions I had in mind were drowned out by a burst of shouting from all sides. It seemed they had been waiting for me to wake up. "You despicable murdering half-life, Caltro Basalt!" Hirana screeched, words still difficult after her recent binding. "All that work. How was I supposed to know the Nixwell was dry? I'm glad. I will kill you over and over for your treachery, Falcon." That answers that question. Like I told you before, I cut your throat. Fuck you. You conniving bitch of a mother, living under my nose for so many years after I banished you. I don't know why I even got involved with any of this. Murderer! Happy now, mother! Traitor! Their shouting dried up as they realized I was silently shaking my head at them all. I felt like I was trapped in a wagon with a bickering family and screaming children. I didn't care about them, not even the talking falcon. I was just elated to not be under the earth, away from the jaws of water and fire. I couldn't deny that the nightmare, if I could call it that, had shaken me. A black flood. I would have dwelled on it longer had the old widow not challenged me. "What are you so smug about, locksmith?" Hirana snapped. "Happy to be half alive and not in some dark cavern," I said, immediately recognizing the flinch in hers, Temza's, and Cecine's faces. I knew they had seen it too. Even the falcon nodded soberly at me. "You know what I'm talking about. The so-called afterlife. The great lie." Hirana was far from happy about my survival. "Unimportant. You murdered me, you foul creature." "You should have given me my half-coin." I was hardly in the mood to argue with the woman, especially now she had no flesh about her and was finally on my level. Temza interjected on his own behalf. "You should have left well enough alone, old bag," he hissed, setting off the argument once more. It was strange seeing his lips move and hearing breath and voice coming from his dismembered head. His spare arm gesticulated on his behalf. "You'll want to talk, Boran Temza." "So you're Boran Temza," Nilith muttered. "I expected you to be taller." The soulstealer's face darkened as the Empress continued. "This is nobody's fault but Farazar's," cried Nilith. "You're all blind to it. We're all here because of his ineptitude." Cecine spoke up. "I want answers, Mother. Father." Nilith raised her chin, staring at Cecine's wounds. I could see the marks of tears down her soiled face. Perhaps it was at the death of her daughter, or perhaps because of failure. Seeing as we're all gathered here together, why the fuck not? Cecine stabbed the ground with a blue finger. "How long has the sanctuary lain empty?" 4 or 5 years, Nilith answered. "Annoying, isn't it? Thinking that he outwitted us." I swore Cecine was turning a shade of purple.